Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Paratuba Dodri Tukuma, Tukutuba Dodri, the Mo, Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndi mo. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda sanye we mo. Nuba sanye kapantu mo. Iye de kugeme. Okwitara karami nguru ma amiga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya branye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna toga bu.
And there it is right there. It's as though we met earlier, which indeed we did do. So good to see you again. Welcome back. So there it is right there. So back to known stomping grounds. So we're back to where we always were. Back to Nigerian politics and things agitating the space. So things agitating the space, people certainly will be agitated by this. Without equivocation, in the words of Thomas, people will certainly be agitated by this. Tinubu makes Times' list of 100 most influential people in 2023. So we're talking about the Times magazine, of course, a magazine that a lot of you will be familiar with. It's the gold standard magazine globally. It's the one magazine that serious business pays heed to. And it is not often instances that that magazine gets anything right. In fact, they make it for certain that they do get things right. It is not every time that they get things wrong, like I intended to say. They make it for certain that they do get things right. And they have declared to a global audience, forget whatever it is, a school magazine that Chimamanda Adichie was writing in. This is the, who doesn't know the Time magazine here? There is their logo, and this is what they are saying to you. That Bola Tinubu is been listed, because they do this annually, of course, he's been listed as one of the 100 most influential people in 2023. Similarly, it happened to Buhari when he came in 2015. It is not Bola Tinubu himself that they are listing. He's influential anyway as a private citizen. But the position that he now occupies in the global space as the president of Nigeria. So by virtue of that position, he has made it onto the Time magazine list as the one of the 100 most influential people in the world. I'll probably play you a video clip of it if I check it to see that it's not copyright restricted. But there it is right there. That will go down like a brick stone down the throats of people who will have it be the other way. So the narrative continues to change, and it changes in that direction. So certainly we'll be contending with that. But then from there, we'll divot and pivot into something a bit more comical. We'll pivot into something a bit more comical. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Ekpa, writes the United Nations, announces himself as Prime Minister. Actually, let me put it on the screen so you can see. Pardon me. Let me put it on the screen so you can giggle along with it's a gift that just keeps on giving that space. A gift that just keeps on giving. So here it is, incredulous as it is. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Ekpa, writes the United Nations, announces himself as Prime Minister of Biafra Govt in Exile, lists other ministers and office holders. So there it is now. The long-held dream of our Biafra nationhood has finally been achieved via Finland. So there it is right there. If it's written to the United Nations, then of course, then it's now formally registered. So government in exile though, but that is it. A citizen of no main city, a government without portfolio. This is it now. This is the realms. And by the way, just from the headlines, there's a lot already that you are contending with. So it tells you Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Ekpa, writes to the United Nations and announces himself Prime Minister. So if he's Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, but he has accorded himself the position of Prime Minister, then what position does Nnamdi Kanu occupy? So that's the thing. We've always said that this guy's ambition is bigger than anything in Nnamdi Kanu, and is in direct conflict for the czardom of that space. And here he is now, without equivocation, throwing the challenge down, throwing the gauntlet down to Umar Herborn. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Ekpa, writes United Nations, announces himself as Prime Minister of Biafra Govt in Exile, lists other ministers, office holders. So there it is right there. A gift that just keeps on giving. So that place, always delicious. So from that space, but we're still staying within the parameters of that space. And this is a recommendation that virtually everybody has made to this space, but they don't have the capacity to listen outside of their space. It's just an echo chamber. They regurgitate and circle wagon campfire dance round, just tired and fantabulous narratives. But this is the reality as being presented to them. Ekweazu tells Igbos to seek political freedom, unite with other ethnic groups. So you are not going to achieve anything within the Nigerian political space without forming alliances. That is categorical. You don't even have to have a brain to reach very quickly to that space. Nobody has ever achieved anything. Go to Buhari now. He's your president now. But how did he become that president? Oshekini Olule, Oshekeji Olule, Osheketa Olule. This was what Tinubu was telling us. So Tinubu, Buhari rather made 3 attempts at a thrust at the Nigerian presidency and failed in all attempts. And he made those attempts rested in the confidence that he comes from a region of the country that controls the vast swathe of the population. They have the abundance of the population, and he feels then that at least according to whatever it is, they are polling, according to the census, their fake census, they have the abundance of the numbers. And Buhari felt confident that those numbers will carry him through all the way to the presidency, and he did not need anybody to add on. So he had that confidence the first time, he had that confidence the second time, the third time he had that confidence and it failed him again. He had to reach out to form an alliance. And what did that alliance land him? The Nigerian presidency. Ekpa tells Igbos to seek political freedom, unite with other ethnic groups. So this is something that countless voices have said to that space, of course, but a go-it-alone merchant going nowhere. So go-it-alone merchant going nowhere, but certainly a man that did not go anywhere for quite a few hours in the United Kingdom. We're back there again, picking on the remnants, the leftovers of the Obi saga with the immigration space. Labour Party denies British government's purported apology to Peter Obi over immigration officers' detention in London. So there it is right there. So very quickly, of course, off the back of, you know how they are within that space, very quickly off the back of that that detention in London, the obedience space started to fill the news cycles with a purported apology from the British government. So quite why would the British government apologize is a question you would ask, because of course the immigration officers went about their duties in a normal, everyday, lawful manner. They had questions to ask, and they presented it to the person that they had to ask the question. So no grounds for an apology. And that now up-aired, that obfuscation attempt by the Labour Party quickly, not by the Labour Party, but by the obedience space, quickly falls off his perch. Labour Party denies British government's purported apology to P2B over immigration officers' detention in London. So rich harvest there, always a rich harvest in that space. So we make a pit stop there. And because we don't want to elongate, actually, let me give you just 2 more headlines. We may not get the full readout of all of it, but certainly 2 more headlines to contend with. So now, still within that space of US, UK media, think tanks wrongfully believed Obi won presidential election. So the federal government. So that is Lai Mohammed now in the international space, running counter-insurgency on behalf of party and government. So that's Lai Mohammed right there. And then that pivoting then from matters political, we go to this space then. I'm not sure. I found this ridiculous, but I wonder what you think. There's a video clip that goes with this one as well. But this probably, for me, one of the more ludicrous things that I've heard this year. So here it is. Online dating should not be an option for a believer. Prophetess CCO Power says. So Prophetess CCO Power says. So there it is right there. The funky cool Madina, that is the Nigerian. And speaking of all matters church related, bookmark this space, bookmark the platform for Saturday, because we're bringing a lady called Maureen Badejo on the platform. A lot of you may know her. She's coming on the platform on Saturday to talk her through her experiences with Nigerian pastors and how they have managed to chase her offline, and the ones that she has brought down, and the one that eventually, I wouldn't say brought her down, but the one that finally strangleholded her somewhat. So she speak to those experiences and the experiences that she's had with other social media personalities, promising to be an explosive session on Saturday. So bookmark that. The thumbnail is already out. So bookmark it and go register your presence there. So all of that. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Please click on the like button as you're coming in. There's a poll going. So if you click on the like button and subscribe, then you can click on yes to say that you have done that. So click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to the studio. We want to hear different voices. See all the voices that are streaming through now. Bishop, Princess, Zita, these are all voices. Ajanle Koko, of course, the mighty one. These are all voices that only made that click of the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And there they are now, personalities that you listen to every day. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you feel your voice needs to be heard in conversations being had. If you're from the north and you're female, northern part of Nigeria, we especially want to hear from you. A voice grossly underrepresented in the media space, in the social media space. So come on board and let us know what you think. So do all that. And the invitation, of course, to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always ever present in every session. And by the way, before I go any further, we had to abandon yesterday's session abruptly for reasons that I was having some issues with my internet connection. It failed quite a couple of times, but eventually I had to persuade, it still failed again. I couldn't come back in to shut down the platform. So I had to persuade Thomas then, who was busy at work, to just go in and make apologies and shut down the session. So apologies. We've run quite a couple of hundred of these sessions now. So this is the first time, or that was the first time that happened. So apologies for that. But in the process of having to shut down, I wasn't able to acknowledge the people that super chatted yesterday. It was Prince Daddy, especially primarily, and then Ayo ran through a string of super stickers, and then of course he did the coffee thing yesterday as well. So we must document that, and we have documented that. No, I think that might well be the wrong link that I've just sent into the comment section. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the buy the coffee thing if you are inclined to do so, and of course all the necessary that you need to do. So as I start to chat gibberish, let me take a micro pit stop with another musical intermission, and then when we get back, we get straight into the throes of it. But first, you know where we're going, to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chief White keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọlẹyẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosona ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosoduke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Plenty of amen to that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So Ikuko Niru Agbeshe. So Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. So this article now, and I want you to look at this logo. I'm going to highlight it. If you want it in the comment section, it's not highlighting. But you can see where my cursor is there. That's the Time magazine there. One of the premium gold standard publications globally. And this is what they present you. The 100 most influential people of 2023. And Tinubu gets a slot. So there it is. So let's see now what they have to say about Tinubu. Let me just pause. Let me... yes, it actually goes on to give you a video clip, as I said, but there might well be copyright issues with that. But let's give you the readout anyway. Right. Winning an election in Africa's most populous country is no easy feat. But Nigeria's newly elected president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has had nearly 2 decades to prepare. Called Jagaban, or leader of the warriors by his supporters, the now 71-year-old ran in a presidential election for the first time this March. His campaign slogan, "It's my turn," was a nod to the role as a long-time political power broker. Tinubu helped restore Nigeria's democracy in 1999 after fighting military rule and then served 2 consecutive terms as a governor of Lagos. But let me just leave that there. See if that continues to play in the background. Then you'll see Tinubu in a moment. But Tinubu's win with the ruling All Progressive Congress Party came in. But Tinubu's win with the ruling All Progressive Congress Party came in a froth election and by a slim margin over Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. It was the first time Nigerian voters contended with a third party candidate, and many discontented young Nigerians yearning for change pinned their hopes on Obi. Marred by allegations of intimidation and vote rigging, the outcome of the ballot is being challenged in court. Tinubu now faces a litany of crises in a fractured nation, including deep-rooted corruption, religious insurgencies, and shortage of cash, fuel, and power in a crumbling economy. But the president-elect seems aware of his inheritance. Nigeria is one country, and we must build it together, he said in his acceptance speech. So that is the short and to the point documentation of the emergence of a new era within the Nigerian space. So a new age within the Nigerian space being documented now by Time magazine. It is no more than those paragraphs, but those paragraphs are registered in the Time magazine. Put that seal. You say, oh, the Western people, they forget all of that. This is where the influence is, and this is where affirmation is. And affirmation is gotten from these spaces. So the Nigerian space now, the international community, what they are signaling with this Time magazine is that they consider that your elections are done and dusted, and they are now permutating with now your new president. So they registered then the most influential people for the year that we're in now, the new year that we're now evolving in, that we've now evolved into. So they've documented then the 100 most influential people that they consider, and Bola Tinubu one of the top 100 people in the world. So that's according to Time magazine. So you can take, or you can put that in your pipe and smoke it. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. But are you smoking this? And by the way, there's still a couple of spaces left in the studio for people who may want to join. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Ekpa, writes United Nations, announces himself as Prime Minister of Biafra government in exile, lists other ministers of his holders. So there it is. It's better than Papa Jasko, this Biafra space and all of the hoopla that he entertained us with. Simon Ekpa, the self-proclaimed disciple of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has described himself as the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic Government in Exile, BRGIE. So they even have an acronym. It's beyond. It's like eating, you know those wrap bananas, the nearly spoiled ones, and then you fry it. It's like reaching some just too sweet meal, the things that these people dish out. Simon Ekpa, the self-proclaimed disciple of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has described himself as the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic Government in Exile, BRGIE. Ekpa, in a letter to the United Nations General Assembly, dated April the 13th, 2023, which he personally signed, urged the global community to recognize Biafra Republic Government in Exile, which he said was established to undertake the political and administrative governance of the Biafra nation from outside of Biafra territory. Government in Exile. That's a throwback. That's a language from the 90s, by the way. Government in exile. Everybody was a government in exile in that space. He also appealed to the United Nations to prevail on the government of Nigeria to unconditionally release Nnamdi Kanu and all Biafrans held captive in any dungeon in Nigeria and conduct a peaceful referendum to enable a peaceful and bloodless exit of Biafra from Nigeria. According to the letter obtained by correspondents on Thursday, Ekpa stated that the indigenous people of Biafra set up the exile government in their determination to exit the Nigerian state, whilst enumerating a plethora of reasons why IPOB wants the Southeast region to exit from Nigeria. He said the Biafra government in exile will undertake diplomatic and foreign relations, arrangements and agreements, negotiations and pacts with other nations and interest organizations of the world on behalf of Biafra people. They are to be accorded all diplomatic privileges as due to any government officials of their respective level. Biafra people, through their government in exile, are sourcing for support. That should be support, but they wrote support. Are sourcing for support from all nations of the world to assist it exit Nigeria peacefully, he added. This guy, and he does it with a straight face, is the thing. I don't know that he knows that it's just a comical value. He actually does it with a straight face, as though it was actually something serious that he was talking about. According to the letter to the United Nations General Assembly, an election was conducted. When was God? Spare me, please. According to the letter to the United Nations General Assembly, an election was conducted and Mazi Simon Ekpa was elected as the Prime Minister, together with other Biafra government in exile officials, namely Head of Finance, Mazi XYZ, and then it goes on to list a list of Southeastern names. So there it is right there. The government in Biafra government in exile. I wonder if there is a passport. What about the passport office? A passport should be issued. I think we had a Biafran passport once upon a time. Let me see if we can find it. Biafran passport. Yes, let's see if we still have. Yes, they did have a passport once upon a time. Let's have a look. It's such a delicious space. So there it is. Let me just show you it on my way to the next readout. So there it is. Let me actually. Yes, let me show you it. Let me show you it because it's just I cannot keep this to myself. Biafran passport. This is what it looks like. So if you're a Biafran, so this is what a Biafran this is what a Biafran passport looks like. So they already have a passport, but this is the inside of the of the passport. So see if you can spot the grammatical error. United States of Biafra, not United States. So it's one state. How can one state be united? So it's either states are united or it's the state of Biafra. So they can't even get the grammar right, but they have the barcode or whatever. They have a chip. Do you have chips on? It's just the most. It's beyond. It's beyond belief. It's beyond credulity. You look at that. It's just. But which one is it? So we have this one, and then we have this one. United States. So this one gives us states of God. Let's just leave that. It's just so there it is. So that's the comical pit stop there. So the comical pit stop. So from the comical pit stop to matters more serious. So let's bring this up. This now will be the recommendation to take that Biafran space into some level of seriousness. So if they were to be taken seriously, this is the pathway to it. Ekpa tells Igbos to seek political freedom, unite with other ethnic groups. So there it is right there. Don't subsist in some circle-jerking space. Governor Okezia Akpazio has called on Igbos to deepen their relevance, greatness, and strength in Nigeria by upholding the principles of unity and ingenuity. Akpazio made the call on Wednesday when members of Nzoko or something, a social cultural group, paid him a visit at his country home in XYZ local government area. He urged Igbos to eschew, and that word eschew, by the way, you only hear it in Nigerian publications. I don't hear people say eschew in normal everyday speak. He urged the Igbos to eschew all forms of infighting and forge a common front through compromise and understanding to construct a pathway towards political freedom. So that's pretty much the Soludo essay. That was the recommendation that came out of that. The governor said that there was a need for Igbo people to reflect on their relationship with other ethnic groups in the country. He added that the Igbos had made immense contributions to national development and unity, adding that Igbos are the only ethnic nationalities found in every part of Nigeria. Mr. Ekpa implored Igbos to be intentional about their strategic disposition in Nigeria and expand conversations on issues centered on strengthening relationships with other ethnic groups. According to him, the geometric power and Eyimba economic city projects are two major accomplishments of it. So he goes on to speak about what he considers to be his achievements. The leader of the delegation is Ozichukwu Chukwu. So look at that. It's quite a. This is Kanoye Kanoye is a Butros Gali Ozichukwu Chukwu. So there it is. The leader of the delegation, Ozichukwu Chukwu, said the visit to the governor was to discuss the way forward for Igbos, noting that it was time for Igbos to pull together. Mr. Chukwu explained that his organization was a non-partisan organization with the mandate of championing the Igbo cause. He lauded the maturity and spirit of sportsmanship exhibited by Mr. Ekpa in congratulating Governor-elect Alex Otti and urged other candidates not to distract him with election litigation. So there it is right there. But that recommendation is a standing recommendation that countless people have tried to make to that space. But I don't know, man. I'm not sure that I am perfectly positioned to be speaking on that space. But from the outside looking in, what this Ekpa is saying is just exactly right. If you don't form alliances, then you're not smelling anything like governance in Nigeria. It's as simple as ABC. It is a tried and trusted model, and people are arrived at that through tried and failed experiences. Buhari being the latest incarnation of that space. If you don't form alliances, then you don't form governments in Nigeria. It's just that basic. It's just basic stuff. So I'm not quite sure. You've tried screaming and shouting would not land it. I think we know that for certain now. Screaming and shouting and name calling is not going to land anybody in Aso Rock. But let's see the person who has tried but not succeeded in landing at Aso Rock. Labour Party denies British government's purported apology to Peter Obi over immigration officers' detention in London. The Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council has debunked claims that the British government or its agencies have apologized to the party's presidential candidate Peter Obi over his detention and harassment. I'm not quite sure what constitutes harassment. Stopping somebody to ask questions, an authority figure stopping somebody to ask questions relevant to information that they have in their possession. That does not constitute harassment. The Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council has debunked claims that the British government or its agencies have apologized to the party's presidential candidate Peter Obi over his detention and harassment at the Heathrow Airport on April the 7th, 2023 by British immigration officers. Daniel Bwala, spokesman of the Presidential Campaign Organization of Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP, had on Thursday claimed in a post on his Twitter handle that the British government apologized to Obi over the incident. Bwala went further to sarcastically say that Nigerians were waiting for the United States government to apologize to the President-elect Bola Tinubu for illegally collecting the forfeited dollars and asked Tinubu supporters to throw insults at him for his comment. British government apologized to Peter Obi for illegally. I don't know. Anyway, it frustrates sometimes when you hear these things. It's like a parallel universe. It says, British government apologized to Peter Obi for illegally serving him a detention notice. It's not illegally, of course not. Can you now put a respect? So it's spelled respect in the street lingo. Can you now put a respect on his name? We are now waiting for the United States government to apologize to Tinubu for illegally collecting the forfeited dollars. Ashiwaju fans, start throwing the insults, Bwala said. I'm not sure that Tinubu's fans are notorious for throwing insults, but the head of the Obidate media, Diron Onifade, in the statement debunked the claim, saying that Obi was not aware of the purported apology. So everybody just tells lies within Nigerian space. Onifade said, we would like to state emphatically that we are not aware of any such apology and have not issued any statement whatsoever in that regard. Whereas the British government has not issued any official statement on the issue since it happened. Why would they issue a statement? People get stopped. Since Peter Obi was stopped, over 100,000 people would have been stopped. So what especially Peter Obi is it's not a government functionary. It's just an average citizen by all definitions. It's not an elected anything. It has no official position within the Nigerian space. It's just Bayo or Muyiwa or Emeka or Abubakar that's just walking through the airport. That's all he is. Is not an entity. It doesn't have an office. Whereas the British government has not issued any official statement. Why would they on the issue since it happened? Onifade expressed confidence in the ability of the British authorities to resolve the matter to its conclusion. What matter? It was stopped for whatever reason. We still don't know the reason, by the way. He said, Mr. Obi and the Labour Party / PCC, that is the Presidential Campaign Council, have since moved on from the incident and continue to be totally focused on the legal processes before the Election Petition Tribunal towards the recovery of our mandate, which we are firmly convinced was overwhelmingly expressed by voters in the presidential election. I don't know, man. It's just so there is that space. They're still there where we left them. So they're still there where we left them. I'll give you two more, and then we'll rush quickly into the room. So two more. So let me give you Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency with the Western media space, and then we'll do it's just a couple of paragraphs on the pastor that says you cannot date on social media. and then we come into the room and kick off a conversation. United States UK media think tanks wrongfully believed Obi won presidential election, federal government. So I'm not quite sure why they should be saying federal government. They should actually be isolating Lai Mohammed's media outputs to his name and not say federal government. Some international media organizations and have admitted that they were misinformed about the Labour Party candidates, the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi's chances of winning the 2023 presidential election. Unfortunately, with all these facts on the ground, they, foreign organizations, earlier believed that Obi won the election. This was because of the wrong mindset they had before the polls, based on the hyped activities of his followers on social media. Mr. Mohammed said they also developed the wrong mindset based on skewed and very unrepresentative polls, especially by Bloomberg, which was uncritically reported by other international media. Information Minister Lai Mohammed disclosed this in London when he concluded his engagements and meetings with media houses and policy institutes. The minister was in Washington and London to defend the legitimacy of the just concluded general elections and correct the imbalance in the skewed narrative which had pervaded the air on the polls. Addressing journalists at the Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House, London, where he concluded his engagement, the minister said his mission abroad was very successful. We have been able to correct the imbalance in the reporting, and we are living today with a better feeling. Most of the people we met agreed with us that they had been misinformed and they over-relied on social media hype. Mr. Mohammed revealed that not until he educated the foreign outlets, many were unaware of the requirements to win a presidential election in Nigeria. When we told many of those we met that the Labour Party scored 1/3 of votes in only 15 of the 36 states, they were shocked. We also told them there is no pathway to victory for either the People's Democratic Party, PDP, or Labour Party because they did not meet the requirements to be declared winner, the information minister said. Mr. Mohammed said he also explained the edge APC and its candidate Bola Tinubu had over the two other major contenders, Mr. Obi and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP. We explained to them that it is not enough for you to win 12 states, but you scored in other states. We explained to them that it is not enough for you to win 12 states, but what you scored in other states is also very important. For instance, in addition to winning 12 states, the APC came second in 19 other states with very high scores, Mr. Mohammed said. The information minister said he informed the media outlets and think tanks that it was impossible for any party without national spread and grassroots base to win a presidential election, stating that the Labour Party scored only 315,000 votes in the Northeast and 350,000 votes in the Northwest. So when they are telling you that they won the election, so these are the figures coming out in the entirety of both the Northeast and the Northwest, just about approximately 700,000 votes. So whose mandate? So certainly, whichever mandate they are trying to retrieve is not the Northern mandate, because 700,000 votes in the entirety of the vast swathe of that space is not a mandate, you know. And it didn't even give us the figures from Yoruba land. So whose mandate are they trying to retrieve? So people say that they should ignore that space. But from what Lai Mohammed is doing now, I think it is necessary to debunk it, because I'm not saying it's a consequence of, but sequel to this counter-insurgency that Lai Mohammed is embarked on. the Time magazine suddenly lists Tinubu as one of the top 100 most influential people in the world. He added, however, I am leaving the United States of America and the United Kingdom satisfied because the wrong perception had been corrected and were changing. So that's Lai Mohammed. So once hated, probably still hated in some quarters. So let's now just do this now, very last bit, and then we kick off the conversation, such as it is. So let's do now this last bit. So I'll give you a quick readout and then just about a minute clip of this pastor, funky preacher. Online dating should not be an option for believers. Prophetess CC O Power says. So Prophetess CC O Power, so there she is in her greatest glory. A prophetess has told Christians that online dating should not be in their formula for finding love. Prophetess CC O Power said that Christ has given Christians the formula for dating. Let's take it again. A prophetess has told Christians that online dating should not be in their formula for finding love. Prophetess CC O Power said that Christ has given Christians the formula to dating, and that should be seeking first the kingdom of God. She said when Christians seek the kingdom of God, love, marriage, children, and a house will be added. Don't seek online dating, she urged her congregation. As she spoke, her husband, Prophet Onyeka Power, nodded his agreement beside her. Online dating should not be an option for a believer, the prophetess added in the caption. So there it is, right there. It's almost like an appendage to the conversations that we were having earlier on, but there it is, right there. There it is, right there, and here they are, right there. Thank you, Daddy. Yes, Daddy, formerly known as Thomas. Kulata still retaining his name. Bishop joins us and pretty certain is still driving. Ajan Lekoko, father of the bride, and ASAP, who has strong opinions about the male role in contemporary times. So good to have you, gentlemen. So good to have you. Let's kick it off with you, Kulata, and let's go straight to it. So the headline space. I'm insisting that it's a big deal for somebody, you know, I mean, you're an American, you know what the Time magazine is. I'm saying it is a big deal for somebody to make the list of the top 100 most influential persons in the world. And I'm saying that Time magazine, they don't casually throw names there because they don't want to be in a position to have to revoke it. So Time magazine, Tinubu, top 100 most influential persons in the world. What does this mean to the political narratives going on in Nigeria? Kulata.
It's not about what is going on in Nigeria. It's about what is going on globally, because it's Time magazine. So like you said, it's a big, big deal. And this is, last time I was there, I was talking about a counter messaging, and whether it's planned though, or whether it's by the reality of the new power that Tinubu is getting, but a counter narrative does not get this better. This is good messaging. All those Uber facts and Wikipedia or whatever, all that stuff now doesn't matter. Like you've gotten the thumbs up from one of the most prestigious media organizations in the world that everybody, including Donald Trump, tries to get on. Actually, they fake a lot of Time covers. And like Trump, for example.
They faked one for Peter Obi, do you remember?
Yeah, I was going to get there. That they faked for Peter Obi too. But this one is legit. It's there. So it is a big deal, one man. It's a big deal. It's a good way for Tinubu. It's a good counter narrative for Bola Tinubu. I mean, this just drowns out all the other noise that it should be battling, because now it's a positive spin against all the negativity. So it's like rising above the level because it's Time magazine. It's not Newsweek. It is Time magazine. And Time magazine has been known historically to profile the likes of Nelson Mandela, the likes of Mother Teresa, the likes of the Pope, Oprah Winfrey, the who's and the who's of the society, cutting across leadership, politics, talent, entertainment, whatever space you can imagine, they are profiled. And for this guy to be profiled because he's going to govern a country of 200 million, it is a big deal. You have to give him you have to give him his kudos. That was job well done. Job well done for Tinubu. But there's a but though.
Okay.
Go ahead, ask your question. I'm going to get somewhere.
I was going to say, do you think this comes off the back, as I was suggesting, of Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency?
I will not say that because before this editorial came out, they will have been planning this since maybe late February or March. Because Lai Mohammed's counterinsurgency, I think, is in the past 2 weeks or something. So they will have planned this out for like a month or something. So this had a life of his own. I think Lai doing what Lai is doing is just icing on the cake. No, I don't think this comes as a result of that at all. I think this stands on its own merit. I mean, look, Nigeria is not a trivial country. We're the largest black nation in the world. If you see any black person, the likelihood that that person will be Nigeria is probably 40%. Any black person anywhere in the world, or that person will carry largely Nigerian DNA. So we're a big deal. And if you have someone win a contentious election, it is a big deal. And that's what they're telling the world, that it's a big deal. So,
all right, brilliant. So take us to the you are saying Nigeria is a big deal, but it may not be a big deal anymore. Certainly not in its size. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple Ekpa writes United Nations announces himself Prime Minister of Biafra government in exile. Not only that, he sent them a list of government functionaries.
No, but
so the newest state in the world.
Don't take me to that wild place. Before we leave the Time magazine, the story comes with some unfortunate news. Apparently, the lady that wrote that piece in Time magazine, our friends, the Obedience, they went to attack our Twitter space, our Twitter page. So that lady became a victim of the obedient noise machine. So she's now made her page private. They forced her to make her page private. So it just shows like the complaints we have about obedience. I mean, it's real. These guys are going wild. I mean, why will you go and start attacking some staff writer of Time magazine that just did her job? You're now attacking her. I mean, you've now gone international, attacking people left, right, and center because they are saying things you do not like. So the intolerance births fascism. That's at the roots. Intolerance of other views and opinion is at the root of fascism. And these guys, they're getting out of control. They're really getting out of control. We can't have them be tarnishing the country's image left, right, and center because your candidate came third, not second, third.
This is the woman, isn't it? Ashta Radvinci. She's the staff writer that wrote the piece. So this is yeah.
She had to block her Twitter because they kept harassing her. Because she just did her job. Unbelievable. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
But what you just mentioned was actually what Hassan was speaking to yesterday. That's the reputational damage that the country is suffering off the back of all of this narrative. Even Ajanle Koko confirming that he ran across some Ethiopian guy or something who was saying to him that, oh, I heard your country elected a drug dealer or whatever. So the reputational damage that the country is suffering under this sort of a space we're in now is unquantifiable. You know, I mean, it's just not right, is it really?
It's not right. They're running down the country wherever they have the opportunity to open their mouth. They're just running down the country. That is not right. That is really not right. And okay, if you even keep it within the local Nigerian media space, but why now attacking international journalists? And then, I mean, people that maybe have a little bit of pity for you that, oh, the youths, even though misguided, they just participated in election and they lost. But you're now harassing the person. Like, this is harassment. If this was in real life, it's probably, I mean, I don't want to mention some stern words, but if it was real life, I mean, people could be arrested for what they're doing. It's just because it's online. So how far are they going to take this? How far are you going to mope over a loss? I mean, your court case is getting ravaged on a daily basis in court as baseless. You need to start getting in tune with reality. As I mean, I'm moving on and maybe strategizing for 2027. I mean, 2027, 2023 is gone. I mean, the sooner they realize that, the better. But don't tear the country down, especially internationally, simply because you lost an election. It's not fair on Nigeria. It's really not fair.
All right. And to Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency, you don't want to take on Simon Ekpa, but I'm sure somebody will. Because
that Simon Ekpa stuff is just nonsense. I can't.
It's comic relief now. Comic relief.
I can't deal with Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu. Those things are just. I can't. I don't really like talking about those things because it's ridiculous. It's not. I mean, it's clownish at this point in time. It's just a hustle. It's a hustle.
All right, it is a hustle, which is something I've tried to explain to that space. And the guy is making bank anyway. I mean, let me take you to Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency. We've had conversations on this platform before as to how that the propaganda space should be handled. A lot of people said to be ignored. Some people suggested that you have to run a counter-insurgency. But it looks as though Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency in the United States and in the UK, it looks as though it's been yielding results because what he is feeding back is that the people that he met, they were actually going off the back of the propaganda to form an opinion. But when he presented them with what the requirements of the country are and what the results gave out, they had to do a rethink to say that then they had been misinformed. So Lai Mohammed, a necessary evil, would you say?
Lai Mohammed is doing the Lord's work for the government because, like a lot of all this foreign media, they're not curious enough to know the rules of our political engagement. So it's just the fluffy nonsense stuff like this poll, that poll. And I mean, in this cycle, we had enough fake polls from ANAP poll to next year poll. I mean, all of them just garbage polls. Even our own backyard analysis is way, way, way better than their own nonsense. So they fed the international media of perception, like the air of invincibility, that there was no way this upstart candidate will not come first. And then because it did not come first, it means they rigged it. And of course, they're quick to believe that we cheat. They're quick to believe that we rig because of our past precedents. But when they now settle down to look at the facts, like what Mahmoud Jega wrote today, to actually study the facts, then you know that this is a fairly decent election. This is a decent election. The outcomes were expected because the opposition basically divided themselves. And when you divide yourself, divided you fall, united you win, and they divided themselves. If they were united for the election, they could have beat the hell out of APC, but they chose to divide. They divided they divided into 4 ways. So how could you win when you divide one party into 4 different ways? It's just impossible. You had, Atiku himself, Obi camp, Kwakwanso camp, and then G5. Then what did you expect will happen? Even as unpopular as APC is, they will still beat you because you basically split your own votes. So I'm shocked that the international. I would say I'm shocked. They don't care about us anyway. So it's good that someone is going to go remind them or educate them what the rules of engagement are in Nigeria. So at least they get to know the truth. And that's when you're now. You're seeing more and more world leaders, like Netanyahu, and a few other leaders have now been coming out increasingly to come and congratulate these guys, because another thing, they are also hearing what's going on in court when INEC is letting the court know. Because see, this stupid shenanigans that even Obi himself doesn't understand 3 different things from this election. Many people don't understand that BVAS is separate, it's just accreditation. Collation is separate, it is largely manual. iRev is simply a viewing portal. The beef everybody has about this election is the third one, iRev. Beavers worked. They did the collation as they would normally do manually. They did not upload to iRev on time for the presidential. But when you understand the roles of the 3 separate and distinct things, accreditation, Beavers, collation, largely manual, iRev, just a viewing portal. iRev is not meant to collate. So when you look at what happened, and the only thing was the presentation of the results centrally was a little bit delayed, and that's the beef that you're now going to use to cancel the election. Does that even make any sense?
Kolata, you say Obi does not have a full understanding of.
It doesn't now. He went to Channels TV. Okay, you want to play it? Yeah.
Let's hear a minute. So what? You know I can't resist it now.
They said it's failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the BVAS. The BVAS accredits people, and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the BVAS is from this to this. We are promised.
You know, the part I enjoyed the most out of all of that was just that involuntary smile that just creased, that chuckle that just creased on that. That lady. This guy is a this guy is a dance. He's just, but that was what that smile. This guy is a dance. You know?
that lady was just looking at how honestly speaking, the more I think about this Peter Obi guy, the more I think he's just not that smart, because. Like something else came out. I don't know if it's in your radar. Like the company.
Good evening. But with this video you just saw now, is this guy really okay? I don't want to say mentally. Is he aware of what is going on in the country at all? For him to be even vying for the president of the country, Nigeria. Doesn't understand the process of the election.
I don't think he has read the electoral law, because if he has read the electoral law, he will not say the garbage that he just said. Many people have not read the electoral law. Many people don't even understand the whole thing, because if you understand the whole thing, you know that 3 separate and distinct processes, and the worst case we have was just the last process was a little bit delayed. But that did not have any material thing to do with the result.
Hey, Kolata, sorry. One man. How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Good to see you, Prince.
You too. Hey, just quick question for Kolata. Do you think INEC oversold the IREV, or the perception of the public in regards to the IREV is totally off?
the perception of the public of the. I'm hearing feedback.
Sorry, Prince Daddy, you have to use either a Bluetooth if you are driving or a headphone. We're getting feedback from you. Carry on, Kulata.
It's twofold. First of all, I think the public did not understand IREV. The public, INEC did not do a good job educating the public properly, or maybe the public only heard what they wanted to hear. And I think INEC oversold the fact that they oversold real time. And as Fatai has explained on this platform several times, is meaningless. So that part of it was oversold. The IREV aspect of it heavily misconstrued. Many people did not know. They thought Beavers and IREV were the same. Like you voted. I too was confused earlier on. Like if you vote, the vote is in Beavers and then automatically goes to IREV. No, not at all. Beavers is just to accredit you that I am a real voter. The voting part is totally manual. You vote. The Beavers just make sure you don't have ghost voting. You have real people voting. And that's it. It accredits. And the voting itself, the result is all manual. The collation is manual. And then you upload it, whether offline mode or online mode. It goes to Beavers. You view it in Beavers. The people, when they're doing the voting, the party agents have a copy of the results. The police there has a copy of the results. And they take those copy of the results, they take it to their situation room, and they collate independently. And that's why before even INEC released the result, all of them have been collating independently. Before the results came out, PDP and Labour Party had been grumbling that you can't see result. Why were they grumbling that you can't see result? Because they've already computed the number and saw that they were losing. So it's a very simple thing. Out of all these prayers or charges that they took to court, which one of them says that my result was manipulated? I was expecting X, but I saw Y. Hardly do you see the likes of Labour Party making those kind of claims. The only thing they're talking about is
there were two insertions in the Labour Party petition.
Just Lagos State and what's it called? And Lagos State and
there was Plateau State. There were
River State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Benue.
Yeah. But did they give specific polling units? They gave vague stuff. They didn't call out this polling unit A, polling unit B, polling unit C. They were just saying generalism. And you read the reply that INEC gave them that we cannot act on something. I'm not sure if I sent it to you without any form of specificity, because they replied them that this thing lacks details. Which particular polling units are in contention? I'm not sure if I sent it to you because I came across that. Because I was like, if you read this is just general stuff. Because if you say you have 1 million something missing in Lagos, where's the record in the accredited voters? We have the number of accredited voters in Beavers. Beavers worked. Where's that extra 1 million in Plateau and this? It's not recorded in Beavers. So is it ghost? I mean, what are we talking about? So it's just a bunch of nonsense. So that's how you're going to see them dismiss the case.
Yes, a lot of people feel that the judiciary space, they don't have the testicular fortitude, as the language is, to dismiss it. So they want to give it an airing, as ludicrous as it is, just to fulfill all righteousness.
Yeah. They will let it go to the Supreme Court. I mean, they will give it a. Honestly, PDP one has more specificity than Labour Party one. The Labour Party one, they should just throw it in the garbage, because you're talking about Abuja 25%. You're talking about maybe it's only the Shetima one that they can labor on, but even the Shetima one, you have two appeal courts making ruling favoring that position in 2 different instances. So those are precedents that you can see. So I'm not trying to be prejudiced or anything, but the Labour Party case is largely garbage. It's really, really largely garbage. Because even any ruling they get favors Atiku, doesn't favor them. Because if they get a ruling, if you cancel Tinubu, there's a person that's number 2. You are not number 2, you're number 3. So it's just a bunch of nonsense. But going back into the difference between Beavers, IREV, and coalition, like, people just don't grasp those 3 concepts. And then they start saying nonsense. And for Peter Obi, a candidate, to do that, it shows is maybe functioning at his capacity. I'm sorry to say that, because this is the same guy that today came out. The company that he used to do business in, what's it called, in Anambra, it finally came out. This guy, I mean, I think I sent it to you. This guy it's called Distill Beverages. I couldn't believe what I saw.
His wife, Abi.
It's not just his wife. When you look at the shareholders list, the first one is South African Distilleries and Wines, number one. The next one is Next International Limited. That's his own family business. Then the next one is Ekulo International Limited. Then the third one is State of Anambra. Then the fourth one is Peter Obi Margaret, his wife. How dumb can you be to do something? If you even wanted to cheat, won't you use shell companies? I mean, didn't they teach him how to do shell companies with Pandora? So why can't he carry Pandora idea? Like, if you still want to cheat, why make it so freaking transparent? Like, this guy is dumb. That's the only thing I can say. Is dumb. Because this is corruption, but you are putting your company and your wife and State of Anambra as shareholders of the company that you're using to do business with the state. It's just ridiculously stupid.
Yeah, we have the list of the directors on the screen. Yes, Next International Limited, we all know who owns that. Ekulo International Limited, I won't be surprised. State of Anambra, Peter Obi Margaret. So those are directors of this. Which company are we looking at?
Distill is called Distill Beverages. And
yeah, carry on.
So that Distill Beverages, maybe I didn't send you. So they use that. They use that Distill Beverages to partner. I mean, that was the company that they said they were bringing from South Africa. That will do. That was the company that they were going to bring in from South Africa to come and build a plant at Ozubulu Industrial Estate I'm going to murder this, Ekwisigo local government. So they did a groundbreaking. The same time, I mean, it looks like APC just stored all these guys' scandals because they didn't want him to disrupt. They didn't want to shut him down for the election because he was doing the work of the Lord by destroying Atiku in the Southeast and South. So they didn't want to destroy him during the elections. But it also came out today that Obi spent 6.9 billion naira on Atani Ozubulu Road. And Soludo is now flagging off that same road. What Obi built for 6.9 billion naira collapsed in 2 years. That Charles Soludo now has to flag off that road this year. All that stuff, they kept it away for the public because they didn't want to destroy Obi for the elections. But now they're bringing it out because it looks like now they want to now murder, they want to just destroy him totally now. And
look, Nata.
Sorry, somebody, hold on, Joe. Somebody sent me something on. I might forward it to you. Somebody sent me something on WhatsApp. That this arrest, detention in Heathrow.
Oh, I have some gist on that too.
Yeah, it is actually linked to Pandora.
It's linked to Pandora and it's also linked to election funding. Apparently,
yes.
Some shady characters
you got
were giving him. They were giving him money. I have the news, but I don't think I sent that to you. They were giving him. They were funding his election through some shady character, and you can see that when everybody started saying UK has apologized to Obi, Obi himself had to come out and deny it because the charge, whatever issue is weighty, is not trivial. Is weighty, so he doesn't want to rock the boat. So, I mean, it's obvious to me now that they purposefully kept all these things away for the elections to allow Obi to properly destroy Atiku in the Southeast and the South, so Tinubu could win. But now that is done, they are now going after him and releasing all his secrets. Because it's not by coincidence that he got detained in the airport. He got detained, he spent a better part of Easter detained. after I came back from Nigeria, all this stuff is coming out. So it's a I don't even want to hear about that space anymore. It's just at this point in time, it's irritating, especially based on what the obedience did to that female, I mean, to that Time magazine journalist. That just pissed me off today. Really pissed me off.
Do you think what we are, because what we are, you know what they call Chinese water torture, drip, drip, drip. I think what we're getting now from the from the APC space, we have to say, it's like some Chinese water torture something. So they dropped the they leaked Yes Daddy audio. So that's just oh boy, you just pack it in. That's what they say. Oh boy, just pack it in. So now they're exposing now this corruption-laden administration that he ran in Anambra. That is to knock him on the door again. Oh boy, I tell you now, just do you think there are weightier things that they are going to drop if this guy doesn't? And do you even see him starting to back down over the next few days to come?
I think there are weightier allegations still waiting if it doesn't chill out, because I don't think they have any problems with him like going to court or anything. I think is the way is using his supporters as
the
almost the noise making, almost using it as a veiled threat against the country that may cause destabilization. I think that's what they're trying to prevent. So it's more like at some point in time, the court thing will ride out, but because of what they have on him, it will have to practically tell his supporters to just calm the hell down. So I believe it's about his supporters, not really about him going to court. Because, like I said, it's court stuff. They can just throw it in the garbage. It's just all garbage. But
can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Joe.
It's just the supporters that I think they are trying to tame.
All right, come in, Joe.
All right, Kulata, it's been so many mess being talked about Peter Obi name here and there, but I want to assure you, Kulata, that what happened in the UK is nothing weighty against Obi. Obi is not going to back down, and I can tell you that for sure. Take that to the bank. Whatever thing that you guys feel, this all propaganda coming out right now, right? All of a sudden, it's Obi here, Obi there. It's no problem. But what I want to tell you, Kulata, is that, you see, sometimes we come out here and we keep calling people names here and there, you know, just like what you just raised up right now. Over a road, Peter Obi left power over like 11, 12 years ago. And a road to
9 years ago, it was like
I have Joel, just so you don't go too far. I have videos of that road, and the road got destroyed in 2 years.
It doesn't matter. Like I have
in 2 years, it got destroyed.
How can it be destroyed in 2 years?
10 billion naira road, 10 billion naira.
And one man, please. Let me just make just a little defense on that, right? On that road you're talking about, Peter Obi did that road. And the thing there is that with the maintenance culture, you know, of the Nigerian space, that road went bad because there are certain aspects of the road too that they were exposed to erosions. And that is what happened. We had a governor on that in that state for 8 years. And if that governor could not do that road and had to wait for for Soludo, and after 11 years you are blaming Peter Obi, it means that you're just being cynical. It's just one of those things that happens during or after election. And this idea by Kulata that they are now out for Peter Obi, that they're going to bring, all those things are nonsense. Bring it on. If the man Peter Obi, the way he talks and his demeanor, he doesn't really care. Bring it on. Bring up the propaganda. The propaganda is out there, and none of you want to see it. It's like everything that comes out of Obi is true. So Kulata, calm down. We are going to see in court. Tell them
Do you know how much $6.9 billion is worth? That back in 2013 or whatever. I mean, I think it was 2013.
$6.9 billion. Go and bring
Yeah, naira.
It's no good. So
Naira, not dollars, naira. Naira. Don't latch on to my slip of tongue.
It's okay.
Naira.
It's okay. You said 6.9 billion naira. Even if it's a 60 billion naira road, right? Let them arrest him for a road that he did over 9 years ago.
Okay, I'm going to send the video to one man so everybody can see that road.
What about the company that he brought in under the government purse, which was owned by him?
The company is not owned by him, one man. The company is not owned by him.
Next International, Margaret Obi, those are the directors.
Even if
Distel Beverages, Joel. Distel Beverages.
Yes.
Next International, State of Anambra, Margaret Obi.
What was the Kasafan funding to that project?
Are you talking about what do you mean?
What was the Kasafan funding? Like how was it? You see, you can't just come up here.
Did you hear what I just said? I said Next International, State of Anambra. Hear that again. State of Anambra, yes. Margaret Obi, side by side, co-owners. Yes. What are you talking about?
Now, what do you mean that they are co-owners? What is the percentage of Anambra's share?
It doesn't matter.
All right. Sorry, Joel. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me say this, Joel. If you're going to be running a counter-insurgency on everything negative, critical about Peter Obi, then it's going to be a long night. But it's up to you.
I'm not running anything negative. I'm just saying that this thing, all these things that you guys are bringing up now, I don't think you are in a better position to bring it down than someone like a Soludo. A Soludo that is against him. He would have brought it out all this while. So bring it.
Has he not brought it out by telling us is flagging off a road that Peter Obi built for 10 billion?
No, one man. The thing there is that if you feel that there was corruption on that road, I keep saying this. If you feel that there's corruption or something that was wrong with awarding of that road, arrest Peter Obi. Don't come out on the pages of newspaper. Don't come on the pages of newspaper.
You need to see the video of a 7 billion naira road. You just need to see the video. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Let them bring.
And this is the man you guys were prompting to come and rule Nigeria. Thank God we dodged the bullet.
Hold on, we didn't dodge no bullet. The bullet we dodged was the drug baron that you have there right now. That's the bullet we are about to dodge, and we must dodge him. Everything, all this is you're doing now to cover up Tinubu. It's not going to happen.
Don't worry about all that. Sorry, Joel, with your permission, you must let the conversation flow. But this is the road that Kolata was referencing.
I'm at all, you know. Go flow to go where this. Look ever where bozo swekotwa. Gantua. Leflo Abamala, bridge Amara, and the Malasiaga. I'll go to buy another thing, but I'm not saying men at work. Other than Obi, men at work.
6.9 billion naira. That's 6.9 billion naira. In 2014, the exchange rate was like maybe 1 to 160 or something. 6.9 billion naira.
And Kulata, Can I just say what?
Tell us what they are saying in that video in Igbo language.
They were only saying what they were just saying in that video was that, look at this road, though, that this road is divided, right? That there's a lot of law that Anambra's government should come to their aid. And Kulata, it's not like I am coming here to put up a defense. Look, Kulata,
You are not. You are not. Are you not?
No, I'm not.
All
I'm
right.
just here to
You are
state the
you are
fact.
attempting the defense. You're just not successful because it's ridiculous.
I am so successful. You are the one that is
Oh,
just bringing up things because one man, there's something I want to
all
say
right,
on that road.
all right. No,
Can I say
round of
something on
that
that road?
interjection. Yeah, because it was flowing smoothly. So we want to go back to the smooth flow, but I round of that interjection. Yeah.
Yeah, one man, lies can flow very right, but it's okay. But on that road, on that particular road, you saw how bad that road is. Do you think that road happened just a day? That is why I said we keep looking for people to blame. That road started with a pothole, right? That road did not just go bad like that. And that is the issue about Nigeria. We have an issue in Nigeria whereby
All right. Are you going to do maintenance culture? Because
I am not. It's not. It is a bad maintenance culture from the government, and you're blaming the man that built it over 9 years ago. And you see a road like that. That road did not get bad. Not 1 year. Not 2 years. Not 2 years. So that's my point. So all this thing about
does anybody
it's just meaningless.
Joel, thanks. Let me ask the platform a question. Does anybody remember the exchange rate in January 2014? Just an approximate.
We run about, it was under 300 naira to the dollar, I think.
I think it was like 160 or something.
160 about.
Okay, so let's just call it 160. So that's a $43 million road. $43 million.
Sorry, for a second, please, just permit me. That road did not last 3 years. It's just a correction to Joel of Nazareth. That road did not last 3 years. And I'm not saying what I read in the papers, the pages of Mirror. I'm saying because I know where that road is and I know what it was in 2014, 2015.
It's just fraud after fraud.
That's the job. That's the job of a crook. And I'm not apologizing for saying that. That's $43 million.
One man, can I make a reference to something?
Let's hear from Ajanle Koko and then we move Kulata from that space. I don't want it to get out of hand. Sorry, Joel. Is not okay. Actually, after Ajanle Koko come in, but be brief, and then we move Kulata on. Ajanle Koko, let's hear from you.
It's Thomas here.
Thomas Alaigwago is now here as yes, Daddy. You have to call him by his proper name. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Are you here? What
I was trying to ask him, I think he went to Nigeria recently, last year.
I'm here.
He stayed in for some time. I wanted to ask if how is Oregun? No, it's not Oregun. What? Yes, Oregun, right? Oregun Road to Ojata.
No, Okpebi Link Road.
Okpebi. No, it's not Okpebi. That Oregun. I think it's
Kudirat Road.
Is it?
You are talking the back open. That new road is Okpebi Link Road.
Which one from that Radio Lagos? That one across from Radio Lagos that linked to Ojata. What is it called?
That's Okpebi Link Road now.
Okpebi.
All right. Yeah, the question there.
I wanted to ask him the state of that road. If that road is still standing today, I want to tell
it's standing, Ajanle Koko. Can you hear me?
Huh? That road is still standing, right? Yes,
we heard you.
So it's still standing. Very good, right? So
what was it motorable? Yeah, okay.
So that
is
motorable.
Motorable. I drove on it. Yeah.
Okay. That road was built by Tinubu. You know, he awarded that road then to, I think it was Guvanti that built that road. Maybe Guvanti, or I think it was Guvanti or Julius Berger. The cost of railroads was huge then. We yelled. But I was asking Thomas to confirm to us if that road is still standing to today, because I have a friend that traveled to Nigeria recently And he told me that, man, I went to that site. Do you believe that that road is still standing till today? After about 23 years. So when did Obi build that his road for 6-something million?
Billion naira, $43 million.
How much? Do you know how much that Tinubu built that road? It was 500 million, and we were yelling crazy that time that this is just too much.
How many kilometers?
Well,
You know?
It's saying it stood the test of time. Ajande Koko, don't let him deviate you. The point is that it stood the test of time, however many kilometers it is. It stood the test of time.
Not only the road. Hold on.
Oh God.
Was there any maintenance on that road?
Hold on. Not only the road that was built, the drainages right from there, from the Obafemi Awolowo Road to Ojota, as well as they will build the road, they build the drainages, huge, big drainage on both sides, so down to Ojota. That amount was too much then. We were yelling that, oh, this is too much, this guy, they stole the money, but he awarded it to Govt, maybe Julius Berger or Govt, and they did a better job, and the road is still standing today. So if Obi have done the same thing too, maybe the road will have still been standing today. But within 3 years, how can you spend so much money to build road within 3 years and everything is wiped out? Wiped out. I mean, we have somebody confirming to us now, Bishop. Bishop said he knows about that road. He's been there. He was there several times, and he confirmed now that it was within 3 years that the road wiped out. That means that was not a money well spent. So just to
can I just make this short introduction, Angelico, before, because we can go back and forth. I can read you out roads in Lagos State that was built and 6 months it was spoiled. So if we want to go that route, I can even mention you one. The one from VI down to Ekpa. How old is that road? Have you been to that road recently? So what I'm just trying to make you understand is this, right? And the issue that has to do with Obi...
VI to Ekpa Road is not in the state of the video we just watched. It's not even close.
What now?
The video we just watched compared to VI to Ekpa, they're not remotely close.
Have you... When did you run that VI road?
I don't have to run there. People plight that I talk to is not remotely close to what we just saw.
If you can listen to me when I talk, then we can make progress.
Except it's as close as that video that we saw.
Hold on now. It is the road. That road you're talking about was one of the first roads that was built in that axis to open up that area, right? It was built under what's his name? The one after Tinubu, right? That was when they really redid the road, and they had a toll on those roads. And one of the reasons why the NSAS thing happened, because they were being towed on that road, and that road was unmotorable. People spend man hours on that road. So that's why I say
that's traffic, not the condition of the road. Stop misconstruing stuff.
No. I'm telling you, this is a road I fly. That the condition of that road contributes heavily.
Maybe one man can show us that video again so we can compare mentally.
I mean, see, what I'm just trying to tell you is this, right? The same Peter Obi you're talking about, when you go to the head bridge of Onitsha, right? That's a federal road. That's about a 10-lane road.
Look, Joel, I'm sorry, I've lost patience because I'm reading this news article that Peter Obi is saying is bringing diesel power plant in as foreign direct investment. And is that diesel, I said power plant, diesel plant as foreign direct investment. And is that diesel plant that we saw his wife, we saw his company, and we saw State of Anambra on the same freaking shareholders list? And he's saying he's bringing that as foreign direct investment.
Please continue with
I'm tired of hearing all these shenanigans. I'm glad we got it.
I'm going to move you away from that space in a moment, Kulata. But the road that we're looking at is the Atani Ozubulu Road. So that's the Atani Ozubulu Road. But I'm just going to show you one more thing because, of course, as you'd imagine, people have been inundating. Just my Instagram keeps beeping. People just sending in. So that was built by Peter Obi. So here is so you were making comparisons with what about? So here is another road built by Peter Obi. This is the Akwaka River Bridge. I'm not going to attempt the rest. Anambra State is now a death trap. So this is another road built by Peter Obi. No doubt counters of billions of naira, but there it is. People say we dodged the bullet. Then you can see why they are saying that. But Kulata, let me quickly move you away from that space. A space hopefully that will not generate too much controversy. Watch this. It's only 20 seconds.
It's simple. The formula is there. Seek ye first. Not seek online dating. Seek ye first what? And what? And every other thing? Marriage, houses, babies, whatever you need. But what is the formula? God first. No online dating.
So there she is, a funky name, prophetess CC Power. That's the name. Even that name alone, it opens a bank vault. Prophetess CC Power. But she's telling you then that online dating is not an option for a believer. So that is to condemn the singletons, the spinsters in Christendom to eternal because where else do people date now if not online?
I don't even know. She's closing a lot of avenues for people to find meaningful matches because people don't even, if you live abroad, you hardly leave your house. And if you leave your house, in the US, I don't know about the UK, but in the US, you're not really going to visit a friend or visit anybody like that. You stay in your house. If you're going to talk to your friend, you talk to them on WhatsApp, you talk to them on some virtual platform. It's only once in a while when someone is celebrating someone that you see people in person. People barely go to church anymore. So if you close the door on online dating, my sister, or what's her name, you're just going to breed a lot of spinsters and bachelors in your church. And they will never, they will never find any couple. They will never find any partner to marry. And this kind of woman now, how will she react when she starts interacting with ChatGPT and knowing the potentials of AI and knowing that maybe in the future, people will be dating inanimate partners that can speak, do whatever thing a human can do, and people will date them out of convenience. People will be dating machines in the not so near future. Actually, it's already happening
in Japan. Yeah. You know, just to deviate a little bit, that chat GP something, I've only come across it in the last month.
It is scary, woman. Yeah. It is scary.
Can you just give us just a little education on, because a lot of
us don't know. It's an AI. You can ask questions. You can make it fix your writing. Like if I want to write an email, I can just draft nonsense and tell it like, correct this email, make it formal. If it's too formal, I'll say dial it down. It will dial it down. And I can copy and paste it and put it. You can make it write code for you. You can say, write an application in Python to do this, this, and this. Give me some code. It will just dump code for you. So you just copy that code, put it in your compiler, and test it. There's so many things that thing can do. It's scary. Right now, you don't need any Harvard education to write good English because you can write your nonsense Nigerian English, just put it into ChatGPT and tell it, fix it, and dial up or down the level of formality or the level of whatever, or maybe make it like you can write an idea and tell it like, make it like a scientific write-up with summary, with conclusion, with this, with that, and it will give it to you. Or you can even write a proposal and say, I want to write a proposal to a mid-sized company, this. I'm gonna give it that input. So right now is more like you will get a lot of utility from it if you know how to how to ask the right questions. So your intelligence now is not what you can spill out because you have ChatGPT for to help you with that. Is now how can you frame questions? How can you interact with ChatGPT? That's going to be the future because you will not need too much brain power going forward because you already have AI to do that for you. So the future is very weird. The future requires building.
It sounds like a cheat code to me. It
It's
sounds
a
like a
cheat
cheat
code
code.
now. You take your assignment to ChatGPT in class. It will fix it. I mean, it will help you solve your assignment. You just need to ask it this. What's the answer? And then you can take the answer as a Niger boy. You can take ChatGPT's answer and remix it yourself and then submit it. So right now, I don't even know how kids are doing assignment in school because you can. They give you homework. Just take it to ChatGPT and it will answer it for you. So it's a I ignored it for the longest, but like 2 weeks ago, a colleague of mine just told me to download it. Like I was using it to do performance. Let me not talk something. He was using it to do something at work. So I'm like, really? He said, yeah. That he just typed whatever I was going to type, and he said, okay, help me fix it, make it a bit more formal, make it like something I want to present to executive, give it executive language, and it will help you fix it. Put all sorts of executive language. So if you have some fluffs in it, you can delete those fluffs. You can edit. You can do whatever you want. So right now, you get so lazy that sometimes you want to bang out like a long email. You can just bang out the main part and just put it in ChatGPT. Okay, help me make it a bit more verbose, and it will expand it for you. And then you can take it and remove the fluff and just send it out. So it's awesome, but it's scary, and that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning.
There it is. Stop the world. I want to get off. Where do people like us even fit in anymore? But there it is.
The future is scary. I don't know if we're going to have jobs in the future. I swear, I don't know.
It's just so sometimes you want to hibernate away from it, but then you cannot hibernate away from it.
You cannot hibernate from it.
It's coming to you whether you like it or not. That's just what they're telling you.
Because I'm sure I can go and test something. I can go and write something. Maybe just write a draft, like a short essay, and maybe I'll tell it to rewrite the essay at the level of a Nobel laureate. I'm sure it'll be able to write it for me. Like write it at the level of maybe Wole Soyinka. Use Wole Soyinka style of writing. I'm going to go test. I mean, as I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go test it because the potentials are enormous. So I don't know how a professional will be working without using that ChatGPT because it's just a cheat code for you to use. It's a cheat code.
Just say a few things about what my brother has said.
Carry on.
Although it looks so, looks very a dire situation with the introduction of ChatGPT, but however, there are still limitations to what it can do. So it's not as I would not say it's as terrible as the media has really made it out to be. And I would cite at least two examples. I know of situations in Nigeria where secondary school students have started to take advantage of ChatGPT and write essays, like my brother has rightly noted. However, at the level at which the technology is, there are still kind of limitations. Like we say in Yoruba, when boto she pencil no lo she eraser. So it uses a transformative generative algorithm, which is still basically used for generating text, and it's still under testing and under process. And thankfully, academics and intellectuals have already anticipated the this kind of use by students. Some students there was a case that happened recently that I'm privy of, where a student actually in a university wrote a term paper, and I would call it a practicum, and it was written in ChatGPT. However, it was flagged, it was caught, and then the student was penalized. So it suggests
but what Kolata was saying was that that you'll invite it to flesh it out and then you adapt it. So he did
And
not
then
that
you
because
edit it. You adapt it to your own taste.
yeah, because when Kulata was talking, I was also thinking of plagiarism and that
That's
they
the
would
thing. So
yeah.
you know, ordinarily, if you well, maybe if you if you edit it, then at the same vein, if you edit it, you still your own work itself, because you
Yeah,
are
it's your original work, but with a
so
lot of assistance.
it's
Yeah,
different
but
from when.
the quality of it is not yours though. Like
That's
Kolata
the
was
thing.
saying, yeah, he's going to experiment,
So
just flesh out something and say write it in your Wale Soyinka's language, and then he will amend a few paragraphs to personalize it. But he's not Wale Soyinka's language, so it's a form of cheat code. Yeah.
so basically, like Woman has just said, even though it's written and then it's fleshed out and then you modify it to your own taste. However, there will still be traces, and there will still be traces in the pattern that shows that this thing actually belongs to Chat GPT, and we have adversarial neural networks that can actually detect and say this writing, the pattern of this writing, that's AAN, that the pattern of this writing, it still belongs to ChatGPT, depending on the level of editing and the modification that you do. So because of this, even universities have already begun to take steps already ahead of time and they started implementing systems. I'm not talking about Turnitin now, something different from Turnitin, systems that can actually capture and identify when an essay, when a work, when a product is actually produced by chat GPT.
All right. So Kulata, this looks like the conversation for the future. This is what we'll be talking about in 12 months' time. Chat GPT or not Chat GPT. But yeah, I have that interjection, Joel, and then we move on. Yeah, come in, Joel.
Yeah, so the issue about AI is real. Where Polata is taking it to, I think, is just a lower part of the whole thing. I am talking about AI being used as a way to unemploy people, to keep people unemployed. And that is where my main problem with AI is. Now, if probably most of you do not know, they are building hospitals now that's going to run on AI. Of course, when you talk about your electric cars without a driver, right, which we see as the future, these are AI. The implication, even a supermarket right now, I think an Amazon supermarket now is being run on AI. So you just go in there, you don't see nobody. So you just go in there, pick whatever you want, and you scan and go. So my problem about the AI thing is about the way it's going to keep the world unemployed. 2-3 years ago, Elon Musk was warning about this issue about AI, and he was talking about the population. So for me, I think it's bigger than what we're talking about. Where AI is taking us to, we do not know. And for the essay thing, we still have people right now. If you want to write your essay, you call them, or they're everywhere online. They'll just write your essay for you, so those ones are still there. There are the way to, check those ones. But my own thing is the main danger it causes to humans. I don't know, but I don't see it as being so positive. Probably by that time we may
All right, thank you, Joel. You know when you were talking, Joel, it reminded me of about 3-4 years ago when they were introducing these self-service portals in supermarkets, and I was dead against it. That because for every teller machine, every checkout cashier machine that you see in a supermarket, I was counting the jobs. I said that is Margaret's job right there. That's John's job right there. But now it's so much part of the landscape that nobody even goes to the tills anymore. You just beep 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 and you're out. So we'll just adapt easily. That's what we do.
Even one man, even in surgery these days, they use AI in surgery. There are surgeries now, you just go in, they just push you in there, a robot will just operate on you and you're out. So that is a doctor's money that we just left, or the
That's,
nurses that will take care of that. So that's the thing, one man. It is bigger than just like writing an essay. Thank you.
all right, brilliant. Like I said, stop the world. I want to get off. So let me move you on to another topic, Kulata. But on my way to moving you to another topic, somebody super tasked to rebuke you. Afro Plight. It says, Nigerian English is not nonsense. It is an effort. English is not our natural language. Ask an Englishman to speak an African language, and then you will appreciate our effort. So that's you told of. Thank you, Afro Plight. So speaking of speaking truth to space, this Ekpa Zoo now, he comes in now, is revisiting old stomping grounds, and it's something that everybody has set to the space, but the space doesn't want to heed to it. So Ekpa Zoo now, maybe they'll listen to him. They certainly did not listen to Soludo. Ekpa Zoo tells Igbos to seek political freedom, unite with other ethnic groups. There is no other pathway to Nigerian power base than by alliances. It's just as simple as that, Kulata.
Well, it's the truth though, because I mean, I would love to see a day that we have an Igbo president, but honestly, the way the people from the southeast, the politicians, not the people, the politicians from the southeast, the way they're playing their game, I don't know if that will happen in our lifetime, except they change. And it's the politicians that will guide their people. But the way it is, the folks that get the traction on the southeast are mostly people that the southeasterners love. But the entire, I mean, mostly the northern block of of Nigeria that would determine whether you win an election or not, do not like. So the best we've gotten has been Peter Obi, and you can see that he had dropped dead zero in the northeast and the northwest. And there's no way you can win an election without at least coming second in at least in like half of those states, coming second or having decent numbers. You will never win a Nigerian election when you're getting 10,000 votes in one state in the northwest, 8,000 votes, 20,000 votes. You'll never be able to win an election that way. So what Ikpeazu is saying is totally correct. It means they need to form an alliance, and they need to form an alliance with the rest of the country. And don't put yourself. No man is an island. Don't victimize yourself than what you're already going through as a nature of the Nigerian experience. You should reach out. You should make friends across the Niger, across the Benue, across wherever you need to do it. And you should play more politics. Now, from the state politics, is getting better, because if you look at the southeastern states, you have two states that are APC. You have one state that is APGA. You have another state that is Labour. And I think, do you have a PDP state? I can't remember. There are 5 states in the southeast, 2 APC, 1 APGA, 1 Labour. There's one more. One PDP, Enugu. There's one PDP. So you already have that pattern of no single allegiance to one party. At least that's happening at the state level. If that can happen at the federal level, it means each of their leaders can align. They can spread the alliance so they don't lose overall. Because the pattern that they vote, if they vote in block and that block loses, then then it sucks. But if they can start splitting it and also be making alliances, then you will just be like Southwest post 1999, not because Southwest too were in the dungeons from the 60s, to 1993, because we were playing opposition politics. We were used to opposition politics. The country was ruled by the Northerners and the Southeasterners. All those Shagari time, it was Northerners, Southeasterners. So the Southeasterners needs to start doing what they used to do. Change that formula. They're changing it at the state level, but it needs to be more federal. Split votes, align here, align there, so you never lose out. No matter how much you say it's not important, It's not this. We only care about business. No, that's not the truth. If you did not care, the amount of post-mortem reaction that we're seeing after Obi's election, we won't be seeing it. So don't let anybody lie to you that it doesn't matter. It matters. Representation matters. The feeling of belonging matters. So let's not try and say because you lost. No, it doesn't matter. It matters. And what Ekpa is recommending and what Soludo is recommending is actually the way forward. So if I were from the Southeast and I'm a politician, I'm going to adopt those suggestions. It makes perfect sense.
Do you think there's just going into this space with some degree of trepidation, but do you think there's a need for a cultural realignment in the Southeast? And I'm only asking that because there seems to be like a traditional mindset loop that seems to revolve and is not breaking out. You cannot have it your way and then have it all the way. So that's essentially what we're seeing.
So
and that is what Soludo is saying, and Ekpa as well. So
no, you can't change the culture of the Southeast. No, I don't think a culture can change like that. So I don't think it's a cultural realignment. I think it's more of a strategic alignment, not cultural. Because culturally, Southeast is what Southeast is. Southwest is what Southwest is. Our culture didn't start today. It started centuries ago. So you cannot change the culture. But you can change the dynamics, the political calculations, the political gamesmanship. You can change that, but you cannot change the culture. So the culture of the Southeast is what it is, but doesn't mean you should let that culture get into your way of rational thinking. A lot of Southeast politics is highly charged and highly emotional. It needs to be less emotional and more cerebral. And these are people that have the cerebral capacity, perhaps one of the highest in the country. So it's just downplaying the emotions, shedding that emotional baggage and really being strategic. So the culture will still stay, but the strategy needs to change. The culture cannot change. The strategy is what needs to change. And it's clouded heavily by emotions right now. They need to dial the emotions down.
Woman.
Kulata.
So,
hold on. Let's hear from Adele Koko.
I think I want to disagree with Kulata that the way we have Southeast divided alongside different parties in their region is a sign of realignment, or what did you say?
Yeah, they've started to realign at the state level, is what I said, but they need to realign at the federal level.
I disagree with you. That is not a sign of realignment. It's a sign of division among them.
Why?
Because now they are divided along different party line now. So when it comes to national politics, so they will be divided. You will see the PDP man who want to go for PDP candidate. The Labour man want to go for Labour candidate. APGA want to go for APGA candidate. And so at the end of the day, they're going to end up to square one or worse than ever before. They have to come together and look at a political party that they can dominate, that can be a dominant party.
But that was what they did. That was what they had in PDP before. Where did it get them?
And they were winning. They were winning. They were part of.
They didn't get anything out of it.
No. Hold on. Obi was the cause of their failure this time. If Obi had remained in that party, it would have taken them to number 2 position in the country.
But they weren't going to pick Obi. That's the problem. They were not going to pick Obi for VP this time around.
You never know.
I know. Wike already Wike already walked Obi out.
No. Wike did not get the presidency, and Atiku even said it during his press interview that was because of the governors demanding for this, demanding for that. That scared Obi, and that was what scared Obi away to run out from the party, thinking that he could not get now number 2 position because the governors within the party were requesting for so many things. So it was big for them when they were in one party. They governed. They were part of the national politics for 16 years in that country. So if they are remain in that party, and Obi particularly remain there, maybe he would have taken them to number 2 today. So but I don't think that for them to have themselves shared among all the party, they don't have any specific party now in the East. It's going to be very tough for them to have a common front when the national politics come. I don't see them forming the form.
Why does it work for the Southwest?
Southwest is a dominantly APC.
But we still have a decent amount of PDP in the Southwest. The way Southwest play their politics nowadays is almost like they can never lose.
Wait,
Polata. Can I help you?
Yes,
APC is the dominant party in the Southwest. Even the Osun state that you are talking about.
But we still have a fair amount
please, let
of
us
PDP.
correct one impression, please.
Okay.
Polata. You when you are talking about the alignment, and you mentioned, I think about 2 days ago, we still talk about this, and maybe after one man left the show. If you look at the history, pre and post independence, the Igbos, they realigned very well, especially with the Northerners.
Yes, they did.
They did, and they were in power right from pre-independence till 2015. And that 2 days ago, we talked about it, that even when people talk about the Igbos being marginalized, it's not true.
It's not true.
They were never marginalized in that country. And when you look at, it's actually the Southwest that were actually not politically aligned. If you look at our history, we are always in one direction, pre-independence and post-independence, until demise of Awolowo in 1987. Even after the demise of Awolowo, we were still following one direction. Till 1993, when we presented Abiola, and Abiola won overwhelmingly across the country. But even post-1993, look at what happened in 1999. Obasanjo was never a Yoruba candidate. Falaye was the Yoruba candidate, and that was what it was the one that the Yoruba people voted for overwhelmingly in the Southwest. If we are talking about what we are enjoying now, we have to give credence to Tinubu. It was Tinubu that took us out of that cankerworm. And that is why we now have a Yoruba man as a president. Now, it was 2012, 2013, when APC was formed. That was when Yoruba people was taken out of one party. And that was what we are now reaping the fruit now. So it's not so the political realignment that Yoruba have now that we are saying about APC, it was actually the effort of Tinubu that we are talking about today. And then when we are talking about the many parties that we now have in the Southeast, that okay, we have ABGA, we have APC and all those things. Maybe we can say maybe it's the beginning. But when it comes to the national level, they were still voting in one direction.
That's exactly what I said.
Right from 1999, they were still voting in one direction. Even this last election, they voted. Okay, does that one reflect in the presidential election? What we observe in the governorship election in the Southeast, it did not reflect. Everybody in the Southeast voted in one direction. And look at what the statistics that Lai gave. 700,000 in the north, in the entire north. That was what Obi got. The same thing happened in the southwest. Obi got almost, even if not more than what he got in the north. He got more than 700,000 in the southwest, because in Lagos alone, he had over 500K. So what we are saying now is that still there's a lot of realignment and everything they have to do in the southeast for them to get. And the people that now, the northerners that are their friend now, they are now looking at them with one eye now. So I don't know where they want to go. The southwesterners that they're supposed to pick as friends, they are the one that they are fighting with all efforts now. So I don't know what is going to happen.
So sorry, Simba, they have to go with the Soludo narrative. That's what they have to do. They have to go with the Soludo.
They have to do that, but one man, the question is, has Peter Obi not set the Southeast back? Because I feel it set them back with this election. Even if they want to go the Soludo approach, it set them back big time.
Kulata, that's a task for Soludo, which I think, because the advantage that Soludo has is that he has national appeal. People like him. So if he's very quickly able to shut down the Peter Obi space and then seize the Southeast as his project and then bring it to the national space, which is what he's been telling us he's intending to do, I think people will warm more to Soludo's narrative because he's an alliance-based narrative. So I think Soludo can very, very quickly, even before the end of this year.
But there's no door, there's no opportunity for Soludo. The timing is not right for Soludo.
It was not even loved by his people.
In 4 years' time, the door is not open for Soludo. It goes to the north in 8 years' time. In 12 years' time, it still stays with the north. Realistically, it's in 16 years' time. And what is Soludo's age at that time? And he still needs to jump to PDP or some other party. And you still have the likes of young guys like Wike still there. So while Soludo, in theory, is the answer, the timing is not right.
All right.
Kulata, can I say something, please? Because you've been talking about the Southeast here. The issue there is this. You talked about the culture. The culture is what is going to give foundation to whatever alliances they're going to make. Now, if you come to the Southeast, we have fought a war. And that war made the culture in the Southeast to be more or less like individualistic. And after that, we also had a problem of the leaders, some of our leaders, selling out. So after being disappointed by our leaders, we decided to look at each other and see who is going to make any headway. We looked at all the states in the Southeast. The only state that have good governors, like, after the Mbadinuju era, was Anambra State and Enugu State. Unfortunately, Sullivan from Enugu State did a very good job in Enugu, but I think he has some health issues. So we did not really look at Sullivan until we now got Obi. This is the issue. Until if we are not going to present in Nigeria, because as it is for the ordinary, I'm talking about the ordinary Igbo people, the presidency is not really our issue. If we have, just like I have said on this show, if we have someone that will come in and give us the necessary things we need, you can keep the presidency.
Joel, I said exactly what you were saying. That is hollow. It's ringing very hollow.
It's not hollow, and Kulata, because the thing there is that we've had leaders that disappointed us as a people. So when you look at the people and the culture, it has to do with the way we started seeing each other. That's the reason why we said, if we're going to present anybody to Nigeria collectively, it has to be somebody that we trust. And that is why we presented Obi. If Nigeria does not want to be, I do not see any person in Southeast.
Sorry, Joe. You know that cultural realignment is really wrapped around the what you just said there. That if you are going to present somebody, it has to be somebody that you trust. But maybe that thinking needs to evolve into if we are going to present somebody, it has to be somebody that the country accepts. So it's not about just what you want, it's about what the country wants. And I think that's where the Obi narrative is.
Yeah, but one man, the thing there is this, you see, the Igbo man's, the Igbo man is not being judged on the same template with other people in the country. If an Igbo man becomes a president now, everybody will be like, oh, it's an Igbo man did this. Oh, it's this. So everything he did is going to be like looked at. So that is the reason why we are looking at it from that angle. That if we are going to present anybody to Nigeria, it has to be somebody that is competent, somebody that is not going to disappoint us. Look, one man, if we wanted to play the politics of inclusiveness, have you seen what is happening to Oju Okalo? Have you seen what is happening if, what's his name, Rochas Okorocha? Remember, people don't really understand because we forget history. Rochas Okorocha had this same support in the Southeast until he went in as a governor and blew that opportunity up. If not, what Peter Obi is enjoying right now should have been Rochas Okorocha. So understand where we are coming from. We supported the PDP, just like Kulata said. For how long? What do we get from PDP? So they just come pick up one or two people like the Ekpa and all those people, and they are just there as figureheads. But when you come to the nitty-gritty, to our wants and needs in the Southeast, it has been neglected. So after 4 years, they will not come back again with another story. So that is why we said, no, we are not following PDP this time around. And besides, PDP, for what reason? Even if they presented what's his name, a wiki, we would have managed him. Which one is going to bring up articles? It was a slap on our face. So anybody still telling us that we should have stayed with PDP, man, must be out of their mind.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Joe. Yes, all right. Let Kulata round out that space. We have your interjection, and then we'll move the conversation on to someone else. I will decide.
I've rounded up. Let other people speak. Let them interject.
All right. Come in, Eze. Have that interjection, and then we'll move the conversation on.
Yeah. Like what? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Omar.
Good
like
morning.
What
you know they sleep.
That PDP, this or PDP, that one. We would have still stayed with PDP. PDP would have still been the party for the Southeast. Do you understand? Especially for the national level. It's not saying that what was it saying that look at what they've done, that they've not really brought in the people that they've been electing have not been working. Yeah, you will not blame the party. I don't know why PDP is still working in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State. PDP is working. It is the people that we present in the Southeast, the kind of people that we elect in our own region that the ones giving the party bad name. It's not the party itself. So and this party is party that we've used to, that have helped our people to go up. You get, and what they did, if you see what the kind of politics they play there, no Igbo person steps down. We know most people are very ignorant about these things. Nobody stepped down for anybody every Igbo person that were there, and there was alliance already within other parties like APC. In the Southwest there was alliance. That was why people like Fayose could step down. Fayemi? Who else again? Those guys, those governors, even this the former Ogun State governor stepped down for Tinubu and that. They had regional alliance, but we just be ignorant so you think alliance will just, or a candidate will just fall from heaven and come and just take the ticket when there is no alliance in the region? I will just even the same thing would happen in Labour Party if in the next administration, in the next election, if they don't understand that there is something like a regional alliance, it will still happen. So let's stop deceiving ourselves here and be saying that PDP, don't call PDP for anything.
But so Ludo is trying to introduce that regional alliance.
I support Soludo in that.
They should go and study his essay. A lot embedded in it.
Of course. Even in that essay, let me not lie to you. There are atoms of selfishness in that his essay. I mean, there are some personal interest wherever in that essay, but most of them, like let me say 70% or 75% of that essay it's just the facts. It's just the facts that we need in Southeast. We would have, if yes, we know that we have bad people, but when there is a political alliance, we will be able to substitute the bad ones. We can't allow them to take that power. They will substitute the bad ones, people that they know that their antecedents are not good. Their past are not good. They will then present the good ones. Then we will stay here and be deceiving ourselves. Just look at the mess that they did in this election. That it was just at the dying minutes that people like Pius Ayam was supporting Obi. That one was one of the persons that contested in PDP. He could not even, as an elderly person in the Southeast, he could not even initiate the idea of which people are going to who should we choose in our region here, that kind of thing. They backed the person. But everybody was just there forming Jadon. In the same thing in APC, that's people like my first governor
sorry, let Solomon have the interjection, and I want to move
was
on.
Crying there. I was really embarrassed watching that convention. He was crying. Where is the equity? Where is the justice? And I just say, what is this man saying? What is this man saying that you are here crying? Are you a baby? In fact, I don't even know how these guys have been claiming to be politicians when they don't see the things, they don't see the mathematics involved, and they was there crying. So what they are saying, nobody should come here and say anything PDP or PDP that. And right now, what Babaja, I respect what Babaja always is an asset to this platform. He knows the history. Like, he's really an old man we should be listening to on this platform. See, politically, Southeast is scattered now as it stands, to be honest with you. Let nobody deceive each other here. It's scattered. There's no unity for now. But I believe that as time goes on, everything will be in order. Yes.
So, one man, can I just ask
Solomon, repeat it again. You said Southeast is what?
It's politically there's political disunity in Southeast.
Solomon, please.
This boy, they go catch you.
Solomon.
They do for you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Joe.
Solomon, and this is what I wanted to ask you real quick, right? So, for you, you've talked about what is the problem in the Southeast, and you have seen it, right?
Yeah.
Do you think these people, the politicians in the Southeast, following these politicians out there, go there speaking on behalf of the people? Why do you think there seems to be a disconnect between the political class now and the people? Because it is so easy to say align with these people. Who is leading the alliance? What is that person speaking when they get to the table? Because that has always been until Obi came out in this election. None of these political Southeast leaders could even stop how I want to make me this president. Like Tinubu commanded in APC. When he said that comment, Ebilokon, I knew what that thing means. Something to speak it out. How many of our leaders in the Southeast can come out and speak out?
Sorry, Mr. Joe, don't be angry. I'm trying to cut you short. Tinubu to have that confidence to say Emiloko, it's because of he knows what he has laid on ground, the foundation, and the kind of things he has laid on the ground for him to be able to have that confidence to make mention of Emiloko in that Enugu state there. He knows what he has done. Look at in our Southeast, and he knows that with what he has done, he can command numbers from Southwest. But look at our Southeast. Which person forget what is making Obi now? What made Obi to just get this thing he has now? He's doing that. This support he's getting now is because of to certain people his character, his personal life, and all that. That is why you see him having this. Not politically. Let's not.
Sorry. No. Hold on. Before you do that, you know something, Joel. There will not be an evolution if you want to really counter anything that is critical. You know that Solomon is from the southeast too. So if you want to counter anything that is critical of the space, then
Stop seeing anything I say as being critical. We are making
no.
we are making a statement. I am
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
one
tell
more.
you
We're
this
making a
issue.
statement because
I
there's
am not
something he
being
said
critical.
now
Stop
that
looking at anything I
I
say as
brought
being
up his
critical. I
suggestion
don't like
and
that.
how do we
I don't like that
influence
idea.
it?
You always
All
make
right.
me feel like
All right. Sorry, maybe I
I am,
misheard. Carry
yeah,
on. Yeah.
that is I'm telling you about the issue facing the Southeast. Solomon, we are
So
looking
I
at
can hear you.
Peter Obi. Wouldn't have been wrong if the Southeastern leaders said we're going to support Obi. You forget what happened in 2019. The reason why Atiku did not pick Peter Obi firsthand in this particular election, in this 2023, was because the leaders of Southeast were against him. They were against him in 2019. That same thing crept into this 2023. Why? Because they wanted someone else, someone from those cabals that we do not even trust. So that is the main problem. You have to look at the reason why the people of South is followed Obi. You have to look at the main reason. It is not because of any other thing, but because like when you look at
Hold on,
In
Joel. Sorry, go on, Najale Koko.
In 2019, nobody followed Obi. It was not known. But to pick or Atiku took that courage to pick him.
no,
Hold on
please,
now.
please.
Hold on.
No, people knew him. They were against him.
Hold on. He was nobody in the national politics. Atiku picked him before the Southeast leaders started fighting Atiku that why must you pick him? What of all the political juggernauts that we know very well in the Southeast? You understand what I'm saying? So he didn't wait for Atiku to pick candidate before he ran out. And it was just out of desperation.
No.
The same
Babaja.
desperation, hold on, the same desperation that couldn't let any one of them in the race from the Southeast to step down for each other. So let us get it right. Don't say, don't try to picture him as if.
Sorry. Yeah, Mr. Joel, let me just say something. Sorry. Like what you just said now is a big point too. Like what as like it sounds like a solution to our political problem. That is this will be space and all that. But let me be honest to you, like what Baba said now, like no who stepped down for anybody among the Southeast, even in PDP and in APC, nobody did. They all contested. They all said they will see to the end of the race, and look at what happened. So what I'm trying to say, we have to. Why would we have groups like a group like a cultural group like Ohanese? They are supposed to still be effective in this kind of scenario or in this kind of situation, just like the Arewa conservative forum, how they are effective in the north there too. So our Hanese are still going to be, they're supposed to still be part of the people. They were supposed to be the people that will still make these things, this political alignment to be in order to correspond, than not just coming out. Look at what they are just doing since this Hanese, we know it fully supported Obi, but now they are demanding certain things from Tinubu's administration. It's just that Tinubu, a president of the being the president of the president elect, or going that will be sworn in by 29th of May, he should just, as a president, he is now a father figure to to everybody in the country, to the whole regions in the country. But if for another, if not for that reason of being a father figure, I would have really want him to dealt with. Let me not talk sharp, because we have to we need to, and we need to be doing things with diplomacy. Like, we understand it's not everything that we just try to make it look like war, make it look like as it stands now. Somebody said that the Southeast has not been marginalized since, and it's true. I've watched the political space. I've gone back to make my research about the political space about the Southeast. Politically, we it's not the people, our elites, our politicians, our political yeah, they are the ones that have been causing these things, not the people. But are the people now? We need to watch properly, and we should be fair in our judgment. We should try and understand the kind of place we are. And I feel like Obi, I blame him somehow. He's coming to do one Nigeria. Look at our people that have been doing one Nigeria, from Agui Ronsi to Azikiwe, to look at what has it brought to us. We should understand that we are one Nigeria with understanding, and it's on negotiation. If Obi comes in, I want to remove quota system, and you know what the quota system is in this country. So let's try and let's not do oversabi. Let's just make the change we're supposed to make in the place that we know we can make the change. Then certain things are meant to just, yeah. Thank you, man.
All right, brilliant. Let me move the conversation on and move it in the direction of Simba. I'm aware that people have been waiting for a while. Apologies. The conversation takes on a life of its own sometimes. But let me come to you, Simba, if you're ready. Simba, are you ready?
Okay, woman.
Yeah, good to have you, Simba. So Simba, a voice that has been joining us in recent times frequently. So good to have you again, Simba. So let me take you to this space then. Actually, let me put something on the screen as I take you to this space. So now you of course heard about the Peter Obi's encounter with immigration services in the United Kingdom. And then very quickly, then I thought it was actually coming out of the obedience space, but it actually came from Daniel Bwala, who went on to publish on his social media space that the United Kingdom had apologized to Peter Obi. Pardon me, that the United Kingdom had apologized to Peter Obi, but very quickly the obedience space comes out to tell us that the United Kingdom had not apologized. But what would be the grounds for that apology when the immigration functionary was just doing his job? Something triggered and the person in question was questioned. So I'm not quite sure where an apology would be forthcoming. But now the back and forth of that interaction with the officials in the UK, we've not yet heard enough from there because a lot of things still shrouded in mystery. We don't know exactly why he was detained and why he was questioned. They're telling us something vague and ambiguous like impersonation, but that will not cut the mustard. Already, people are already starting to do skits about it. This is something that somebody mocked up. So this is a mocked up example of how that interaction would have gone. So somebody threw this out. So you can see Abike Dabiri Arewa there. You can see a UK immigration officer here, and that is Peter Obi looking for loan. But that, of course, not a genuine picture. But that space, Simba, your thoughts?
Okay, I think my own take about that space, as Kulata said earlier, I don't think we should belabor this issue because I think what we are ascribing to Peter Obi, we are seeing Obi as if he's the president of Nigeria. Obi is just like any ordinary citizen visiting UK, and anybody can be set aside to be checked. And then if there's any issue, you can be questioned. But the kind of publicity and assertion that we are giving to this, I don't think is actually very necessary. And then for somebody like Daniel Bwala to come out and say, okay, UK has apologized. On what basis would they apologize to ordinary citizens when they do these things to many people, hundreds of people every day in their immigration? So then for him to now say British government, they are just trying to give the kind of importance that actually this guy does not require. I'm very sorry to say that. And that is why you see somebody now disputing what Daniel Bwala is saying, that, okay, no, nobody has given credence, because he wanted to use that one to actually instigate or cause another problem so that the APC people will also react to that, and then changing the narrative, and then people start discussing that issue. I don't think there is any importance that we should ascribe to this interrogation that Peter Obi has with British immigration. That's my own take about it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to a different space then. Lai Mohammed has been on a Western tour, trying to sell the elections just gone to the Western world. And he's coming back to reporting that he had a successful interaction with the Western space. And what he was reporting back then is that the Western space had gone off the back of all of the noises that they were hearing, that how the election was rigged and all that. But when he presented figures, he presented the voter counts from the northeast and the voter counts from the northwest to tell them then that look, this guy got approximately 350,000 in each of these two major blocks of voting, and all of the permutations that elects a president, he did not meet a single one of the criteria. So they were then reporting back to Lai Mohammed that they were misinformed. So that space then, the propagandist sort of narrative that has subsumed the space are telling us that somebody that came third is actually the winner, to the point that Chimamanda is writing open letters to the American president. Do you think that it is a matter of necessity that this counter-insurgency that Lai Mohammed is doing globally, do you think it's a matter of necessity that it is something that needs to be done and indeed should have been done earlier? Lai Mohammed and his world tour.
Yes, I think it's actually, in fact, it's coming too late. Because you know what the Western press want to hear about the third world is actually the negative narration. And when we do anything, their only focus is to see our fault and not giving credence to whatever we have done. And if they are now hearing from the people, even the citizens of those that country, that the election was held, and they are now giving them the narrative that the election was rigged, they will believe that more than the people that are saying that the election was actually one of the fairest that we have had. So it's now necessary for us as a citizen or the leader of the country to make them realize that this election was one of the fairest that we had in the recent time, and for them to have the real narrative of what actually took place in Nigeria. Because the narrative that the Obedience are painting all over the world is that the election was rigged, and there was no basis to do that. No, there is nobody that have come out and say, okay, and this is the number of votes that we got. And even the IRF that they are talking about, yes, it was not uploaded on time, but after the thing has been uploaded, how many of the results in the IRF have been disputed? That the one that we have in our hand is actually different from the one on IRF. Because I don't even know the reason why people should believe IRF. You have the copy of these election results, and you want to believe the one on RF more than even the one that you have in your hand. I can't see any sense in that. Now you have the copies of your results, you have the one on the RF, you have not disputed that, okay, on so, this is the one that, so I don't know the basis why they are claiming that they won the election. And up to now, I've never seen anybody that convinced me. Anytime you ask them, why did you think you won the election? They will just be giving you narrative that you cannot even fathom. The thing is actually giving me sleepless nights because I don't understand. And even some people that you believe should know, you see them on news media, on media platform talking, and like the whole thing is looking like a mystery to me. So for Lai Mohammed to now, because Lai Mohammed is like a rebranding that is doing for us. Look at what happened in Kenya also. So we don't want that, because the Western world, they want to tag us as the second, like animals, and we are also presenting ourselves to them. And people, all this writing and the protests that we are now having, people in America saying that you should not, going to the British, is uncalled for. It's like you are going to your slave master to come and enslave you again. And I don't actually buy into that narrative. I think that's my own take about that.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space then. Time magazine comes out with their annual 100 most influential people in the world. Tinubu makes that list for the first time ever, only by virtue of the fact that he won an election. So now, would you now say that the international community, they are now looking to the future, haven't then concluded that an election took place in Nigeria and the process had completed? So what impact do you think this Time magazine 100 most influential list, including Tinubu included, what impact do you think it will make first on the Nigerian on the narratives going on within the Nigerian political landscape at this moment, and then globally how the world will view it. So your take on the times list.
Let me take you back, one man. If you remember what happened shortly before or immediately the election result came out, if you remember what happened that time when they are talking about the Nigerian stock, that you remember that time they said in fact
we covered this here. We covered this here. Carry on.
So it's not, and it was that you can see the effect. People, the kind of the power and the influence that Tinubu has internationally, and the kind of belief that they have in him, that they know that this guy is one of the guys that can actually make Nigeria great again, that can actually turn the economy of Nigeria around. And you will see what actually killed we will have been hearing more of this if not because of the shenanigans of the obedience. And that is why the thing stopped. But now that you can even this effect, you can see what Lai Mohammed has done, and when all these other ones, they are now, it's like a synergy, and you still hear more of all these things immediately, even shortly before the swearing, after the swearing of Bola Tinubu. And hopefully Bola Tinubu is going to deliver and move our country forward.
All right, brother. Let me take you to this space then that Kulata stylishly docked. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Ekpa, writes United Nations, announces himself as Prime Minister of Biafra government in exile, lists other ministers and office holders. So now, it looks as though the world has evolved into another new country now being birthed. So we now have a new country, and that country's name is Biafra. This is according to Simon Ekpa, who has sent his registration form to the United Nations alongside the functionaries of his government. But that in itself is juicy enough. But what is even juicier is that Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Simon Ekpa, writes to the United Nations and announces himself as the Prime Minister. So is it now, you know they have the apprenticeship thing in the Southeast. Is it now Simon Ekpa now saying that he has served his apprenticeship and now he's declaring himself the master? So if he's Prime Minister, then what role does Nnamdi Kanu get in that now new nation called Biafra?
We are laughing because I don't even know why we are actually discussing this issue. How can somebody be in an exile? Then, this Biafra of 18, to me, I didn't see it as like a real agitation for a country. Because anytime you see this Biafra thing coming up, it's only when they are actually looking for something, asking for presence in Nigeria as a country. Because whenever they have the opportunity of having representation at the federal level, you see that the whole of agitation about Biafra will disappear. So to me, they use Biafra as a tool of agitation whenever they think that they are shortchanged. And that one, I don't think it can fly. Because, okay, when you look at the Biafra of 1966, 1967 during the Civil War, is it the same Biafra that are talking about now? The map, is it the same, or is that it has changed? Who are the people that actually because if you believe that the South people will be part of the Biafra, we are joking. They will never be part of the Biafra. And so I bet some people still have this illusion that, okay, by the time they got the Biafra, the South people will join them. No. Then if somebody will not sit down in diaspora and announce himself as the prime minister of who elected him, has the country been recognized? Then is that the way they elect a prime minister? Who voted for him? A self-acclaimed prime minister? I don't think. I think the media is actually we are also contributing to the importance that we are giving to this. If it's, to me, it's just the guy is a charlatan that we should not be giving any recognition, and we should not be discussing this kind of issue. But
Yeah, but
discussing it is like,
it's good for comic relief now. It's good. It's a bit of it's like a comedy hour, sort of thing. Yeah.
so discussing it is like, that is what they want. So if we are discussing it, then that they are getting the audience and they're getting the kind of recognition that they are looking for. So I think it's not something that we should belabor ourselves with.
All right. So let me take you to more important matters then. Ekpa tells Igbos to seek political freedom, unite with other ethnic groups. So it's just a basic ritual. I think there's universality around that commentary by Ekpa that for anything to happen in Nigeria, it always happens through via an alliance or something. So now they've tried the go it alone narrative with Peter Obi. So is it now time for them to now make their way back to this advice that pretty much everybody in the country has given them, including from within? So is Ekpa only re-echoing Soludo's words, but do you think these words will be heeded, Simba?
When Soludo made this assertion, everybody was castigating him. Nobody gave him recognition. And now you can see now that some people are now joining Soludo. And I think with time, some other people will join and they will see that that is the only way they can get the relevance that they are looking for. I wanted an Igbo president in Nigeria. I want everybody to have a sense of belonging. But the way they are approaching it is actually a very wrong way. And you can see even the outcome of this election, the way they're handling it, is actually pushing them further away from achieving their purpose. And so to me, if everybody can reason to what Soludo has done, like Ipiasu, and every other person join in that direction, and they unite with every other tribe and then the region in this country, in Nigeria, I think it is achievable. But if they continue with the way they are doing it now, it's not something I can foresee in the nearest future.
All right, brilliant. And to the prophetess with the funky name, telling us then that single women in the church should not seek partnership online. Is this a condemnation to singledom for life?
Well, I'm not actually a very spiritual person. I'm a realist. So if somebody is talking about spirituality, I actually don't like going to that because if you want my view about this, is actually utter nonsense. Because if you look at the way we take spirituality in Nigeria, even look at it from the two major dominant religions, and we say we pray, we do this. It's to me, it's not working for us. Even the people that brought the religion, if you look at the history of the two religions, they brought it with force to us. It's not something that they brought friendly. I remember when they were bringing Christianity to us in Africa, it came with slavery. I remember, if you look at history, the first ship that took slaves out of Nigeria, if I tell you the name, you'll be amazed. The name given to that ship was Jesus of Lubeck. Jesus of Lubeck. What mean is a Jesus, like a Jesus ship? What is the relationship between say, okay, come and embrace this our God, and you are taking us as slave? So to me, it's religion, as the way I see it, it's just like another tool of slavery. And you can see it's working for us. People don't work in Nigeria again. People believe in spirituality more than hard work. You see now, on both sides, both Islam and Christianity, people don't only go to mosque, maybe to go and pray and go out. They organize events every day, and you see that the number of hours that people spend in religious houses is actually more than what they spend on their work. So why so we are not productive. We're not productive. And it's actually, and you see some prophet. In fact, the only way you can make quick money in Nigeria now is by being a cleric on either side. And then the people you can say anything and still go away
Those
with
are
it.
those are the two industries in Nigeria: religion and politics. Those are the two industries we have.
So, and you see that people will turn out prophecies. Before, it used to be at the beginning of the year, but now it has not become monthly. And we don't now go back and ask them that, okay, this prophecy that you made did not come to pass, but they keep on giving, and people don't even remember what they have said before, to ask them question that, are you people really mean it? Are you really all these things that you are turning out, they are not correct? And we bet you still millions of people, thousands of people still believing in all this. I think the problem is that there's because I asked this question about 2 days ago. There's a relationship between religion and poverty. And then when people are actually pushed to the world, the only thing that they think they can is actually going to spirituality and be waiting for miracle. And so that's why people like this prophetess can now be saying, and you see that some people will still believe what she's saying. So to me, it's not something that is explainable. There's a lot of things that people believe that you cannot even sway them away from it. So it's a problem. I'm not a kind of person that believe in all this spirituality.
Yeah, all right, but you know that spirituality is a sad consequence of a failed or a failing or certainly not a well-structured society. Because in most of the Western spaces, maybe America be the exception. I don't know how religious they are there, but people don't go to religion anymore. You know why they don't go to religion anymore? Because the state has insulated their life so much that they don't feel the need. You know what they go and pray for in Nigeria? They pray for jobs, they pray for health, they pray for all of those things. So in all of these Western spaces, the medical services are just to a level that you cannot imagine. And then there is a buffer level that you cannot fall below in most of these Western spaces before the state rescues you. So you won't starve to death, and you will not be homeless. So when they start to remove all of these things, and these are the things that are the exasperated African goes to religion for.
Exactly, you are right. It's just like people they see it as the last resort. Let me give you a practical example. In Saudi Arabia, when I got there, initially, the first few weeks, I used to go to the mosque. And when I got to the mosque, I found out that if you have a population of, like, let's say 40 people pray in the mosque during the prayer hour, you discover that about 95% of the people that you see, they're actually foreigners. And then we should look at the nationality. You find out that they are Indians, Bangladeshi, Nepal, Pakistani, and all those things. And I look at, okay, the people that are even indigenous, that's supposed to be more, and that this is where the Islam originated for. We don't see them in the mosque. They don't pray like the way the people from the third world country pray. So what can be responsible for that? I think it's poverty. It's poverty. They don't, the way we take the religion, even they don't take it the way we practice more of religion than the way even the originator of the religions are practicing it. It's only after the prayer you see some people, they still continue praying for another 1 hour. After salam alaikum, they are gone. And it's because they have everything, free health, free education, everything is free. And so I don't think, as you said, I agree with you. They don't have any cause to pray for common things that we pray for, like may God give us light, may God give us water, no, everything is in abundance. So to me, there's a serious link between religion and poverty.
All right. So hopefully we'll make our way out of there. But it's not, there's so many anecdotes. I don't want to overlap that space, but so many anecdotes. I know the narrative of a guy that was is always spending his time in this church for praying for a job and a better life and whatnot, and then he then got a driving job, and then so he was then meant to start at whichever day, but that day then that he was meant to start, they had an event in church. And then he did not turn up for his first day at work because he wanted to go to the event in church. So the thing that he was going to church to pray for, the prayers answered, but then the church stood in the way of that again. So we have big problems in our country, big problems. So there it is, Simba. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's very unbelievable.
All right, thank you, Simba. So let's mix it up and go to Joel of Nashville just to hear from an Obi supporter, just to vary the conversation somewhat. So Joel, you are up next. Pick it up from where Simba just left it off. The narrative of that prophetess with the funky name or power, telling her congregants that they should not seek relationship online that is ungodly. Is that something you align with, Joel?
One man, the issue, and good evening, by the way, to the one man show and the panelists and everyone listening around across the world. The issue is that I am in total support and more with the position of the last speaker. And the issue of religion has been such that I've been in this space. One man, I've been in this space. I've visited over 40 churches in Nigeria when I was in Nigeria, and nobody was taking me. It was my mom, you know. But having been through these churches, and I see their pattern, I came to the conclusion that God does not live in most of these churches that we see today. Most of these churches we see are basically ATM machines. ATM machines. And one man, what do you think? He just told you in Saudi Arabia, people that you see mostly in churches are the foreigners. Yeah, you know, because you see, because even here in the United States, who are those that you see in the churches? If you want to see more people in churches, go to the black communities. Right? So, and that is because you see, you still have people with problems and all that. People that are unable to take responsibility for their actions and they just, you know, put it on Christ. So the issue of religion is one that must be defeated, or the implications of what we do with religion in Nigeria is one that must be defeated with good governance. Good governance. 80 to 90% of people you see in Nigerian churches go for prosperity. Not safety, not God help me to think more and do this. It is just, God, can you just do a miracle for me next week? You go to the churches there. If you go, there is a period they tell you this is the, what they call it. It's not offering time. There's this period, the testimony time. Right? And when you listen to people's testimonies on what made them come out to testify, one man, you'll be baffled. You know, you see people that, you know, you go to church and you see a congregation of 5,000 people and you say, I see this person, God said I should tell you that somebody will give you 300,000 next week. One man, that is the basis of the Nigerian churches today.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Joel.
Go ahead.
But what you just said then is the real scam of the Nigerian church.
Definitely.
So let's go with that. What you said, a congregation of 5,000 people, and then the preacher is preaching, and then the Lord said, "I will say, thank you, Daddy. I can see that." 5 people are going to get employment letters before the end of the week. A congregation of 5,000 people. What are the statistical thing that somebody is not going to get employment? And then somebody will come back the following week and say, just as Daddy said, I was saying amen, and that it's the biggest scam going.
One man, now you get it. Because in a congregation of 5,000 people, right, there is no way somebody will not call somebody maybe from abroad. Like I know this Easter period, right? I on my own, I normally do like giveaways, on Easter and festive period. And this period I was just direct about it. This Easter period, it was basically obedience. Because I am one of those that believe that the obedience can build their own economy. We can build our own parallel economy away from that of Nigeria. I mean, Nigerians can patronize us, but we can build a robust economy. I see it, right? We have the numbers. But I now looked at it in such a way that someone that I gave that money, they didn't know I was going to give them money, right? So I just documented their names and I just sent them money. In their churches, I know that many people pay tithes from that money. When they go to their church, they will tell the pastor, "Oh, I was just sleeping. One of my friends just called me. I have not talked to him in a long time. He just called me and said, take 50,000 naira, or take 100,000, or even take 500,000 naira." You see, so one man, that is the issue we have in Nigeria. It is the 419. If we can get the issue of governance right, why do Nigerians go to church? They go pray to get, for instance, I'll just start from somewhere. You go, you pray for admission, right? You pray to pass jam. You pray to pass. You pray to get money to get jam, to be able to purchase the form. You now pray to pass jam. Then you now pray to get into the university. Then you now pray that your lecturer does not hate you and does not pass you. Then you now pray to get a job. Then you now pray to keep a job. Then you now pray for retirement. One man. You see, it's complicated. So our life is tailored around these things. One man, I will just cut it short with this example. There was this lady I knew, happened to be someone related to me. The daughter was about 11 years old. Then I just started my health, I was in health school then. So I called this woman, this lady, we were talking, and she told me that the daughter will just, faint, she'll be playing with her kid and she faints. And she's 11 years old. So I was like, oh, okay. Then I was just in a health school, the nursing school. So I was like, oh, well, it could be something that they have to check bleeding and all that. She said, no, they've gone to everywhere they've gone to be to. I said, oh, wow. So, and I said, so what you going to do? She said, man, and the last doctor, one man, pay attention, that the last doctor that she went to said that they've tried everything they're going to try, that it is spiritual. And one man, that is the word they use in Nigeria.
That's in Nigeria, right? That's in Nigeria.
That is Nigeria.
Yeah.
So they're going to tell you it is spiritual. When they tell you it is spiritual, what are they pushing you to? They're not telling you, they're not asking, do you know any strong man of God? That is where she now went. So when she now went to the man of God, you know what the man of God told that woman? The man of God told her that the daughter's aorta was broken. I don't know if anybody is in sciences here. If your aorta is broken, you're dead meat, like within seconds. But that is what a preacher told my auntie, and my auntie was crying. And I called her, I was there that time. I called her, she was like, "Oh, my daughter will soon die. They said the aorta is broken." I said, "Aorta?" Yeah. I said, so all this while for over 2 years now is aorta. I said, don't you know that daughter would have been dead by now? So one man, this is the issue. That's the thing. That's the thing. I even remembered a situation where my dad died. I will run it up with this one, and it's personal for me, but I think I should put it out there so that we should start thinking and knowing how these people operate. One man, this guy came to my house after my dad died and said, "Oh, mother, look at that now. Now they've gotten your son. They cannot get you because you're strong, but they are going for your first, second, and third, and fourth. That is the order which they will kill all of them." They now asked him, okay, how much is going to be the prayer? He said 400,000 naira. One man, this was in year 2000. A bottle of beer then was 30,000 naira, was 30 naira, 25 to 30 naira. In fact, if you want to drink like Golden Guinea, and 3 that time is 20 naira. A bottle of Coke there was about 7 to 10 naira. And you are charging someone that just lost the husband 300 to 400,000 to do a prayer. which you know is false ab initio. So one man, the issue of religion cannot be overemphasized. We need good governance in that country so that we can solve the issue of religion. The effect is so
Can I
bad.
interject, Joe?
Go ahead, brother.
I don't know. I tend to a little bit disagree with some of the point that a lot of people are making. And anyway, good afternoon, Abi. Good evening, everybody.
Good
It's been a
day.
while.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Our fight don't finish. You know, vex for us anymore.
verse. How I thought you said the verse before.
Why we know they see you now? Like regular every day we
Oh,
they see you
I
before.
had an accident, so that's why.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. I hope you were not injured.
Just small dislocation of the shoulder, but it's fine.
All right, Pele. But you're
Yeah.
still driving, I can hear.
Yeah, I just started working today. It wasn't like big deal. I think there's nothing wrong with having, churches and believing in God and all that stuff and going to church. Because however we say it, whatever has an advantage still has a disadvantage. And I think the advantage of going to church it outweighs or is more than the disadvantage, because there's a lot of teachings, that is actually good if you listen to the word. And also it's not about the people, or I think it's about the people, all right, because the Bible is as good as the interpreter. That is what I feel. Because that woman that was quoting "Seek ye the kingdom of God," I believe she was talking about Matthew. Um, she was interpreting it in her own way, which is the problem that Nigerian pastors, most of them are having to interpret Bible in such a way that it benefits their goals. When you talk about taxes in the Bible, they want to interpret it so that they can get money out of it. They want to interpret it in their own way, which is what is wrong with people. It's not about if God is in the church. God is actually in the heart. Whether you go to church that a pastor is corrupt or whatever, it's what you believe that works for you, and what you listen to that works for you. There's a lot of these pastors out there that they do all sorts of things, but they actually interpret the Bible really good to people that listen to them, and that helps a lot. There's churches everywhere in America. I know a lot of people that is more go to church as much as I more than I do. So I'm just saying it's more of the interpreter than the actual church. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Des. So back to you, Joel. And Joel, you are saying this religion is a consequence of bad governance, but Ikwazu now comes up with a prescription to get us out of that space, especially under the leadership of the Southeast. So what Ikwazu is saying is that necessarily alliances has to be formed with other ethnic grouping for the Southeast to have a serious thrust towards the Nigerian power base. So do you align with that? And do you see that the Southeast then has the prerequisites to follow suit?
Yes. What the Basil said was right. There is no doubt about it, one man. There must be alliances.
We're getting a lot of feedback from you, Joel.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that what Okizi Basil said was the right thing, and we need alliances. However, he that must come to the table, you must come in with your first 11. People like Okizi Basil cannot be our first 11. So when we talk about the political leaders in the Southeast as constituted, we have a dearth of leadership. We have people there, but those people are not doing anything to really, really impact our lives. they are not, yeah, they are not impacting our lives the way we should. They should impact our lives. So we cannot continue in that aspect. But the issue now, the issue, okay, the issue about EJ, the issue of how we're going to allow the Southeast to align with other regions is the right thing Peter Obi is doing. Let Peter Obi get his stuff right, right? Let us build on that. Because if you're telling us that, I'd rather stick to the APC than the PDP. Because the PDP has not shown in any way that they really care about us. So the issue there is that if you're making your alignment, who are you aligning with? Who are we? Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I think Obi is going to do is, if the Southeast, because politics is local, if we can get the Southeast under one umbrella, then we can now use that as a negotiating power. Because we have seen in this election that every number matters. It does not matter where you're from. Every number matters. Do you understand, one man? So the idea of Okezé Ibazo, even though I don't believe in him, it's right. We must be those, but we have to fix our home right. So when we fix our home very well, then we can now make those advances. We've done it in the past. So we've only been in out of power for like 8 months.
How do you think how do you think the Southeastern political space will recalibrate post Obi after all this Obi thing has come and gone? How do you think they will recalibrate?
We shall be fine, one man. Are you hearing me?
Yes, yeah, you dipped out for a moment. Carry on.
So so
we lost you again.
I don't know what is going on with my distant network. The issue is this: we are going to recalibrate. One man understand. There are atoms of envy when it comes to the president, to the man Peter Obi, amongst the political class in the Southeast. And the issue there is this: he is not doing the same way. One man, if Peter Obi did not come out this time around, all we would have been waiting was going to be the same mentality they've been telling us for the past 24 years. Oh, wait for these people to do their own. Wait for these people to be their own. The North is not going to vote for Obi. The South is not going to vote for Obi. These people is not going to vote for Igbo man. This person is not going to do for Igbo man. One man, these people who were using their mouth, the same thing the religious class were doing to us. It's what our political class were doing to us. You have a few of them go in there, instead of demanding for the things for the people, they demand positions for themselves. And in that table, if they are told, hey, you know what, I can give you Senate president, but forget about your people, forget this presidency, I give you, they take it. Or I give you minister, they take it. So what Peter Obi has come out to do right now, and which I know, I've always known that because I have friends across the divide. The problem of the average Nigerian man is not the Igbo man. The problem of the average Nigerian man is governance, and they are in need of good governance. So we shall recalibrate. The Southeast will be fine. But what we want to do is, what we are trying to do in the South is also to create good governance, because most of these things you're talking about has to do is local. The federal government might be doing what they are doing, but to get allocation, I've said it on this show before. What are we doing with our allocation? The idea of a politician go in today and comes out tomorrow with a mansion, and they are just doing those things to have, over-bloated impression about themselves, or that the people say, come and bow down to them. We cannot continue in that aspect. And not just in the Southeast, across all Nigeria. So what the Southeast is calling for is good governance. And that is why we are pitching with Obi. Where Obi tells us to go, we will go.
All right. Talking about good governance, the Time magazine have just now released their 100 most influential persons for 2023. Nigeria represented by the president-elect. So Time magazine, you are an American, so you know the potency and reach of that magazine. So how do you think this impacts on the political narratives going on in Nigeria, the Time magazine 100 most influential list?
Okay, I'm going to answer it in two this thing because I still don't believe that the elections are over. So, and the same Time magazine was the one that I think they were the one that made the Woman of the Year last year or 2 years ago a man. So the judgments of those who anchor that magazine is not what it used to be. So Time is not what it used to be before. I mean, for those that want to still believe in them, it's okay. But for someone like me, I don't care about Time and what they do. Then secondly, Tinubu is not my president. As it stands right now, Tinubu is not my president. We have to go through the courts, and when the courts certify
No,
him,
hold on. That you're looking at it the wrong way around. Tinubu is your president, and
no,
until
it's not
the
my
court,
president.
here the person that tells you who your president is INEC, and they have told you that. So until the court tells you otherwise, then he is.
No, and one man, a drug baron cannot be my president.
Oh God!
Right? until the court decide. If the court decide that a drug baron should be our president, then it's okay. If a court decide that someone that someone that became a winner via a one of the most fraudulent elections ever conducted in the worldwide. If you are trying to say that person is
leave all of that
then
now.
it is.
Hold on. We've heard all of that in all of those obedient spaces. Let's stick with our known facts and none of those if a drug dealer and a drug baron and a this that. INEC, hold on. INEC has declared the president. INEC is the person that superintends the elections in Nigeria, and they declared Tinubu as president. So he is president-elect. So until the court tells us otherwise, you may have your personal choice not to recognize him, but certainly that is what he is. So forget a drug baron and a drunk baron.
I get. No, the drug issue cannot be swept under the carpet on this show.
But it's still the president, irrespective of your drug baron, handshake and whatnot. He's still the president-elect, constitutionally.
Okay. I mean, that is to you, right? But I'm just telling you
what is factually the case. Is it not factually the case? Who is the president-elect of? Who is the president-elect of Nigeria? Who is
the one declared by INEC is Tinubu.
Well, there you are. So, who declares the president-elect? Who declares the president-elect in Nigeria?
One man. It is INEC. But when you have a compromise. Yeah, I understand, one man. We all know all these things. We all know that when you go to the court, you get judgment, right? We all know this, but we also know that these institutions, some of these institutions are corrupt, and if we have a corrupt organization, it doesn't matter where it is, whether it's in the United States or anywhere. It's a corrupt organization. So that kind of organization we cannot abide ourselves or align ourselves with the decision that came out of there. So if they go ahead and declare him,
are you going to declare mutiny? Is that what you are saying?
No, I am not.
Are you going to what are you going to do?
No, I am not going to do like Osimba just suggested in 2015 that we should run a parallel government, but I would suggest that we run a parallel economy. If that is okay, and if we want to run a parallel economy, we have the wherewithal to do so.
All right. I think Big Daddy wants to interject. Big Daddy, did you want to come in?
No.
You are muted. I thought you wanted to come in.
No.
All right. So there it is. Tinubu 100 most influential by virtue of president-elect. But it's not only Tinubu that is going to be presiding over a sovereign state. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Ekpa, writes United Nations, announces himself as Prime Minister of Biafra Govt in Exile. So it looks as though by one way or the other, we have a Southeastern president.
No, one man. He is not a Southeastern president. It's not. He has nothing to do with any. He's not any Biafra. I mean, one man. That's a joke. Come on now, that's a fucking joke. Including his principal Nnamdi Kanu. They're all jokers. And, I told you in the past that I am not in this IPOB bullshit, because at the end of the day, one man, it still goes down to what we discussed earlier, even with the churches and all that. These people are just there milking the gullible. It is not about, good governance. It's not about, the deliverables. It's about, grandstanding, personal ego and all that. So I have never been a fan of Simon Ekpa. I've never been a fan of even his boss, Nnamdi Kanu. So, as far as I'm concerned, he does not exist. He is as foolish as he can get. And I do not care about him. So one man is just this. I think probably you left the last question. You left as the last question so that it could just provide us with some comic relief. But that's nonsense.
No. This is actually the last question. So Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency are traveling around the world to present the elections as it went according to the authorities. So what he's reporting back is that the international space had somewhat bought into the narrative that they were hearing from the obedience space, but when he presented them with facts, they had to rethink. So what are you then making then of the counter-insurgency mission by Lai Mohammed?
Nothing can stand on nothing. Something cannot stand on nothing. There's no way you can put Lai Mohammed and the truth in the same sentence. And I think the world knows. The world knows that Buhari. I think even sending Lai Mohammed to go sell or do any damage control was a huge ass mistake. Who takes Buhari's government seriously? I mean, they can just relate with him, but they know what they're made up of. They should just pray that within the short period Tinubu will be in power, that he will help them to clean up their image. Buhari's government is a disaster. So sending out anybody from that government to go do any damage control, it's like pouring salt to injury. It's not going to happen, one man. The people already have, because you see, one man. The issue is this: the obedience space are the space that are on the internet. These people are young. They have shown that they cannot be compromised. These young people you are seeing, these Gen Zs, they have shown that they cannot be compromised. We can see it in what happened in the election. So they are out there countering whatever Lai Mohammed is saying out there, putting that out there. Let them just pray that within the short time Tinubu will get in there, that he will help them clean up the mess.
All right, brilliant. Well, so brilliant. Well, so do a 4-time. Let me move on from you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, me ASAP. I think it's about to hit his bed, but before he goes, let's hear his words. So me ASAP, you're up next, and pick it up then from where Joel just left off. The counter-insurgency by Lai Mohammed. He certainly felt he did a good job, and is reporting glowing reports of himself that he has realigned the international mindset regarding the just concluded elections. So propaganda versus statistics. Lai Mohammed, what says you?
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. Thank you. I really appreciate, and I greet everyone on the panel. Please, if you haven't subscribed, please kindly subscribe and like and share. What I can see to say about the minister, that's Lai Mohammed, and he's like people have said it all anyway. That is more of like a rebranding of the Nigerian just concluded election, and it even comes a little too late in some sense, because I would have expected that Lai Mohammed will do what Lai Mohammed does best, and that is come up with a way of rebranding the administration. And because if you look at it, the obedience space has actually done a lot, in terms of the legwork of going about, even up to, I think you showed us earlier, the Twitter handle, which was quite I was even almost embarrassed when I didn't realize that they had gone to the level of an international level of even trolling an innocent writer who is just doing her job, as a Time magazine writer. So that speaks to the level of influence that the obedience have. Now, the from the angle in which I look at things, people will say, okay, well, they are just they are just young children. They are Gen Z. Just forget about them. Leave them alone. Don't worry about them. But you see, the damage that they can do is very significant. I would like to borrow a saying from the good book that says, little foxes spoil the vine. So it is little things that we sometimes we overlook and say, oh, that is just that is by the way. Those are the things that actually have effect. And then there's this theory that talks about sensitivity to little changes. It says we call it the butterfly effect. That is, we say things like when a butterfly flaps his wing in Japan, it can cause a tsunami in the Gulf Coast, and that is one of the effects of one of the side effects of overlooking seemingly small situations where because now the world is we're in a global village, and you don't need to travel from Nigeria to be able to make effect. And when you see someone behind the keypad, what we call keypad, our keypad warriors, typing things that they have not been verified, they have not been fact checked, they go a long way, in painting the image of the nation. And let me say, from my own little knowledge, that the just concluded election in Nigeria, I have not seen where a foreign, observer has come out to discredit that election as terribly, or the way it is being discredited by our own brothers and sisters in the obedient space. If the election is as terrible as the way it is being portrayed by our brothers and sisters on the obedience space, I am very, very sure that the independent observers would have also given credence to what they are saying. We remember what happened during the time of our beloved President Olusegun Obasanjo, and how the 2007 election that they ran, we know for a fact. Please, you can fact check what I'm about to say. It is on record that election that was held in 2007 was I will try to be temperate with my word, was how will I say it now? Left much to be desired. Let me just put it that way, because we have even the foreign international observer who presided over the election wrote a written, a dastardly, a scathing report about that particular election. Until date, no election has been as terrible as that. So we have that on record. We have that as a benchmark. So, and I don't think that the election that was held, be that as it may, the irregularities and that, those are normal things that happen in a growing democracy. It's part of the teething problems. America itself, if we use as a reference, America, even in its own last concluded election, it had a lot of hiccups. Even that election was still contested by the outgoing president. Till date, he's still contesting. Even the last election, the last interview he granted at Mar-a-Lago, he still contested that election just a few weeks ago. So what are we saying? So what the obedience space don't really realize is this. They think that when you are dealing with international community, they think the international community don't have their own people on ground. They think they don't have their own embassies on ground. They think they don't have people that actually give them feedback about what is going on in those spaces. When our lovely writer, I don't want to mention anybody's name, was writing to President Biden, I laughed. You know why I laughed? I told people, I said that letter is as good as not writing anything. Do you expect the President of the United States, who was already congratulated, to retract his words?
One man, can we?
Yeah, come in. Rational Mind. Yeah, let's hear from you. Sorry, may I speak? I think Rational Mind wants to push you on that. Yeah.
All right, sir.
Yeah, I heard you when you were trying to compare the U.S. election with what transpired in Nigeria. I don't think it's incomparable. I don't know why you're bringing it in. I know this is the same.
I did not compare. What I said was that the U.S. election was not even without its own hiccups. I did not them on the same scale. I said that.
Yeah, well, I think I get you, but the ECOPS you're talking about, I don't even know what it is you're talking about.
Okay.
The person you're talking about was a former president who himself was even guilty of trying to influence. I mean, I don't know the evidence you want to give us to the ECOPS you're talking about. What is the ECOPS that they have mutilated result sheets?
Dead people were voting.
No, there was never dead people voting. It was never done that. In fact, anybody that was people that were caught for voters fraud were Republicans. Even the president, who was crying foul himself, was trying to influence the Secretary of State of Georgia to look for some numbers of votes for him, so that just to propel him to victory. So I don't know what you're talking about. The Rudy Giuliani you're talking about, who was using the Dominion voters machine, there's no evidence of any manipulation or any cyber attack. So I don't know what you're talking about when you say we know the narrative of Trump trying to discredit the election. There was nothing of that sort. You can't even compare it. So I wonder sometimes let me say you, because I like to use the word you. I wonder when people say, especially the Batified people, especially those with attack dogs, when they say, "Oh, American election was not perfect," like, goodness, you cannot compare two things like most of you will often say. You can't compare apples and oranges. It's incomparable. So with the ECOPS you're talking about, I'm trying to understand give me evidence of the ECOPS you're talking about.
Yeah, but you've just described a couple.
You just described ECOPS I'm talking about. You have just mentioned them, and I'm talking about.
What's the ECOP? I didn't describe any ECOP for you, my friend. I'm asking you what is the ECOP, because I'm not trying to discredit that ECOP. Whatever.
You said the Republicans tried to rig the election, that Donald Trump tried to stymie somebody to influence votes and all of this. These are all those are all hiccups.
When you say ECOP,
Mr. Rational Mind, can I respond to your question? Okay, so in my discussion, I mentioned, after I said they were hiccups, the first example I cited was Trump's own questioning of that election. That was what I was referring to, and that's the same thing you mentioned, and that's the same thing that one man also talked about. That those are the part of the hiccups I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the hiccups from the Democrats' point of view, but from the Republican point of view. Apart from the ones you mentioned, there were cases where there were people that were trying to influence votes in other Republican states, and those are the hiccups I am referring to.
Well, those are not ECOP. When you say ECOP, I will understand
you just mentioned you said aside. You used the word aside from. When you use the word aside from, it means that you are making reference to those things.
Don't interpret my word. Let me interpret my own word myself.
Anyway, that's what I mean by hiccups.
Okay, all right. Let me just allow you continue. So I to take you.
That's what I mean by hiccups.
My ASAP, please let me just say something real quick. And Rational Mind, I may have to disagree with you on this one. There was a lot of fraud in the American election, especially with the mail-in voting. We had many dead people voting on that day, and that was part of the issue Trump was talking about. That was part of the issue Trump was referring to. So you can't just say it's
Where
a
is
lie.
the evidence to all this?
There's actually evidence.
There's evidence. Rational Mind. There are evidence of dead people voting.
Where are they? You see, I don't like. One man don't like talking about American election. I mean, American politics. Sorry. I mean, this is a narrative we heard in the likes of Rudy Giuliani and the other lady. And even hold on, the other guy, the My Pillow guy, Lindell, to this very day, is still fighting, trying to disprove that election. But what is the evidence he has? He just keep babbling on Fox and talking crap on the other Max TV or whatever they call themselves. So, dude, you see, I don't want to go into this divide of Republican and I'm not for any of them. But my point is this: you cannot compare, like they say in Nigeria, you can't compare oranges and it's not incomparable. There is no equal. I'm not saying there could not be any fraud, but I've not seen any fraud proven so far. Nothing has been proven. Not even Trump, not even Giuliani.
Rational Mind. When someone uses the word hiccups and when somebody uses the word fraud, which one is more? Which one is has carried more.
Maybe you're trying to be nice with your language, but hiccups for me, I would understand it to mean maybe a little bit of fraud
But
here
you
and
just
there.
use the word fraud. They said there was no case of fraud, and I use the word hiccups. I'm just saying things that are abnormalities, things that are small, that are not that cannot be
But Nigeria is not small.
I am still referring. I'm not. The thing is, okay, yes, Nigeria's own is not small, and
that's what I'm talking about.
And that even shows that there was no place where I was making a direct to direct comparison. So there was no case for. I was not even making a case for oranges to apples. I wasn't comparing them. I was only just saying that even in a developed society like the US, there were still things that people could say that this thing. Actually, there were some things that they could point hands and say this thing wasn't the way it's supposed to be. And I wasn't making a direct comparison because it's like comparing night and day. But I'm even saying that even with the 200 years advancement that America has had, there were still complaints by people. So you can't have a perfect system. And I'm trying to tie that back to.
You are speaking in relative terms.
Yes, in relative terms. Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me move you on to another talking point. It's really just because of the pressure of time. But before I move you to that talking point, let me document. You all know where I'm going. As soon as the clock's in, Ayo registers his presence here. So that's Ayo doing the buy the coffee thing. So thank you, Ayo. Also, that place is not exclusive to Ayo, as I often say, but it looks as though Ayo has taken exclusive ownership of it. Prince Daddy comes in with a super chart. It says Kulata is a liberal mouthpiece. So there's a lot of ambiguity in that about I don't quite know what that means, but that's what it said anyway. Kulata is a liberal mouthpiece. So thank you, Prince Daddy. I thought the super chat was broken because we're not seeing any signs of it. So now that we know it's not broken, maybe we'll see more of it. But let me take you to this space then. My ASP. And by the way, before I even take you to any space, can you explain your name? Because it's somewhat curious. How did you arrive at that name, My ASP?
Actually, it's just it was just a random name because I was in a hurry to actually get online and get offline that day, but for some reason or other, I prolonged my stay even beyond my expectation. So the name actually is just as soon as possible, just ASAP. I just wanted to comment.
Oh, was that for the purposes of this platform?
It was for your platform.
You know it's a long way. It's a tortuous journey. It's a mental grind when you come here. You say, oh, why did I even go there? It just kept me waiting.
Has not been nice to me since I've gotten here.
No, rational mind is never nice to anybody. It's a grumpy old man. You know that grumpy bar humbug. That's rational mind. Yeah. So let me take you to this space then, and that was just in case rational mind. I'm sure you know that. Let me take you to this space then. The new prime minister now coming in. The latest one at the world to see. Simon Ekpa, his name is. But that's for jokes. But what is not for jokes is that he describes himself as the disciple of Nnamdi Kanu and also announces himself as the prime minister. So as he graduated from his apprenticeship and now become the master of the this space now, Simon Ekpa and his Palungo ways.
I think I would just agree with all my people that have spoken, including Joel. I would agree with Kulata and Babala, Jale Koko, and every single person that has spoken, and Simba, it's comical. It's just a joke. I would just call it like a knee-jerk reaction, a reactionary measure that just to show that I am still here, because I don't think any logical person would take that letter seriously. I mean, there's no representation in the United Nations there, so they wouldn't even take it serious, and I don't think we should even take it serious. It's just I see it, for me personally. I'm sorry, but I see it as a trying to look for our attention. That's what I would just say about that.
Attention seeking. So, are you taking this seriously, or is it attention seeking? The prophetess that is inviting that Christians should not look for partners online. What's your take on that? That sounds quite wild.
Can you please play the clip again so that I'll have more context about it?
It's the most ridiculous of things. But listen to her. But before I play the tape, the one thing that tickled me the most is her name. So her name is Prophetess CC Power. So there it is, Prophetess CC Power. So that name already tells you the sort of utterances that you hear from her, and her utterances don't disappoint the name. Listen to this.
It's simple. The formula is there. Seek ye first, not seek online dating. Seek ye first what? And what? And every other thing? Marriage, houses, babies, whatever you need. But what is the formula? God first, not online dating.
So there it is. You won't find your partner. You find your partner in the Bible, not on Tinder. What are you making of that? A lot of people got married on Tinder, or maybe she didn't get that memo.
I guess is this in the UK? If I may ask her.
I'm not sure. It's just a random clip making the rounds.
You see, one thing is she's just going to make an attempt. In reality, if you can see that they were even laughing. The congregants will not even. There's hardly any guarantee that they will take what she said. Seriously. People will be people. People will mingle. People will find a way of solving their solution. And then at the end of the day, what I can see, a lot of people have said a lot of things about church, and it's true. The current day, setup of the churches is such that we don't really emphasize on things that we should emphasize on, and religion has become, like an opium. And so it's more or less like a panacea. People will, cling to religion to try and look for a way out, or
they call it the opium, the opium of the masses. I'm not quite sure who said that thing, but
that's Karl Marx, I think.
It was Karl Marx, yeah.
So that is the way I just see it. And Nigeria is, I think, should be the most religious country in the world. So we already have that reputation, and people will definitely, anytime, like I think Mr. Simba rightly put it, and then you also said so that once we don't have, finances to solve certain things, would naturally resort to and just, go to God for prayers or alternative to solve it. But that does not take away the actual problem that is on ground. People will definitely look for ways to interact with each other, and they may not, to say it depends on where you are. I think we discussed this earlier. If you find yourself in somewhere like Nigeria, well, that is possible, because people will definitely look for partners where they associate and they have interaction. If it's the place of work, that's where they may likely find their partners. It may be, if it's church, they will likely find their partners there. But to rule out people mingling, on social media, I think that's going to be very difficult.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the Ekpa space, whose prescription for Southeastern politics is to form alliances with the other ethnic nations. So they've experimented with a go-it-alone sort of politics with Peter Obi, which has failed spectacularly. But do you think now the space will be best served if they follow this prescription by Ekpa, which mirrors what Soludo is also recommending? So politics of ethnic alliances, that is the winning politics, or is it my ASP?
Yes, sir. So I think in this regard, I've always maintained the position of Soludo. I would like to just share a few things. Like people have already echoed here in this space. The irony of it is that we have always, entertained the idea of having an Igbo president for a very long time. I know most people here too, will echo that same talking point. But what changed? What really changed was the way and manner in which the obedience space took over. It became a do or die uzobu zobu kind of agenda, and that is one of the things that made people a little bit defensive. For example, I remember quite clearly that before Obi actually came out and said he was going to run, solo, there were calls for a third force, and one of the people that was championing that third force was Showore. And so we everybody was tired of APC and tired of PDP, and we wanted a change for at least for that period. And the youths, I remember, were clamoring for that change, even in Showore. All of a sudden, around the late May 2022, if I'm correct, if memory serves me right, the saga between PDP and Obi happened, and Obi decided to go solo. And when he came out and made his declaration, declared his intention, immediately, almost immediately, the space changed. Even in the interactions, even on social media, you couldn't talk. You are always shut down. They would shut you down. They would intimidate you. Then that was where people started saying, okay, it's like this thing is no longer, there's something else attached to this thing. First of all, we were saying we were going to go with Shiwere. Secondly, then now if you see that Obi, or you are anti-Nigerian, anti-progress. And so that was what actually alienated people from that obedience space and made people all defensive. And there's no way, like people have said, Tinubu's emergence into becoming the president-elect, was actually even made possible by even Obi. Because if Obi had not, that's my own opinion. Because if Obi had not been the third opposing force there, and Obi had been in alliance with, now please, I'm not saying that is how it should have been. I'm just giving a hypothetical, so I don't want anybody to come for me. A hypothetical. I'm saying that if Obi had been in alliance with Atiku, I do not see how Tinubu would have won that election. And so you can see that Obi is, in a way, was instrumental to even the emergence of what's it called, BAT. So I feel that as a new strategy for the future, because let's look at it critically. If he emerges, if he's sworn in by May 29th, it may take the next 8 years before we start thinking about changing guards. So in that instance, I would really hope that the Southeast will reposition themselves, because there's actually been historical records about the voting pattern in Nigeria. And to be honest with you, the voting pattern that happened even in this last concluded election was not different from what we have been seeing in the past. So it will be good and it'd be wonderful if they can come together, because there's no way. Well, people may argue with this, but I don't see how anybody can emerge the president of Nigeria without having an alliance with the North. I don't think that's possible.
All right, brilliant. And very briefly, Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency journeys to the Western space. A brief commentary on that, and then we go on to Ajahn Lekoko.
All right. So well, like I said before, I think it's much needed for Lai Mohammed to take that particular move. But personally, if I were to look at it, the US has already made up its mind about the UK. The UK, I think, was among the first, as Sunak was one of the first to actually congratulate Tinubu, for the election. In the US itself, well, let's not forget, there's something we forget, which has not been mentioned on this basis. We always talk about the issue of Tinubu's drug case. And there's a way we paint it and say, okay, this Tinubu's case was as though, we paint it that we say what's like he's a drug baron. I know we are joking. I know that we know better than that was not how the case was. It was a case of the proceeds of from narcotic sales. So and even in that case, it was not even in the original case itself.
And so sorry, what's the distinction that you've just made? You are saying he's not a drug baron, and you said they took money off him from the proceeds of narcotics trade. Is that not a drug baron? What are you talking about?
So, one man, you understand. You understand what I'm trying to. But I will try to elucidate a bit. So, the original case itself, I think I forget the person that was named in the original case. I tried to look for it before now. I remember where he was the one actually.
Agbele.
Sorry.
Agbele is his name.
Agbele, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So he was the one.
No, you don't have to call everybody sir, though, because we don't encourage that. Because it gets in the way of you being able to go after somebody aggressively. But carry on, yeah.
Okay, so I think he was the one originally indicted in that case. That was 1993, I believe. And the District of Illinois, the FBI actually indicted him. It was in the process of that case that the name of Tinubu came up. And then when it came up, it was found that the proceeds from that sales was actually deposited in his account. And so I cannot say that necessarily translates to mean is a narcotic baron. I don't see how that is, because if the US had indicted him, I'm telling you, they'll not go for court settlements. They'll not go for out of court settlements. But they went for an out of court settlement because they know they could not bring him to books. It's clear on the records. And the other thing I wanted to also mention, and I think all these things, these records are very clearly available online. If the court case itself is the proceedings of the court case is also available online. And in that court case, you see where they talk about the settlement, the way he had to forfeit, I think close to about $400 and something $1,000. He had to forfeit that. So if he had to forfeit that, it means that case has been settled. It has been already settled out of court. So why are we bringing it up all the time? When the US, the people that actually matter in the case, who are the defendants of that case, don't even bring it up. Then another thing again that people may not be considering is the fact that Tinubu himself, there was a time when people were, were laying a lot of claims and saying, "Oh, did he go to school? Did he go to this, that?" The University of Chicago State University itself has already debunked all of that. Number two, they didn't stop at that. They also went as far. Do you believe that while Tinubu was reading his address, his public address speech, right after it was declared the winner, I headed to Chicago State University Wikipedia page. They had already updated it as president-elect. So it means they are following the space.
Yeah, but no, it's good cachet for their school now to say that a president emerged from their school. So of course they will. Yeah.
There's a Yoruba proverb that says, "Came for more, came for bore." How do we expect the US presidents now to begin to go after their very own? They won't. In the tradition of the US, they don't do that. So even diplomatically, if you study the body language of the US, they have not been known to do that. They've even been known to even go and protect their own. So anybody expecting that you are running to the US, writing letters to the US.
Get the chicken strips. What strips? Chicken strips. You see, that's the problem. See.
Can I continue?
No, that's Joel. Well, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. So anybody,
my brother, you were doing so well until your few last statements. We'll continue.
No. Hold on. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. You may be thinking that I'm supporting Tinubu.
I didn't say that.
No, but you are though. Are you not? All of your language support same now, so you can. They say with your full chest. If you are do it with your full chest now.
What I'm trying to tell you is this. I said from the body language of the United States, it's sure that they are not ready to go after him. Then number two, it also tells you the case itself. If somebody is not saying, okay, because of the case that I'm biased towards Tinubu, well, we have the facts on ground. We have the court proceedings. Let's look at it itself. The court proceedings said it's an out of court settlement. What is the meaning of out of court? It means it has been settled. So why are we reenacting something that has been settled? The people in question, we are not.
What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean out of court settlement? Sorry.
Yeah, let him just run. I was waiting for him to finish so I can. It's really because of the time. There's not because of
Okay, so well, I believe that there was a settlement, and I believe that there was a forfeiture that actually took place, and that's what I'm referring to. That the districts of Illinois had already presided over this judgment, and he had already forfeited they've come to a settlement. That's what I'm referring to. I don't know if there's any other thing else again apart from that. And I believe that even when this case came up again, the U.S. Embassy actually even provided this particular, and they also gave what's it called? They also gave how will I put it? They also made a statement saying that they have no pending case against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. These are facts. So, but if people are not coming after me because of that, okay, well, I think there's nothing else I can do than that. So that's just what I can say.
All right, Braden, thank you. So thank you very much. Excellent delivery by my ASP. So my ASP. So ASP, as soon as possible, we head to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Hopefully you're still there, Ajanle Koko. Okay, I think Ajanle Koko may be away from his system at the moment. So let's go to Bishop, who hopefully, I wonder if he's still driving. I don't think he has ever interacted with this space without not being behind the wheels of a car. So Bishop, are you still driving?
Well, I'm still behind the wheel of the car.
Yes.
I'm fine. You're very right there.
Yeah, so there it is. So Des and Bishop, we know you are always behind the wheel of a car. But to the conversation, Bishop, and thank you for your company. So to the conversation, pick it up then from the Ekpa recommendation to the Southeast that this is now time to embrace the nation and form relationships in order then to gain power. Would you agree with that recommendation? And how do you think the space would react to it?
Yes, well, it's a given already. Unfortunately, with a proviso. Ekpa, unfortunately, is not my model kind of a person. I was right there in Abia State when Ekpa won, and I was really, really surprised because I listened to him speak a couple of times, and I even have a friend. I used to have a friend then that was really, really supporting him, and I was asking my friend then and a few others there were. I said, is it just about somebody I'm affiliated with winning, or somebody that has a proven track record that we can point at? Unfortunately, we have not really gotten it right in the Southeast. And I would just say, looking for a difference between, I had somebody earlier on making glowing reference to Peter Obi as compared to Ekpa. I'll say the difference between them is the difference between 6 and half a dozen. That's just the truth. I mean, there's nothing that I've seen that Peter Obi has brought to the table. There was a time I took time to listen to a lot of his interviews. It did not come across to me as somebody that is exceptionally brilliant, and it shows in his governance in Anambra State, because I know Anambra State fairly, very well enough. I mean, very well enough. All the major cities in Anambra State, none of them was transformed. At least we can point at 3 major cities: Oka, Umuahia, Oka, Onitsha, and Nnewi. If you go to Nnewi today, except sorts of very beautiful individual houses, their road network is zero. It's nothing. If you go to Oka today, a little rain, you'll be shocked that is this the capital, the state capital? They had the opportunity of building Oka from the scratch because a good portion of the place were just when the state was created newly. So they had opportunity of
we have a clip of that. Let me just give you 10 seconds of it.
Those who used to dominate commerce and industry.
That's not it. I think I may have deleted it, but carry on. Yeah, we had a
so for me, yeah. Do they meet you?
Sorry, let me just start. It's just a few seconds.
Jesus.
So that's just to verify what you
that's
said.
a little bit of what you see in Anambra. So, is it time to
One man.
to build
One
network?
Yeah.
Is that Anambra or Aba?
No, that's Anambra. If we it's 30 seconds, but if you play it to the full, you hear the woman say Anambra.
Anambra. It's Anambra. There's no need. That's a Joto. So
it's the Chanja main market. It's a Chanja market,
sorry.
not
Ochanja. Thank you. Not Ochanja. So as I was saying, is it time to try and change the strategy? Yes. Unfortunately, we have so much noise as if nothing is working when the Southeast is not in the mainstream politics in Nigeria. And it's only happened a very few times. Like Simba said, we had this conversation a few days ago, and I made reference to what transpired in the 1959-1960. I mean, the alignment was between the Southeast and the North. What transpired in 1979, just 7 or 8 years after the Civil War, and that Alex Ekweme became the vice president, and the Southwest completely lost out, absolutely completely. You can go back in history. I mean, we had the vice president from the Southeast. We had the speaker, the Senate president from the Southeast, technically, in Joseph Wires. We have the speaker of the House of Representatives, Umezi Oke, from the Southeast. So Southwest was left in the cold. We did not pull the roof down, or Southwest did not pull it. They went and realigned. And the same thing repeated itself under Obasanjo, whether we want to accept it or not, because mainly Southeasterners were the more of the Southeasterners in that government. So it was jolly. Everything was okay then. In 2011, under Jonathan, we can go and check the records. There was no Southwest person from between number 1 and number 10 in the hierarchy of governance in Nigeria. They did not pull the roof down. They did not. Unfortunately, we began to play a funny kind of politics in 2015 because PDP lost out, and the place that carried it on their head mainly was the Southeast, even worse than the South, that their son lost election. It was difficult, and we started seeing a completely different narrative. That look, if we cannot have it, then let's destroy it. That all these agitations took a new dimension. The hate against the winner, the party, the tribe, the religion, and I was really scared then that the way we are going, I don't know whether we'll be able to heal from this, because there's always going to be a payback time. Whether we like it or not, these people, a time will come, even though I don't know how they manage, and there were no retaliation, there were no reprisal attacks from them, from the North, especially there. So what we're seeing is not new. It will simmer down. I pray that this hatred and the campaign of calumny and the rest does not continue beyond this. Immediately the election is over, I think we should just go back and realize. And my thinking is that, look, it doesn't matter where the president comes from. If you play your game well, you might really even get more dividends of democracy, in quote, as they used to say. Unfortunately, we've not been able to produce people that are above board, that are seriously above board in our governance, even at the subnational level. What our state governors are putting up. Are we going to make reference to Abia State governor? I pray that Soludo makes a difference. But if you know Anambra very well, you will not say Anambra has had democracy for 20 years before Soludo. I'm putting all of them together. Compared to the challenges on ground, what they are doing is just like scratching the surface, including and especially Peter Obi, that suddenly have become the Lee Kuan Yew of the modern day. So for me, it is time we build our politics not based on any particular of these sentiments. Look, let's build a politics and we support the best among us to rule us and remove sentiments of if it is not my way, then it has to be no way. That kind of politics has not gotten us anywhere and is not going to get us anywhere. So in summary, yes, is it time to start building politics across the borders? Is it time to begin to realign, to build relationship with other regions of Nigeria and begin to to push down, to push back on this narrative of we are hated, we are hated, we are hated. I think we are listening, we are dissipating too much energy on that. Am I still on board? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think one man
Okay.
is wrong.
No, sorry, I was speaking to you, but I muted myself. Thank you. Speak to us briefly on the Tinubu making the 100 most influential persons in the world. People say yet another endorsement of his presidency.
I think we are not giving enough credit to people that are still talking about. If I were to be in some of their camps, and I'm so vehement about Tinubu's presidency and election, and this came up, I think I will just bury that. I think we disrespect Time and the editorial board. Maybe we are taking them to be like Arise or AIT, to think that they will not do their due diligence very well in the person of Tinubu himself. They will have dug beyond what you can imagine because they have the reach. And if you think that they will just mention a drug baron, and celebrate him the way they have just done, I think we are just, we are not being very sincere. Apart from the fact that the facts of the election showed that he won. I'm surprised that in this our age, very enlightened minds are beginning to fight with facts. They used to say that facts are sacred, opinion is free. I don't know how to say that one. But if we want to deal with facts, and anybody that is sincere, we know that Tinubu won. And it is actually the opposition, including Kwakwanso, including the likes of Peter Obi, including the likes of Wiki, that handed the victory to APC and Tinubu. It was as simple as that. Now, but some people are still fighting and saying that it's not the president elect.
Bishop, you know what you just said? It played out in slow motion. You are saying the integrity group, Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, Atiku. Maybe not Atiku because Atiku is the traditional space.
Yeah, I'm talking
about. But what I'm suggesting is that what you have just said, it played out in slow motion. Because as soon as PDP are subdivided into now those 5 groups, everybody immediately knew that Tinubu was going to win that presidency.
Absolutely.
And the whole thing, it played out in slow motion. It didn't catch anybody off guard. So why are people acting? Yeah.
They had the opportunity. So I'm still surprised as to why very learned, respected people are still coming out to bring all manner of conspiracy theories and rigging, blah, blah. Yeah, there were challenges. I don't want to go into the space of whether there were challenges in the American election. Oh, there were. Over 40% of Americans today, especially the Republicans, still believe that. I have some videos, that some people still believe that actually Trump is the president of America today. That's how ridiculous some of them are. They believe that he's the one that is controlling everything from the back. They still believe like that today. Some believe that the election was stolen, but that there were no irregularities in the American election. Well, come on, give me a break. How many do we want to count? The overnight regulations that disenfranchised a lot of the colored people, and the situation by many people. Please don't let us go into that space. So the truth of the matter is that the election is over. It's been won and lost. Who made it happen? PDP. It was the opposition that handed the victory to the same chairman that refused to step down so that they can bring the likes of Wiki, Makinde, Ekpa, Otom, and what's his other guy's name? Ugwanyi back to the fold. Is now out of office. So what does it cost him? And they used to call this man Atiku, the unifier. How was it so difficult for them? And they come on the TV throwing jabs and the rest. When you have situations like that, all you need to do is to bring them closer. Give them what they want. In election or in politics, it is give and take. You negotiate. Okay, we'll give you. Don't worry, this is how. Even if you are not going to give you immediately, look for a middle ground. But all things just worked in favor of Tinubu. So as far as I'm concerned, the elections are over. For people to still be talking of INEC, this, that, the rig, voter suppression, blah, blah, blah. Come on. The percentage of all these things we are talking to, I'm saying will not account for 5%. So if we say we have an election that was largely 95% successful, are we saying we have not done? I mean, maybe we can still improve on some of the things, but this noise at least should go, because it keeps dividing us. It keeps dividing us. And I will go back a little bit to say something. You referenced in the last session. You made a reference to Sophocles. In Oedipus Rex, and there's something I used to always want to bring out of that play, especially the adaptation by our own what's his name now? He says we left our pots unwashed, our soup now burns. There are things. A lot of things have time. They're guided by time. If you don't do them at that time, you may never have the opportunity of remedying them again. They had the opportunity to do this at the build-up. It was the longest campaign period. It was the best of the opportunities for them to do. Yeah, there might be some little challenges here and there. So those who sold it to Peter Obi, that you can go that direction and win with that narrative, even when APC still played into their hands with the Muslim ticket, yet they did not say. So I won't blame anybody. I will blame PDP for giving that election to the APC. So, Time Magazine, Time Magazine naming it very timely, and I think that should pour some oil or some water on the I don't know how to put that one. Just pour some water to calm some frayed nerves, and let's just look for opportunity to begin to rebuild, because we've lost a lot of grants. There is so much. There is so much to be done. If Nigeria, we have to catch up. We are back in so many areas. I mean, it's just God that is just keeping us together. So if the Southeast did not get it this time around, come on, let us go and re-strategize. We'll come back some other time and we'll do better. But Time Magazine will not give Tinubu if he had fake University of Chicago certificate. Time Magazine will not give him if he did not win that election. Time Magazine will not give him if he has anything to do with drugs.
All right, brilliant. All right. Speak to us. We're still sticking with matters ridiculous. So speak to us. Then it looks as though now the world has not only a new nation but a new prime minister to conjure with. But is he going to be referenced as His Excellency? He has not told us yet. Simon Ekpa declares the birthing of a new nation and tells us that he's presiding over it. So once upon a time, a disciple, now the master of his own destiny. Simon Ekpa, your take. A brief summary on a brief reaction to that.
I'll be very generous and very magnanimous on that one, and I won't take your 2 minutes. I think everybody has spoken brilliantly well, and they put it where it actually, because it's a very high level of absurdity, or taking ridiculous absurdity to a different level. I think they've spoken well. I mean, who was that? Somebody really addressed it, and probably that person took the words out of my mouth. I think it's just one of those nonsensical nonsense. I won't want to dwell on that for a minute.
But that, we keep mocking this guy, but he's making bank off the back of this thing that he's doing. It's just the membership fee alone, it will buy you a house in one day. You know, the guy is just collecting dollars all over the place.
Let me tell you for a fact. Many years ago, when Nnamdi Kanu started his foolish ranting on this radio Biafra, I used to be in Aba and Port Harcourt. I have a project in Aba. I was living in Port Harcourt, and I used to go to Timber Market. This place they sell iron in scrap iron, Caterpillar, and the rest. So, and you see how people will gather around radio in the Timber Market in Aba in Port Harcourt. And I got to know a few persons there that were actually paying for, and they were paying 10,000 naira then for a Biafran passport. They were paying, I think some of them were paying 2,000 for what do they call this money now? Like a contribution for the actualization of Biafra. But people were paying for passports, they were paying for driver's license, they were paying for vehicle registration. And I look at educated people, I say, are you kidding me? So if it is money, they're making money at the back of that. I think you are very right in that. And I will say this. There's this movie many years ago. I'm sure you know Omar Sharif or something, and Julie Andrews.
It's one of my favorite actors.
Okay.
Omar Sharif.
Did you see Tamarind Seed?
I probably did. I saw most of his work.
Yeah, he did Tamarind Seed, and there's a quote in Tamarind Seed.
That's a classic movie. Tamarind Seed.
Thank you very much with Julie Andrews. There's something
in the 70s. Yeah.
In the 70s, yeah. There was something he told Julie Andrews at the beach. He said about gullibility. He said women are so gullible. I told you at the first that I'm paraphrasing now. I cannot remember verbatim what he said. That I told you I love you and you believe me. So he talks to the gullibility, how gullible we can be as humans sometimes. For it's Nnamdi Kanu to make people to be contributing 20,000, 30,000 in Aba, in Port Harcourt. You see these people, in Ariara market, and they are so sure that he's going to actualize Biafra. And he tells them that, look, bring so amount of money, and we are going to meet the United Nations Secretary General, or what do you call it. And I would look, and I addressed some of them. I said, really? Are you this gullible? And it's okay to be gullible in some instances, but when you are ridiculously and foolishly gullible, then we should ask ourselves some questions. And to make matters worse, some of these people are actually educated. And when I mean educated, they have degrees. So it shows the gullibility of the woman mind. So they will do anything.
Do you think that space is solely and entirely about just profiteering? I'm talking about Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. Do you because of course do you think do you think they are led by ideology or money? Those two.
There is no ideology. It's just money. They know they are not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. Look, let me say this, and I'm very mild about it. I've lived in the southeast, southeast. I lived in the southeast for over 25 years, straight, unbroken. Lived in Oka. I was living in Professor Chukwuemeka Ike's house. Who was the I'm the president of Nigeria Book Foundation then. And I moved I was in Onitsha. I was living in Omagba Phase 2. Am I still on?
You are, we're listening.
I was living in Omagba Phase 2 then. I lived in Awada and the rest, And I can tell you for free that if today there is a referendum, they say, okay, you know what? Let's have a referendum. The reasonable people, very reasonable, will rise up, because a referendum that secedes, that cuts Southeast out, will be very, how do I want to call it? Our Igbo brothers will be the biggest losers. If there's a referendum today that says, you know what, okay, let's have it. All these shenanigans, all this noise is just because some people are profiteering from it. When they say, you know what, okay, since we have been having it this way, let's have this referendum, that referendum will fail. Because if they allow you to pass, I won't say more than that. So people that are doing it now, they are profiteering. Yeah. That's just it.
Let me just ask you one final question on that space and a very brief response to it, just for the management of time. You said you've lived in that space in the Southeast. You've transacted there. You've had businesses there. So how deeply rooted is and I want, if you can respond in percentage terms, how deeply rooted is that Biafra narrative there in percentage terms in the Southeast? How deeply rooted is it?
I will cut it. I will share it into 3 categories of people. And the one that shocked me most are the informed, supposedly informed, educated, the way they believe in it. Largely, and I'm not taking anything away, most people that have caught above, some degree, some line. Some people have money, but they are not really very well informed. Most people that have caught, some people have broken out of that space. They are not there. A lot of people move out of Southeast in droves, to any other place, because the place is a little bit congested. It's choked. no land, go to Enugu. I know Enugu very well. I used to live in number 2, Upper Chime, New Haven. And that house is a 3-story building. That house, I lived there, you know, even before I went to go and do my service there. So you see that the place is, there's no space. So immediately people come up. I mean, there's one brother somewhere that wants to pick anybody that is growing up, pick them up, and the rest. So we have large.
But just for the management of time, just as a broad, you won't be held hostage to it, but just as a broad something. In percentage terms, what percentage would you say are bought into the
65%, 65%.
Wow, that's high.
Yeah, it is dangerously high. But these are the people that
and they believe it fervently. They believe it passionately.
Because that's what's been sold to them. That's the level of gullibility I was referencing earlier on. That's what's been sold to them. That people look up to people that if this person can tell me this, then I hold it as a gospel truth.
All right. So it's a big problem then. It's a big problem. But let me take you then a very brief commentary on this, if you could, Bishop. The prophetess inviting that online dating is unbiblical. Your take on that? Condemnation to singledom.
God bless Simba. I think I'll just say something on that. I did right, and I have this tip on my Twitter space. I had a conversation with some people. We had some conversation. It's been a while, around 1992, 1993. And I told them that if we cannot be religiously tolerant, I think we should all just go religiously blind. We have been enslaved now. And I remember I wrote sometime on my Twitter space, on my Twitter handle, to that I think we should give the man that wrote religion the opium of the masses of the, we should give him a Nobel Prize because that is just absolute true. And they capture it. Both religions now are being used to enslave very brilliant, productive minds, and it's a shame. Until we break on that shackle, and people believe their pastors and their leaders, their church leaders and their imam so much that they will do. I don't know how to put it. So I agree totally with what the panelists have said earlier on. At least I'm picking the words of Kolata and Simba. Their words are just they took the words out of my mouth. We have been enslaved and we need emancipation. We need somebody to help to break us loose. And these are foreign religion. I'm a believer, I'm a Christian. But I believe these are foreign religion that they have used to turn us around. And instead of being realistic, we allow some people to come and be. I mean, it's even worse than voodoo. It's better we are practicing Shogo, Oya, Obatala, and the rest than these foreign things that people have stolen our minds with. They enslaved us then. Now they are still enslaving us now with this narrative. How many people go to church in America? Just anywhere you are in America, just carry your Google and say churches for sale around me. You'll be surprised how many churches will come up for sale. So
it's not just in America; it's in Europe as well. Most of the churches they were being converted quite aggressively into apartments. To the point that the government had to step in, and all those old churches, they are now gifting it to African people, but then they put a stipulation on it that it must only be used for religious purposes. So they are being converted into loft apartments, all these churches in Europe.
But in Nigeria, the unfortunate thing is that in Nigeria, we are converting warehouses, we are converting industries to worship places. Can you see the irony? We are converting our own industries to worship places, to go and pray for work. Come on, I think.
All right. I think we lost Bishop there. So thank you, Bishop.
I'm with you. I'm hearing you.
No. You tailed off just in the middle of a sentence. I thought.
Sorry about that. I said that we are converting our own industries and warehouses. We are converting them to churches. But in this place, they are, so easy. So I just asked rhetorical questions. I don't know who really caused us. Who caused us? Who put so much? I don't know.
Voodoo or no? So there it is. Thank you, Bishop. I think we are all universal on that space. That is just but the thing is that you are mindful of being blasphemous, but then also you know what you know, and what you know is that this is not acceptable. It's just there's religion and there's 419, but the distinction between what is going on in Nigeria between religion and 419 is where the debate is. But yeah, come in, rational mind.
Because I don't know if you're going to ask me that question, but I don't know. I really want to take actually, that was what really brought me on your platform when you were talking to Simba and he was saying something. Yeah, you see, you know you and some of the few people here, or those long timers here, they know my stand on my take on religion. I'm a very religious person, but at the same time, I'm not religious. What I'm trying to say is I try to find that balance. But then let me go to what that lady said. If you have to look at it critically, well, the good book was written at a time when technology, as we know it today, never existed. So I don't think there's any way those who wrote the Bible back then could have imagined this era, this time, this period of time we're living in. But one thing I understand is that there are some principles in the scriptures that helps you to understand that it may not be the wise course, it may not be the wise thing to do. Even though maybe the angle where she was coming from maybe might be different, or might sound maybe extreme. But then you look at it very well. I don't know if you people have seen statistics out there of people who met online and how the relationship turned out. A lot of them. I know some people here who did that and how it ended. So if relationship, or like one man, we've discussed that here many times, people who could go home and go get themselves wives or husband, and a lot of those relationships ended up in disaster. How much more when you're doing a long distance dating via internet. So my point is this: I think he might have a point there, but that it is not biblical. Well, you will say it's not biblical in the sense that if it violates some principles in the Bible, not really spelled out, but that in the Bible that you say did not do internet dating. No, there's no such thing as such. But then there are some principles that I could help you understand that I don't want to go into. I don't want to sound preachy here, but then the point is that for me, I would discourage anybody. Should I say discourage? Well, if anybody seek my advice or suggestion, I will tell them not to go that route. I tell you, every 10 relationships that were formed online, at least 8 of them ended in disaster.
Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that data from?
Well, I think I've seen it sometime back, but I can't give it to you right now. But if you just Google it. Internet dating and the whatever statistics.
Because internet dating is the new normal.
It's a new normal.
Yes, I'll be surprised if at least 4, if not 5 out of 10 relationship that ends in a marriage were not started online in some form or the other.
Exactly.
Okay.
Go on,
wait, what statistics did Rational Mind quote? Because what I'm seeing here.
Okay, so what did it say?
54% says it's successful.
Well, can you go that once I find out?
But sorry, what I like to ask this.
Yeah. Go on.
And again, I'm even seeing some higher one. Pew Research has it at 62%.
Good.
So Rational Mind don't believe you.
If I have the time, I wasn't really prepared for this as such. If not, I would have.
I think we cannot divorce most of the things that are happening now with what the Bible, spoke about. The Bible said knowledge shall increase, and it's part of the knowledge increasing the advancement of the world today. It's not opposite. It is not opposite. It is just that we have taken more to the negative aspect of it. I was not actually addressing the space of marrying or using internet to know. I'm saying we have allowed people in the name of God to use the name of God to re-enslave us, to deceive us. Even though the Bible predicted it, many shall be deceived. I remember, I can say confidently, Matthew chapter 24. He said that so much so that even the very elect will be deceived. So people are being deceived very greatly, very greatly. In fact, we have modern day cults nowadays more than we have churches. And so, in the aspect of the yes,
Bishop, you see, I understand your angle you're coming from. My own angle is that I just don't want to focus on we know those people, they are all fraud. These so-called men of God and women of God. I don't even know where that even comes from. Talking about a woman leading a church or leading a congregation. I mean,
I thought the Pope had opened up that space that it was okay now.
It is not biblical. Let me use the word. But then my point is this: let's just focus on the. I think if I correct me in one man, but I think what you're inviting us to talk about was the very message of that woman. Is it really that bad? Let's just forget this message. These people talking and giving this message, because we know most of them they are all fraud. But the thing is, the message itself. Because Kulata, can you Google USCIS K1 and maybe just Google it? You will find out that maybe a lot of a lot of the K1 visas and I think marriage visas of people who formed online and how it ended. You'll be surprised that that statistic.
Yeah, but that's visa fraud now.
Hold
different.
Hold on. I'll give you that one. That's one example, and I'll give you another example. It's just
I quoted two sources, and they're pretty successful.
I understand there are different sources there, but I'm telling you, let me say I'm telling you, I'm telling you from personal experience. Apart from those things I've read, personal experience.
But now rational mind. Oh, you will what more?
No, that was why I said at the beginning that I know people here who came through that means, and a lot of them how they ended. I just don't want to go into that much. But what I'm trying to say, the message of that lady is that if you look at it very well, can you really get to know somebody through internet? Because you see, even
now rational mind. Don't you realize the algorithms, what's it called, personality profiling? There are all sorts of science behind what they put into this that actually cuts out people that don't match with you, cut them off.
Google, hold on now. It's like, okay, we can talk, but then Google.
But it's like you've not paid attention to this space at all. There's science behind it. It's not just some random hookup.
I'm not saying there's no science. Look at Tinder. Look at Bumble. Look at all those.
Tinder is for fun now. Those are.
Boy, you sure? Well, fine. It's for fun, right? But what are people looking for there, right? I mean, you're telling me all this like as if you're just trying to throw in spanner there in the wheel.
Because there's some serious dating sites online that they put some actual science into it.
I don't know. Tell me about that. I don't know. You see, my point is this. You see, either you realize it or not. My point is that I'm trying to make you understand is this: that I mean, online dating. There's a lot of complications around it. And if you now, I mean, I know people, I mean, we understand the world is getting to, people are becoming too busy these days. People just isolate themselves and because of their situation, either work or whatever, they don't have the time to really go date like traditional way of dating. But now they have to resort to the likes of Tinder. That's why I think Kulata is talking about what we see with Tinder and Bumble and the rest of them. People use it for hookup and all of that. So what the point I'm trying to say is that the woman can be, I mean, I see the message she was trying to pass around, pass to the people. It makes sense to me. It makes sense for those people who really must have heard or seen people who did that, how it turned out for them. So I might not be able to give you a reference.
Rational mind. Please let me say this. One of the biggest tragedies of the modern day is the failure of the family unit. Many people go into relationships not because they want to get married. not because they want to settle down, they just want to, be randy about it. So the number of families that are, marriages that are falling apart today, whether they are consummated inside the church, whether in the traditional home, whether it's in the mosque, whether it is in the this, it's not worse than the ones that were consummated, that were online. So that value, it's something is broken in our society. So we will not say it is because whether they meet online or offline. People that grew up in the church, they were in choir, they were in auxiliary, they were in GA, they were in royal ambassadors together, they were in boys, girls brigade. What do they call it now? Girls something. This is what they do in, yeah. You still, after 3, 4, 5 years, 10. So people still get divorced after being 20, 30 years of marriage. So what was the Malay, the thing that was plaguing the Western world then has eaten into our values now. So it is not because they met online. No, some people met traditionally, they grew up together, and yet, but the home is largely facing a very serious, how do I put it now? Threat, modern day threat now. So we cannot say it's because it's online or offline.
I mean, the dangers are more. The dangers are more with online, because if you're far apart and then you're living in different countries, just imagine that, even in different cities, and you're here and she's there. I mean, what can you tell? How do you tell if he's not cheating or he's not doing something behind? And so you see, there's a lot of difficulties with it. I think that's what the lady is trying to warn people about. You need to understand that there are a lot of that's mode or method of trying to date person. Even if in in-person relationship, one-on-one, when you see every time, it has its own difficulties. How much more when you are far apart, So I think it's just trying to tell us that what the ladies are trying to tell us is that why go through this. This I know some people have but then I've hardly seen people. I mean, not necessarily I don't know people who it worked for, but the most people that I know that went through that means, I tell you, more than seven of them. If I say 10 of them like this, more than 7 of them, they're no more. They're no longer together anymore. Maybe only 3 succeeded. Even those 3, they're still fighting with it, still grappling with it. So you see, I think for me, it is like some of us here will agree that you will not advise somebody to go home and pick a wife, which is more like a long distance dating or maybe internet. Because if eventually you met her, you come back here, she's over there, you're trying to file her papers, you know how many times, you know how long it's going to take you. You see, all those things, there's a lot of dangers in it. And you here, as a man or as a woman, how would they catch you? And then you see a quick one. And then, I mean, you see, it's a lot of things. I think that's what the lady is just warning people about, that if you know you cannot, like say Jesus said, he said, who of you wants to build a house? I will not first of all sit down and calculate it to see if you have enough. So do you have the emotional stability to be able to, like, okay, I would remain I will remain for that person. I'll wait for him or her to come so that we'll be married before I start, flying off the handle. But you see, so it's just, you need to weigh out the cost in terms of the emotional cost and other costs that it might cost you for being far apart and being away from each other. So I think for people who are really serious, who wants to be serious except you have the money to be going every day, maybe every time, maybe every once in a year. I mean, once in every 3 weeks. I don't know, whatever it is, to go and see that person. But there is a lot of dangers in it. That's just it. Yeah.
I'm not sure that. Yeah, go on.
So I think I understand the angle from which rational mind is coming from, and I understand the angle from which we all are trying to say common consensus about how we view that woman. And I don't think we are necessarily against her position. All we're just saying is that we're just trying to understand the times that we are currently in. So, and I think that's what, I noticed, Norman, if you notice, I asked you some questions about after you played the video. Like, one of the things I said was that I asked about was that do you know where the video was actually, where the place was, whether it was in the UK, whether I just wanted to know. And the reason is because sometimes context might be necessary to define some of these things. The context in which she said it is important. the environment in which she said it is important. The people to whom she said it is also important. So I will just try and because it's difficult now to ascertain where she is and who she's talking with. I will just try to just maybe give a general case scenario. Let's say she's talking in the Nigerian context within Nigeria. Then I can understand where rational mind is coming from, because in Nigeria, for example, the meeting place for Gen Zs would be within their sphere of influence. They're not they are online inclined, but their whole life is not 100% based on staying online, and there's no much boundaries like we'll find in other climes. So, but if she's talking from a Western community, a Western environment, then the application of what she's saying will become very, very tricky. For example, if she's in Europe, for example, we all know the lifestyle in Europe, in America. We know how the lifestyle is. It's more of individualized, and and people put a lot of premium on their boundaries. You can't just say you want to go and even just ordinary things that you want to that you would naturally do in Nigeria. I want to go and visit my friend. You go there. You don't. Sometimes you don't even call because you know he's already at home. You can't try that here in Europe or in the US. You have to send text messages. You have to. So there's this kind of boundaries they have set, and it is that boundary that's actually even detected or actually crystallized into some of these social media culture that they have of where they have online dating. And this thing actually goes into one of the things that one man had already said in the previous session about the issue of the incels and the rest like that. And most of these
a rational mind would not know anything about that. So it's a traditional man. It's from the village. It's from the villages.
Okay, you might be surprised, one man.
You know about all those things, MRA and all this kind of funky behavior that is going on now.
One man, where are more?
Okay, if that's the case, then I'll just go on further to you talk more
Some
about
of us don't
although
know
I feel that
what is
next
MRA?
week Tuesday, sorry.
What is MRA? I've never heard of that in my life.
Men's right advocacy.
Men's rights advocacy.
Yeah. So okay, so basically,
it's a male supremacist movement that is rebelling against feminism. Yeah.
That's like Kevin Samuels.
Yes,
exactly. But although Kevin Samuel will fall under the category of what we call the manosphere. However, Kevin Samuel himself has dissociated towards the latter end of his life. He dissociated himself from the black manosphere, and one of the reasons why he did that is because he wanted to go mainstream. Now, for memory's sake, I will just take us down memory lane for just briefly. Kevin Samuels actually is a fashion consultant. He is not a manosphere guy. He's a fashion consultant. Even by training, he's a smart guy.
Is he not a relationship consultant? I thought he described himself as a relationship.
The guy, before he got into these things, he used to talk about perfumes. That's how I knew him. Actually.
Exactly.
He used to talk about perfumes.
Exactly. So
did he not die of Magun on some talk?
Oh my God!
27-year-old.
I think I have to leave at this point.
They said that 27-year-old nurse was that not how he died?
Oh my God! One man.
You have your ears everywhere.
27-year-old nurse. Is that not what they said?
One man. Let sleeping dogs just lie.
Oh, all right. Okay. So, sorry. Carry on.
Although this discussion, why I didn't want to go into details. I was trying to make it brief when you initially called me, was because I felt that Thursday would be a better time to talk about this. But now that you raised it, let me just quickly. So he actually is. He was actually from the school of the IGMOR. That is the introspective black men of reform, who are an offshoot of self from the MGTOW movement, the men
Are you
going there.
guys making this stuff up? It sounds like Greek.
There's a different world out there, Okulata.
I'm not making it up, bro.
You'll be
Bro,
surprised.
I'm not making, bro. Check online right now.
All you know is Agbado. That's all you know.
If I can name the guys that are behind this. Okay, so for example, Igmore, the major guy behind Igmore, the main proponent, one of the main proponents, one of the first prominent guys in Igmore is BGS. He may even be listening to us as we're speaking right now. BGS he's actually from the MGTOW, and the reason why they came out of the MGTOW is because it was. I have to be careful. It was a Caucasian, centric space, and the way the US is high on anything race, colorism. Let me use it that way. So they found that even in that space, they couldn't find their needs, their peculiar to their own races addressed. It was more of meeting the needs of the European-centric, European American culture. So they had to just come up and say, okay, let's the black men also come up. And this group is actually even, being rebranded into the intellectual manosphere.
But then all of that space now, you are saying they are moving away from the Caucasian centric space. But
Yes,
now, after the demise of Kevin Samuels, just Pearly Things, a Caucasian female, she has now seized charge of the manosphere.
Okay,
do you say the white man will still? They will always have the.
Talking about
don't worry, it's a different language. But take it back to take it back to the church woman. Yeah.
So everything actually circles around Kevin Samuel. Even Just Pearly Things. Okay, Just Pearly Things, to make it short, Just Pearly Things. She's a lady. She's a Caucasian lady. She's now in the UK. She moved from the US to the UK. She's from a rich family, but she's a very smart entrepreneur. So basically, she took talking points from people like Kevin Samuel, who were actually fashion consultants, image consultants, they spoke to men. And originally, Kevin Samuel actually spoke to men to, groom them. These were men that were finding it difficult in the dating market. They were women that were finding, and this was where talking points
have you come across the term blaxploitation?
Yeah, I've come across terms like in Blackistan,
Blaxploitation is a term from the 70s, like the 70s cheesy black movies, but I think it's now took a world of its own now.
Yeah, it's just a loose term to say the exploitations of black people and all things black. So that's what Just Pearly thinks.
Just Pearly is doing.
She's just
I think this is a UK issue. One man you should be able to handle.
Is that what one man meant when you add that that topic on your? I don't think you've ever discussed it. That the Pearly lady, the Caucasian.
No, we did it just today. You missed it.
Oh, I missed it then because I've been ready to comment on that. Yeah.
So it was one of all of these things, and then please, before it will be injustice for me not to mention, one of the people who is also instrumental, which we may have for this is a comedian. He was very, very influential in the dating market, and that's where you see when Solomon was talking, some of the things he was talking about were talking points from pickup artists, PUAs, where they actually try to bring men's morale. So as men can be able to approach women, talk to women. We started having incels, people who will keep to themselves, who will be celibate. And then it became a national issue because even the crimes that were committed, they noticed that when they profiled these people were incels. These people were people that kept to themselves. They couldn't have mate. They had little.
Can we go back to the topic we're talking about? Because
let's go back to let's go back there. Go back there.
Okay, so
Rational Mind was pretending like Ojas. Don't mind him.
That's where
no, I know what he's talking about.
You know now.
So if that woman, if we're looking at that woman now, so that woman, if that woman is not talking to someone in the American context, on the European context, it will be difficult for those kind of children to relate because most of the time they are always online. And so even if she tells them That's the only way they can, they can't meet in the normal social settings that they could have met in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, up to the 90s. Things have changed.
All right. Round off your thoughts on that space, Rational Mind, and then I want to go on to Big Daddy Shebi, who has been with us all the way through, but we've not heard a word from him.
Yeah, so for me, I think we just have to in this context we just have to take the messenger. I mean the message, not the messenger. We know the messengers. There are these people, this kind of people who give these messages. We know that they are shady characters. But my point is, I will advise anybody to meet in person if it's at all possible for you. It's better you meet somebody in person. Do somebody within your range, within your city range, or within your town range, that you're doing this internet dating. No, I won't advise anybody because there's a lot of dangers in it. People lie about who they are, and I know somebody who went to see somebody. It was entirely different from the person that he saw on the profile. So you can imagine that. So when people lie,
you know what they call that? They call it catfishing.
Catfishing, yeah, that's what they call it. So I mean, it's so you just don't want to find yourself caught in that web of people pretending to be what they are not, and you're finding out after spending a lot of money. So internet dating for me, I think there's the danger. So I think that's what we should be looking at. If you can, fine, meet in person, go to bars, go to restaurants, and go to places where you can meet people, actual people. I mean, women now are getting tired too, because like Kulada was saying, Tinder, Bumble. I mean, they design those things for. I mean, who have you here? Have you heard about this guy? This Israeli guy that was on Tinder, the Tinder thief, or what do they call it? Have you ever watched that movie on Netflix? Anybody here?
I saw snippets of it. I saw snippets of it.
This was a guy who was.
It was some Arab that
I've watched it. I watched it.
Yeah. So I mean, this is actually just example, one of the few examples of the dangers we're talking about here. You know, if the guy had been a serial killer, that way he would have just done away. I mean, snuff those girls. I mean, but then look at the way he went. He went in for financial gain. You know, he was just manipulating these ladies, getting money from them, pretending to be what he's not. Playboy, jalivating from here and there, within Europe and everywhere. So you see, these are some of the dangers we're talking about. So you need to count the cost if you must want to go into that. I think that's what we should be looking at. There's so many things I want to say, but let me just say.
You still get the chance to say it.
No, you said the daddy. You said somebody's trying to. You want to.
But I want to go to Big Daddy. I don't know. Sorry, there's a curiosity as to how people come about their names. So Big Daddy Shebi, it's probably easier to guess at yours. But how did you come about that name, Big Daddy Shebi? Is that a nickname from
that's my nickname given to me by my daughter. Shebi means Shebi Otimo. Yeah.
All right, Big Daddy then. So there it is. So Big Daddy Shebi, good to have you. You've been very quiet. I wondered if you were still there. We didn't hear any interjection from you.
On and off. Yeah, on and off. I'm doing some work online. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So it's just the backdrop to your day. So that's how a lot of people interact with it. Driving, cooking, whatever. But now we have your full attention. So take that attention then. The 100 most influential persons in the world. Your favorite drug dealer from Lagos State, Bola Tinubu. So what are you then making of the time list that now seems to solidify Tinubu's mandate?
I think that must have come off the very good PR stunts by, I don't know, maybe it's Lai Mohammed. That was a very good plus on the on Tinubu's side. But apart from that, if you look at his antecedent, actually, I think it's really worth it because in the Fourth Republic, you cannot write about Nigerian politics without mentioning him. He was in the trench during the fight against military rule. And then from 2007 to 2015, he was seen as the only face of opposition. So I think he actually merits it. And then the election that brought him into power, it's a well-fought one. And I think he's actually It's a well fought one. I think he's been in the trench. He's done this and done that, and then all these baggages that he's got on him is because he's been around for a long time. And you cannot be in Nigerian politics. You cannot be relevant in Nigerian politics without incurring one or two baggages. It happened to Awolowo when he was campaigning in 1979. He had his baggages as well. When he went to campaign in the East, they said he committed genocide. So if you are relevant in Nigerian politics, incurring baggages is inevitable. I think given the Time magazine, I think it's really he merits it for his role for the role that he has played in the Fourth Republic.
All right, brilliant. So you were alluding then that this Time magazine endorsement is one of the bounties of Lai Mohammed's counter-insurgency in the Western Hemisphere. So now this. So this Lai Mohammed counter-insurgency, because that's really how to say it. Do you think it has been successful one? And I think you are suggesting that it has been. But then do you think that it should have started earlier? And do you even think it's the right strategy? Because a lot of people were of the opinion that they should just ignore the noise from the propaganda space and just carry on as they were. So Lai Mohammed and his counter-insurgency, is this something that should have happened, and should it have happened earlier?
I think it's the, if you look at the build-up towards this election, I think the body language of his paymaster, which is Buhari, did not actually give him the impetus to go out. Now Buhari is going out, and he needs to defend his country, and that's what actually prompted him to act. But it's a bit too late, but it's not too late because it's writing the narrative now, because the narrative on the incumbent government and the government and the successive one, which is going to be, it's not really positive. So we need someone to go out there to give us a positive narrative. He's doing that perfectly. He's doing that perfectly, but he's doing that perfectly, but still, there still needs a lot of media work to be done to launder our image outside the country. If you look at the obedience space is attacking very crucial institution in Nigeria. The Nigerian judiciary is being put into disrepute. The electioneering body, INEC, is being put into disrepute. These areas need to be fought with, and Lai Mohammed is doing just that.
Just from the language that we're getting from the obedience space, is the language and the behavior itself that we're seeing from that space, is it telling us that these people, disappointingly, they are not ready for governance? Because we are asking for a new generation and new faces to come into the political space. So now that a younger generation and new faces are coming into the political space, the sort of politicking that they seem to be bringing, it serves no purpose. So is it a disappointment somewhat for the handover to generation that should come to occupy space, that they are of the ilk that we're seeing from the obedience space?
In all fairness to the obedience space, this an election that is fought with a lot of emotions, and they gave all, but their best is not just enough. I remember I grew up born in the mid-70s, grew up in the early 80s, like the 80s. Yeah, I remember that time that my home, we are pure Awoists in my home, and then every day, my grandfather come from Ijebu to Lagos to see us. He's always whining, complaining about Shagari. You know, I somehow imagine how they are feeling now at the moment. Those people that have actually invested money, emotions in the just concluded election. I think it's actually taking its toll on them. They find it very hard to believe. It's like Nigeria losing out to Italy in the second round of the 1994 World Cup. And we're hearing a lot of rumors like, oh, that match is they've cancelled that match. They need to like replay it. Those are the aftermath or after effect of losing something that you so much worked hard for.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Take us to the so now take us to the Simon Ekpa space, who has now declared himself a prime minister. I think that still falls under the cusp of freedom of speech. So he declares himself a prime minister, and then with a list of functionaries sent in an application letter to the United Nations to register his nation, Biafra Nation. So it looks as though after 60 years, Biafra Nation here at last.
I laugh in Swahili whenever I hear the word IPOB and stuff like that, because it's not really hard enough. It's not really hard enough because as enlightened, as egalitarian as my Eastern brothers are, they are just too much for a person like Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa to be dictating for them. If Biafra, if the Southeasterners want out of Nigeria today, they can do it with ease, because Southern Sudan does not even have half of the resources, natural or human, that my Southeastern brothers had. When they got their independence from Sudan. If they want to do it, they can do it. They have MPs in the UK. They have legislators in America that can do it. They can speak to the power that be. They can do it. They can force a referendum to do it. But what I think is that they need Nigeria more than Nigeria need them, because they are very, very industrious. They need that big market. Southeastern spheres is just too small for them. I think all the noises we are hearing from IPOB or ASN, they're just it's just noise, you know.
All right, brilliant. So to the funky preacher with the psychedelic name Prophetess CCO Power. So she now comes with the recommendation that it is unbiblical to date online. Your take, modernity conflicting with tradition.
I think our video, like if you look at proper Nigerian church setting, one thing is that they may be using someone to like preach. At times there may be a brother in that church that is eyeing a girl in that church, and then the woman is just like passing a message that you don't need to look far. What you are looking for, Shokoto, is within your Shokoto. Something like that. Maybe I can look at that from that context. But I will not blame that woman. It may be you need to like put everything into context. I will not. But one thing in terms of religiosity, in terms of when we talk about my others callers, they've talked about religion and stuff like that. One thing Africans have failed to realize is that we tend not to differentiate between religiosity and spirituality. We need to know the difference, because we just like for you to be seen as someone in the society, you must belong to either Islam or Christians. But the other, you can attain spirituality without actually going through that medium. You can call on different medium. You can call on Christ. If you're a Muslim, if you're a Christian, you can call on. But the main thing is that we should have this conscience that will tell us to do the right thing at the right time. We don't need to be taught by we don't need to be taught by a man on the pulpit or an imam. We just need to like do the right thing at the right time. A lot of people in the West are becoming less religious, but they still have that spiritual maturity. By default, they do what is right. They do what is right. I've worked with a number of companies in this country. They pay me as at when due, and these people are not religious, but they know what they know. They know majority of them. I don't want to like use to stereotype, like group them. Majority of them may not be like religious, but they do the right thing by default. And that is the spirituality that we Africans should tend to strive to attain. That's my take on it.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the Ekpa space and his recommendations to the Southeast to politic via alliance rather than Nzobu.
I think I listened to the earlier callers, Kolata. They have the view they've written my Southeastern brothers off entirely, but there's still hope for them in 2027, based on two factors. One, the first factor is if Tinubu performs badly, and the second factor is how Obi will work on galvanizing his base. What's it called, the labor base, and form an alliance with the North. But that will be limited by his actions and inactions at the present. Because the more it's pushing for this petition, the more it's actually putting off toxic toxins in the environment, the more it's actually alienating himself from the rest of Nigeria. So I think he needs to do is, to me, the winner of the last election is Obi. I never expected him to have more than 3 million votes, but he made a very, very big inroad. It's dominated the East, 88%. South. He won emphatically in Edo and Delta, and they had a very good. He won 2 states in the South, in the Middle Belt. He won 2 states. All he just needs to do is what Tinubu did prior to 2015, building his base, reaching out. He can do it. That's one pathway. He can do it in 2020.
You keep saying he can do it. It doesn't have. Does it have the accoutrement? Does it have the necessary wherewithal? Does it have? The fact that Tinubu did it is not. It's not then that it's available for everybody and anybody can do it. Do you think he has it within him to build in that manner?
I think it comes across. I don't think he has the ability to do that, because the kind of narrative is painting as his ultra progressive approach. And if you want to be a leader that is acceptable across Nigeria, especially if you're coming from the Southeast and the Southwest, you need to add a bit of conservativeness on it. Awolowo was too progressive for Nigeria. That's why he did not become Nigerian president. So we need, according to the famous, you need to mingle with the conservative in order to become Nigerian president. And I don't see Obi doing that now, because the kind of movement he has created is ultra progressive, and those people will not want him to lay in bed with the ultra conservative wing.
Big Daddy, can I interject?
Yeah.
See, this story of Obi being the winner of 2023 presidential elections, I think is more false positive than reality. Don't you think that Obi is just an opportunist? We have some agitated youth. We have some people that believe things must be changed. And these people just desperately needed someone to occupy the space for them as a front runner. And Obi just find his way into that place. And now, do you think it was actually because of Obi's efforts, or just because he just managed to get himself in a void space where people were desperately in need of a figurehead to push forward?
You can say the same thing about Mandela. Mandela wasn't the best.
No. That would be an insult to Mandela. Look at this situation.
But time.
Mandela fought. Mandela fought.
Yeah.
He was even imprisoned for the same cause. What he was pushing for eventually materialized after about 3 to 4 decades. Obi, on the other hand, never fought for anything. He was even part of anti-democratic setup in Nigeria, in quotes, because he worked for one of the worst dictator in Nigeria, which was Abacha. And the person that contested against Obi as we speak was even in exile because of his then daddy was even the one chasing everyone outside the country. Now, the same will be now the democracy you work against indirectly by serving a dictator now provided an avenue through agitation. I just kill into that. It's not as if you work to build that space. Now, when we say it's a winner, I'm trying to struggle with this word a winner or as an opportunist.
Yeah, just like so, I mean, I work with numbers. I'm a person of number. I consider him as a winner in terms of his gain. He joined the party. He joined the movement 8 months, and within 8 months, was able to garner 6 million votes. That is unprecedented in Nigerian history. That's unprecedented. To me, he's a winner. It may not be. To me,
the agitator and NSAS use were trying to be the winners, not Obi.
Yeah, but it might be a fluke, but everything worked well for him. The NSAS movement, the poor performance of APC-led government, everything just worked well for him. That's why I was able to amass it.
Who among these politicians are not opportunists?
Everyone is an opportunist. You make use of the opportunity.
Wait. When you are saying who among the politicians are not opportunists, we need to define it very well. Now, if you want to become a medical doctor, you went to school to study medicine and surgery, and that means that you've already prepared that this is what you want to become. You know exactly where you are going to. Not just all of a sudden you jump across that place and fix yourself in, right? So look at this. We have the likes of Atiku and the like of Tinubu that they've been tried for a very long time. The only thing, the approach is different. Now, even among them, one of them dared a military man. You know what it means for you to dare Abacha? It's like you already bet your life. That's exactly what it meant. And you fought through, even for him to even get the nomination. He fought through because some people never wanted him to become the president-elect. Not only that, towards that election, he fought again when they were trying to restrict his cash flow because they believed that, okay, this guy was going to buy. He fought throughout. That's someone that already had his own plan and worked thoroughly.
In all fairness to Obi, what he went through in the last 8 months wasn't easy. I got to a point that I could not actually secure a ticket.
No, what became
a political prostitute within. Sorry, you choice to use that word.
What Obi went through was just a sentiment, the combination of
sentiments, yeah,
and ethnic sentiment. Ethnic agitation. That was what went through. Obi didn't do anything special to market to buy people.
But I found him out because when he did one TikTok show, was in 2000 and before 2019. That actually brought him into limelight, and I was expecting more of that talk from him. But the more he talks, the more I found him out because I think it's shallow.
Can we just get out from this, Obi? I don't know why we always one man. Can you talk? I'm tired of this because a lot of people need to talk.
We just have to modify this narrative. We just have to modify this narrative.
We just landed in Obi, and we're going to be here forever. We don't need it, please.
Wait, you can't just. We have to kill this idea of Obi was a winner.
What are you? You're not killing the idea, my brother.
I didn't say
you're not killing the idea.
But he made the most gain. He made the most gain.
What gain did he make? What gain did he make?
6 million votes. 6 million votes.
So what's that 6 million?
Is the reality now? Is the reality? Can we move on? I don't know.
Temple of the truth. You can't silence my voice. I've not.
No, I'm tired. I've been here forever. I'm waiting to speak.
Yeah,
I've been here for 5-6 hours. I've not spoken, so I need to speak before I go to bed.
Waiting to speak doesn't mean that you should silence my voice, but I'm just telling you that You say you made 6 million votes. I'm telling you what are the reasons behind those 6 million votes. Now, these 6 million votes you are saying, anybody from
8.9 million
anybody
votes.
from Southeast or
There will
even
be reasons
South
why it made
will have
why it
gained
made
the
it
same
8.
thing.
There will be reasons for everything that happened in this world, except it is metaphysical.
See, my brother.
There are reasons, a religious factor, ethnic factors, and and there's a good PR job. They did a good PR job on him. They handled the social media
That's
space
abnormal
properly.
situation. That's an abnormal situation.
It's not abnormal. It's politics. That's human behavior. That's human behavior. They must ride on one sentiment, and then a good politician will capitalize. I think is the one that actually galvanized his base. He made use of the little opportunity he had in this election. He maximized it to the fullest.
See, the winner of this election, you understand, is Tinubu. You may not like him. I
don't know.
It's not about formally.
I'm a Tinubu person.
Wait,
I'm a Tinubu person.
This guy waited a long. He wanted to call in 2007. He discovered that it was not viable. He wanted to come 2015. He discovered that it was not viable. He waited patiently and even made decision that was not even in good time with people by making the same faith ticket in such a way that in such a way that if you are not done that, we'll be talking of article today. And the like of Obi just made it possible for Tinubu to win. So that's why he's the winner. He worked for it, and his evil opponents even work in his favor. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So that was why I asked him. That was why I asked him, who among them is not an opportunist? So you which means essentially you're saying that you're buying into what he said when he said at Abeokuta that local. You buy into
no, rational mind.
That's what you're saying.
Opportunist. Everybody prepare for opportunity. You understand?
Don't give me that. Everybody. I understand the angle you are coming from, but the thing is this: that every politician is an opportunist. You said it's 2007 wants to come out, 2011 wants to come out. He waited for the right time, right? And then the right time.
Yeah, but he was working at the same time. He was installing candidates. He was putting structure in place.
Everybody has their own journey in life. I want you to understand that. Some people are early starters, some people are late starters.
See, there are some opportunity that come that you work for. No, baby,
I understand you're saying. I understand you're overflogging it in the sense that you're making it sound like
we can name the number of governors, the number of senators, and those people that Tinubu installed or helped to gain power along his way that will fight for him in the future. When you talk of Obi, you can't find the same thing. If there was no answers or there's no Biafra agitation on a playing ground without all those efforts, probably Obi will just be a little better than Showore.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Ethnic.
It will surpass Showore.
My brother, can you?
I'm not saying we will not surpass.
I
say the difference will not be too much. I'm not saying we will not surpass.
You're just making an unnecessary something. We are just talking something that hasn't happened and that will never happen out of assumption. We are talking about what's on ground. And you're talking about assumption. We don't need that here. Please, one man. Can we move on?
What's on
ground? It's okay.
I'm tired of it.
What's on ground? You are saying it's on ground just because of your belief. And I'm saying my belief, and you are saying something is on ground. How did you arrive at that?
I'm not saying Obi won the election. I'm just saying it's just a
no. In time of gain, I got what you are saying. Time of gain. Yeah. Now the gain you are talking about, this is the way I see it from my hypothesis. If you cannot carry the gain beyond what we have now, it's not gain. That's why I say it was a false positive.
But the gains. So if you look at Tinubu's journey as well, starting from 2007, it started with ACN. He made gains with 5 states, though he did not campaign, but he was actually building his resume in preparation for 2023. I think that was the same thing Obi is doing now, but Obi is going it the wrong way by focusing too much on this election. He should be preparing for 2027 now. If Tinubu performs badly, then people can fall back to labor.
See,
That's
what I'm saying is this. Well, Tinubu's situation was more scientific than Obi.
Accepted.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to become an IT person, you took IT courses, and you position yourself for any opportunity that will surface. It's different from, urgently we need an IT person. Okay, I don't have an experience, I can take you to become. That's a free opportunity. It comes out once in a while that someone that was ready. Tinubu, by putting government in position, by putting honorable position, by sponsoring candidates, it shows that
you need to understand that. Hold on. You need to understand one thing, Ola, that everybody has their way and style of actualizing their opportunities, creating their own opportunity, like you said. If Tinubu's own is to wait that long, and you said the whole narrative you just gave us, he made this person 2019, 2011, it's everybody has their own way. If you would hold on. If it would take you 20 miles to get from Lagos to say to Ajabode, and for me, I can shorten the journey by just going through some other shorter route and getting there in within 10 miles. Why not? Why must you have to frame my own journey as meaning as I'm not achieving anything because you went 20 years or 20 miles to get something and I went through the shorter route? So for me, I just wanted to look at it that it's all about opportunity for everybody. If you see the opportunity, you jump on it. If Tinubu has to wait, it's because of the things that played out, and eventually he was able to contest this past election. So then let's not find a certain thing we should not even find fault with, because it makes it's just so clear for us to understand that everybody has their own journey. Some people are early starters, some people are late starters. So that does not mean that anybody who realize their dreams in any however shorter time it takes them means that they weren't really prepared or they didn't do their work. It's just that everybody takes advantage of whatever opportunity that comes their way at any time.
So if Obi has someone like Kwakwazo in the north, it's not going to be a walk in the park for Tinubu in 2027. If he has someone powerful in the north as a running mate, if he can make inroad into the north, it's not going to be a walk in the park for APC. And that's why I'm like, if I were to be in Obi's shoe, it should stop chasing shadows, because it's not going to win.
Why would you say it's chasing shadows?
That somebody's win election. He cannot win an election. He cannot win the case. He cannot win the case.
Is that what?
He cannot win
Says who?
Says you can win it.
Okay, well, let's see now. You're not a judge.
Rational mind. Have you read the petition? You know, Ogbeni and Enigmatic, they made that thing. Virtually everything.
Because Ogbeni and everything, are they the judge? What are you talking about, dude?
No, virtually everything that Enigmatic and Ogbeni talk.
Okay.
Funded that. Now, I think the first case now was already determined now. I know I read the first representation by Wally Olanipekwa and the other son. And the way it is going, out of the 3 grants presented, only grant 1 and grant 3, I think they are good as dead. But grant 2 may be where they may have to iron some things out. Even that grant 2 will not be solid enough, because they've already tagged something called abuse of the judicial process. In the sense that, okay, you were specific in 2 states. Another state, Ekiti, you were not specific. You know, you said, okay, figure. What figure did you win in all those other states? You cannot aggregate. But we were able to mention 2 states that you could say something, but all of a sudden, the remaining 2, they were vague. So the way they are presenting it, the way they are presenting the situation, I don't see
Are you part of the legal team of Obi that has the facts that they have? Do you know what they have?
No. Some of the facts you have, you presented the one you were comfortable with, and other states, you just say, okay, you just speculate that that irregularity there. What are the specificity? Is what the lawyers are saying now. If we're able to be
so they can give you specificity, and you can go and push them in front of the judges, right? Do you think everybody would bring out their weapon out there?
So why did they bring that of Lagos and
well, you don't know their strategy. Let's just see how it's going to play out in front of the judges.
No. See, I'm saying my own based on what 2 lawyers here already told us in the past, and even before starting the case, I will now see that exactly what it's talk are now playing out. It simply means that those 2 guys, Enigmatic and Ogbeni, they are credible people. So it's the same way it's playing out. So to me, I think it's all about, like lawyer must shop now. All those legal
But
firms, they must make
if we
money. They will just shop
sorry,
for money from this. That's the way I see it.
All right, round out that space, Big Daddy, and then let's go to Des, who says he has been here for 6 hours, even though we have only been
so
going
if
for
I just
5.
want so I just
We've
want
been
if
going
you
for 5 hours, but he has been here for 6 hours.
I said five.
I admire your dedication.
sorry, Des. Yeah, if you
Sorry, carry
itemize
on.
those prayers, well, if you itemize them, the first one is the 25% in Abuja. That one, if you use Section 229 of the Nigerian Constitution, that one annuls that one ASAP. If you look at the nomination of Shatima, that one is contestable, but we can cite reference to that. It's somewhere they've done it within Nigerian context. That one is annulled. The third one is the drug fiasco. That one is, to me, is watery at best. That one can be challenged. Then the ones that can actually pose problem for Tinubu is giving forensic evidence. They should be able to prove that they've got polling agents in all the polling units across which is like 134,000. If they can get what the EC38E, I don't know the name verbatim, is EC38A form, that will be with all the polling agents, and they can correlate that with IREV, and they can see some discrepancies there. Those ones are empirical evidence. That's what they need, and I don't think Labour has that at the moment, because of all the polling units in the country, we have like 130, slightly over 130,000 polling. Labour did not have 41,000 polling agents. So how are they going to defend that? They need hard copy evidence, forensic evidence, empirical evidence to substantiate their claims. In the absence of that, there's no way for them.
All right, brother, well put by Big Daddy. So another big star name to conjure with. Just a glut of big star names have now just emerged onto the platform. Bishop Simba, Fatai not so new, and now Big Daddy Shebi. So the place continues to evolve, and the quality of the conversation continues to be enhanced. Certainly to the delight of Augustine Akigbe, who super chats to let us know that he's the #1 fan of the platform. So thank you, Augustine. Is that not? It wasn't a super chat, a super sticker. So thank you, Augustine. But I'm sure a lot of people will contend that you may not be the #1 fan, but certainly you're in the base. But if you got your way in there, you're the #1 fan. So thank you, Augustine, for that. As we move the conversation on then to Desmond, who will tell us that he's a highly intelligent man. So brace yourself and tune in your brain as we hear from Desmond. So Desmond, the top 100 most influential persons in the world, your president-elect. Hoorah, I suppose you said when you heard that news.
Yeah, once again, I bid you all welcome to the Temple of Truth. A lot of lies have been told today, and I'm here to debunk a lot of them.
Is that one man show or your name?
Yeah. It's me now. I'm the Temple of Truth itself. But anyway, one man. No doubt, Tinubu is very influential. There's no doubt about it. But I think it's more like relative, right? What is he influential of? As in, is he a bad influence? We all know where Tinubu is heading if we are talking about whether someone is, positive or negatively influential. Tinubu, we all know where his category lies. So yeah, no doubt he's very influential. I give him that. Yeah, he might even be in top 10, even #1. If you're talking about influential people in Nigeria, but we know the kind of influence Tinubu can give us. So that's that for that one man. I'm going to skip, run through all your topics. Can you hear
No,
me?
yeah, no, we can carry on. You have the floor.
Oh, okay. So
Or
yeah,
do you want me to
Tinubu.
do you want me to build them up for you, or do you just want to
Yeah,
run
yeah.
through?
Build me up to it because I don't know all the
All
topics.
right. The one thing that came out of this space that I delight in the most is the name of the person, Prophetess Sisi Opawa. So that is a name that we'll never forget, Sisi Opawa. But certainly things that she had to say are instantly forgettable. Forget her Tinder and go back to the church to look for a wife. Where did you meet your last three partners? Des?
Obviously, it's online. Where else
There you are.
do you meet people? I was gonna
Lata
ask.
Shape Lata Shagboz. I hope Lata is listening now. When I
I
said to
was.
him, hold on, Temple of Truth, this. When I was saying to him that a lot of this thing doesn't really work, the online thing doesn't really work. He's telling me is that where is his data? I'm giving you empirical, facts. They just gave you now that the three that
But
it
I
never
was going
worked.
to even ask Rational Mind, what's the name of that one after Tinder? Because I need to enter that one.
Really?
Is it Bubbles you call it or
No,
what?
it's Grinder. Go to Grinder and you'll find things
Grinder.
that you've never seen. Do you know what happens on Grinder?
No, I don't.
Then you don't want to find out.
Okay, noted.
It depends on the gender that you prefer, but if you have alternative needs, you go there, Grinder. But carry on. So sometimes some of these things that you wish you don't, but carry on.
We
Yeah.
wish you don't know. Yeah. But I think the woman, it's like I said, I think I've mentioned it before. Religion is as good as the interpreter of it. Um, she can quote a lot of Bible that she wants to quote to portray whatever she wants to portray, and you know, make it favorable to her, and her audience. Um, because there's so many things in the Bible. I mean, I can go to the Bible and say that Sam said we shouldn't walk. I mean, God said we should just lie down and sleep and don't walk, and He will provide everything in our sleep. I can say that to my congregation, and I will just go and do nothing all day and sleep and waiting for God to provide. There's so many things in the Bible that if you interpret it wrongly, people will take your word for it, because, you influence them, you know, as their, pastor or whatever, or priestess or whatever they call it now. But yeah, I think a lot of people have condemned churches and all that stuff, but I don't think it's nice because whether you like it or not, religion is very, very important in this world. Um, most religions in this world, preaches love, regardless of whichever religion it is. Call it Buddha, um, Hindi, Muslim. They all preach love, and we all need love in this world to actually coexist. Without it, we all be mostly in the dark ages, and Nigeria as a country that a lot of people are lazy. I wouldn't say lazy. I say idle, and the more of say an idle man is a devil's workshop. And if you're idle and you're not doing anything, you're not going to church and trying to engage your mind in something positive like Jesus' love and the love of the world. I mean, you might just take that idleness to another dimension. So, if Nigeria was working, and if Nigeria was such as an industrial, country like all this Europe and America, that a lot of people focus more on work than they do, go to church. Not saying that they don't go to church, but they focus more on work because there's work to be done. Nigeria is not the same because there's no work. People just, naturally go to church and, be there, which is not a bad thing. If Nigeria can create a system that works, then it will gradually start turning. A lot of people wouldn't be involved in going to church and getting more like brainwashed, with their pastors and priestess or
Oh,
whatever. Yeah. So I think going to church is not a bad thing, but like everybody have said it is, it's not.
oh, all right, brilliant. So to the next one. Stop playing with yourself, or stop playing by yourself, or maybe even with yourself in a darkened little room, and go out and interact with other people. So this is Ekpeazu's recommendation to the Southeast as a political pathway to power. So politics of alliance is the recommendation of Ekpeazu. It's not the first one to recommend it, but do you think it is within the DNA of that space to form alliances with people as a pathway to relevance?
One man, I, I'm gonna disagree. With a lot of things people have been saying, with Ibazo and everything. I don't think the politics is evolving. Nigerian politics, especially, is evolving in a way that the Gen Z is more like you might see the Gen Zs as AI right now, artificial intelligence. It's more like taking over the world. So in Nigeria's space, the Gen Zs is more like entering politics, and if Nigeria is a country that's gonna conduct a credible, free and fair election, consequent years to come, I really don't see that alliance working so well. It's gonna be more of, you know, competence and people that they believe that would do the work, that they will always seem to tweet to us on, and like the statistics says, from the age of whatever to 30 something or 40 something, you know, there are they are all people that are the youths are more in Nigeria, to so to say. So you will see that I don't think alliance would cut it at this what Nigeria is going towards to. I don't really think alliance is gonna cut it, in the nearest future. That's just it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Are you using painkillers to drive? By the way, are you on painkillers?
Yeah, I actually am. I was gonna advertise actually. I got a crash with my motorcycle, so but it's now a little bit wrecked. If you have a Victory Vegas, and I want to part my motorcycle out, so if you have a Victory Vegas and you need some parts, I have one that I want to part out, and we still got a 5,000 miles on the engine, so it's still a very good, so hit me up.
So you want to strip it and sell it in bits?
Yes, precisely.
Is it not recoverable? Is it not fixable?
No, it's one of those rare bikes that stopped making it along about 2018, be
Now, which
2017.
model? What model? What kind of bike are you driving? Do you ride?
Victory Vegas is a cruiser. Victory is a Victory 8 ball. So
That sounds like German to me. I don't know anything about that, but
it's more.
Can you use it here in Nigeria?
Yes. You can't. Can you? I don't know. Like I said, they stopped making the parts, and they stopped making the motorcycle. It's more like a very rare motorcycle right now. So.
But do you know the type of
Craigslist.
ones they sell at Nnewi? Do you know which one can you refer me to? Let me know.
No. It's more like a power bike, like a power bike, a cruiser. I don't know if you know Harley Davidson.
No. That one is
It's
not.
all this big. If you watch it, what's the
Put
name
it
of
on
this guy?
Craigslist. Put it
Yes,
on
yes, yes.
Craigslist.
Yes, I already know. Yes.
Um,
It's not
um,
good, yeah.
Des. Put it on
Yeah,
Craigslist or put them on OfferUp. You will sell it on
offer.
those
Oh,
like OfferUp or Craigslist. Yeah,
okay.
you will see people who will buy them
Uh,
from you.
I
okay.
think this might be an example of what you're talking. Is this it, Des?
Yes, that's exact example of what I'm talking about. That looks like a Hummer. Indiana actually. That looks like an Indiana.
All right, so that's a Victory Vegas for whatever that means.
Yeah, this
So
is exactly my bike, the red one. So if you,
This one to find mechanic here will be very difficult.
look at that. They will think it's something from Mars. They think it's a spaceship. Look at that. So there it is. Anybody after Mike? This is bike. Let him know. So Des, now take us to that space. Then your president now. Top 100 most influential persons in the world.
yeah, I think I've said it that
Oh, you've spoken on that
Tinubu.
already.
Yeah, I've spoken on that, and I'm gonna go to a space. When someone was mentioning about Peter, the roads, the thing that's happening in Chanja, whatever. I want to say this. Yeah, you cannot bring out something happening now because when Peter Obi was in Anambra, there was rain every time. Those things never happened. So when something after almost a decade ago start happening now, you start referring it to someone that have left. It doesn't really add up. I'm just going to say this. Let's try to be fair to this man. I know it's all politics, but we've stopped playing. We're no longer campaigning or whatever.
Did you say there was no flooding in 2012?
There
Let
was
me.
flooding.
And it
Can I
didn't
Yeah,
interject?
affect Anambra State?
yeah, sure.
Can I interject?
Yeah,
No,
Then,
yeah.
I'm sorry, just a second. And you are saying it didn't affect Anambra State in 2012?
I did not say that. I said this what happened in Ochanja. Then can you hear me? The
I
thing
can
that
hear
you
you.
saw in Ochanja, that you saw this um uh waste bins, all these things, flood carrying them and bringing them out, and it was just a mess. All those things never happened during Peter Obi's era. It's more like flood. Yes, flood happened, but it wasn't like
can I
you
can I
know.
interject this?
Sure.
Okay. So I see that space. That space. I don't really know what the person that spoke on that space, the narrative you want to sell out about the man, because uh, we are all I'm from Anambra State. You understand? So even whether it's on it's Ochanja or whatever, that stuff can happen at any. Even in this Alaba, there are some times that rain will fall. Many shops will be filled with water, depending on the type of road. Doesn't mean that most of the road are not good. You understand? But you cannot bring it out and be saying Tinubu does not do Lagos well or something like that. It happens in many places. Such flood might come into inside the market. You understand? So painting a narrative that Peter Obi didn't do this in Onitsha. Wow. I'm just listening to some things. I begin to marvel. Is that how you hear the man? No one.
Yeah.
I never came out to say this is what Peter Obi did. And I listen to people that talk about their candidate Tinubu. I never interject. All you need is to say, this is what I never knew about Tinubu reign in Lagos. I cannot say he did this or he did not do this. The only thing I will do is to listen. Like I said before, this is the only time I will be able to experience his government to really know what those things are being spoke of him, if it is really true. But coming on the term of the one that I experienced his government, which is Obi, you cannot come and tell me that he didn't do this when I know he did it. He was the first person that cleared that Obi worker. No governor ever did it. If you know Obi worker when he started as a governor, the type of thorough cleansing that he did there, build those gutters that you saw there, nobody. The 6 lane that we have today, right from Obi UK down, that road is still the where he wanted to join that road with Tinubu State. He have gone very far before Obiano never touched that road till today, and that is one of the major road that we have in Onitsha. Many places that he opened inside Anyamelom. Anyamelom is one of the worst village in Anambra State. He gave them road. He opened the space, all the roundabout there. If you know where Koschari's rice farm is, go there. Peter Obi made that road possible for Koschari's farm to be accessible. So people coming here to say this man do it. That is why if you come to Anambra today, nobody, you dare not talk anything bad about Peter Obi. You dare not. No matter what, no matter how you want to put it, I don't want to talk about Nigeria entirely. Anybody can say he's not good outside Nigeria, but in terms of Anambra State, nobody dare speak anything bad about him. Even Obiano that he left government for, he was the person that built Anyamelom, Obiano local government. Obiano never completed that road up till today, till the last time I visited that place last year, 2022. That road was still where he stopped it. He never completed it. Can Obiano be popular than Peter Obi in Anambra State? Never. Obiano cannot come out in Anambra State and speak when Peter Obi is speaking. So that is how you know somebody that have done people well. It's not just coming to say he didn't do this, he didn't do that. Go to Anambra State, bring out Obiano, bring Peter Obi, and talk about Obiano. So all these things is what we experience. And people saying that I knew him the way you knew Tinubu, the way you knew how he did in Lagos. That is how I knew Peter Obi, what he did in Anambra State. It's just comparison. Say your idea. Let me say my idea. Then the people buy the one they like the most. Probably Tinubu has won. So maybe after 4 years, I may say yes. What they say about this man is true. But coming to bring out that the man never did anything, he never built any road, I just laugh. Go to his village. Go to his village. The road he built there under 6 months is still standing today. Probably you might have seen some videos the time he was about to cast his vote. That road was built in his regime, most of those places. And it was almost the entire community. Entire community in that village. Coupled with other things. So even because why I use Anyamelom as an example is that community, nobody knew that community. When Anyamelom is just like a dumping area when he became a governor. And that is why when you go there, till today, Anyamelom people still worship him. He gave them local government. My little daughter, the maternity that they built there, very standard maternity. Since as of when he left office, that is where my wife came from. My little daughter that when they traveled last year, they went there. My little daughter fall sick. That was where my wife said he never knew that she was from that community, but he never knew that maternity is there. She went there, very big, powerful maternity. They treated my daughter without payment. That maternity is still there. They are local government. He gave them local government. That roundabout, everything. Go there, go ask of Koschari's farm, ask of the Kennedy School farm. He made those farm was there. Farm that is about one community. No road.
He made it possible. He created those roads, did everything, built the roundabout, gave them community government, gave them local government, gave them maternity, did everything for them. Obiano did not contribute anything in that community till he left office. And the people are still angry with him today. Then you come here to just to bring a man down because you don't like him. It's not fair. Your candidate has won. Don't do it. Because people like me will be angry of a man that I know that has contributed so well, has benefited from his government. My daughter has benefited from his government. I will not be happy with such thing. If this man didn't do anything, I will come here and tell you that this man didn't do anything. This man is loved. Peter Obi can walk from Onitsha with a leg to his village. Nobody will touch him. Try him.
Okay,
He's the most popular person in Anambra State.
It's so,
whether you like it or
not. I agree with you, but there's nothing wrong in having pro and those people that are against, which we balance the equation. See, the thing is,
no, he was trying to paint the narrative that he lived in Southeast. He did this, he did this. Let him come. Let us go. I can take him all these places. One of the standing university in Anambra State today, Odumogojuku University. Peter Obi started it from scratch, commissioned it, everything, accredited it.
I think the problem is most supporters is that whoever they are supporting, they want to make him to look like an angel. And whosoever they are not supporting, they paint him black. So they use a different moral compass to judge who they are supporting from who they are not supporting. So they are extreme views. If someone from the obedience space want to describe Tinubu now, they will describe him as a devil incarnate, and then they will call Obi something like a saintly figure. I think that's where we are not actually being objective when we criticize the politician we perceive to be our opponent, and that's the problem.
No, Big Daddy. I think it also depends on context. For example, during the election, you are promoting your candidate. All you want to do is, even though you know that your candidate has his own weak side, you try to hide it and you leave it for the opposition. You leave it for the opposition to defend. So that's what I see there. But if we are doing a pacer, then we can say, okay, let us be objective by mentioning the performance and where they have shortcomings.
But is that not what I just said? That election, we are just talking like
but election is already gone now, so
it's
why are
gone.
we still hammering?
That's why I am angry sometimes when I'm like, what's this Peter Obi thing? It's always like, what's this again? Because it's more like it gets me tiring and bored. I don't like repeating myself.
Yeah, it's getting tiring now. Yeah.
So I don't know.
You say it's getting tiring, but the obedience space, they are not keeping quiet now. So
one thing about the obedience space. One thing about the obedience space is that they are occupied with young people, and you, like I said before, you asked me something. I said I'm still obedient and I will remain obedient. The reason is not because Tinubu will not be president. The reason is that there must be an opposition. I told you, any day in this government that Tinubu is about to take on, if Tinubu do anything good, I will come to this platform and tell you, one man, Tinubu has done something for our country. If I don't do it, come here as in I'll be the most stupid person in this country. And the people that campaign for the people that campaign for Tinubu, I never objected them. They campaigned for him based on what they know. I don't know about him. I don't know. I did not experience his government. There is no way I can campaign for him. I campaign for somebody that I know with what I know, and the fact they are not. What I'm telling you is not a lie. So such to people that campaign for Tinubu, and I never even. My friends, we are Tinubu friends in Lagos. I have them together with me. We are still friends today. The campaign never divided us. We never became an enemy because of this campaign, because of the way we share our ideas.
See, Ekene, see, what I'm still saying is this. If you are talking that, maybe Amogo said we understand. But if you still go to the Twitter space now, you will see that it's dirty himself that is leading propaganda that is doing pull him down. So see, if a person of that status is doing something like that, you don't expect the pro-Tinubus to keep quiet. You understand?
Who is
That
it? Are you talking about Peter Obi?
no, Dati and Peter Obi, you can't separate them because whatever Dati is saying is
But
defending.
then, hold on. When was the last time Dati has spoken that you heard Dati spoke? What was the last time?
When was the last time you were on Twitter?
I was on Twitter. I mean, I don't have a Twitter. I don't go on Twitter. But I only follow
so go to Twitter.
Like I said, rational mind is from the villages, but Twitter.
So are you saying it's still stalking members of?
Oh my goodness!
Are you sure? Are you sure?
No. Dati doesn't do that. It's more like he's saying what is on ground. That's the thing we have to.
You see what we are saying now.
So what did you say?
Temple of Truth. Calm down. You say what is on ground. What is on ground now? If you misrepresent it and you change it now, you create propaganda. See me.
Well, what did you say now? Go. Don't
example.
Tell us now, please. What did you say?
Don't tell me to listen. You let me learn now. I face it. Go open a Twitter account now and follow Dati online and see tomorrow if you will still keep this same mindset, except you don't want to be fair. Dati, as we speak now, a day will not pass, 6 hours will not pass without this man pushing propaganda that will infuriate the obedience to the point that even Kiamo is now always on Dati, always, every day. So, you see, when we want, if we want to talk to ourselves here,
you've not said anything. You've not said anything. What is it he said? What is it he said?
On Twitter how to maintain the same opinion.
No, he's asking you to cite an example, Ola.
Okay, an example was it not 3 days ago that was he talking about a stolen mandate? Then when Obi was detained, you know, detention can mean different things to people. People don't even know that when police even pull you over for ticket, you can be detained briefly or whatever. So go and look at how he manipulated everything that was like I see maybe some people said to be up. See, there's a way you can present your case that innocently that you say, okay, maybe there was just some kind of identity, you know, identity confusion or whatever. You just say that and go there without necessarily linking that into election. So when everything that happens,
I won't be asking you, Ola. I won't be asking you. That's what I'm asking.
I think Ola, that detention, because
what did he say? What did he say exactly?
Sorry. Obi used to live in the UK in the 90s, and he had a company. And then last year, he did not file his account for some years. Maybe
for 2 years running, yes.
Yeah, for 3 years running. That was a punishable offense in the UK. If you own a company,
I think they actually wound down his company.
Yeah, but unless the company else strike out your company, that's when you can stop filing your for account every year. I think he had not done that for 3 years, and the company is still active. So maybe that's a red flag. And that's why they stopped. I'm just guessing.
Where are you getting this information from that he did not file tax for the past?
It was all over the news a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Anybody can do that.
But he's not in charge of the company now. He have left the company for so many years now.
But you need to let the UK.
His brother is if anything happens, Peter Obi left that company many years. He handed it over for many years. So how can he be paying tax of what he have?
It's under his name. It's under his name.
It's under his name.
If anything happen, what he needs to do, maybe the problem might be maybe from the person that he handed over the company.
It was not about tax. It was about It's not about tax. It was about filing financial statements.
Oh yeah, whether you make £0 or not, you just need to file it. Yeah.
So he did not file financial statements.
Exactly. That is what it could have explained.
But then you people are making it sound like it's evading tax here.
It's not evading tax.
It's a different. No, these are two different things you're talking about.
No, is it not a precursor?
No.
Is it not a precursor?
No.
All these narrative are coming up now because it's
no, don't say that. Don't say that. It is important we discuss it. Because if he's guilty of it, we have to talk about it. But the point is, let us not spin it. If it's because what they said was he was trying to evade tax, he didn't file tax. But now you're saying financial. Fataya to correct said is financial statement. So and then these are two different things. It could be filing tax. Maybe it's not declaring his financial
if you are
statement.
incorporated, it's normal thing to file your returns every year, whether you make whether you make revenue or not.
Yeah, definitely you have to. Yeah, you have to declare either profit or loss.
Exactly. So now see, rational mind. This is what I'm saying. Obi, that he could have explained that thing without leaking into political. See, okay, look at how he went ahead to take on to take on Showore, just because Showore aired his opinion, right? Yeah, it was okay to take that, but the way he took it, there's no way you would not attract apostle of Showore and that of Tinubu, the way you presented it. So now look at the way you say, okay, he accused some people. Okay, do you now understand why these people were pushing for Peter Obi to leave Nigeria? Because they know he is likely to go to the UK where he had lived before. So they intentionally stole his identity in the UK. Can you just imagine now? Look at that statement. Because they intentionally stole his identity. Immediately he hit that thing now. Every members of obedience, all those things, they were there. Who stole his identity? You understand? So look at that statement, reckless statement that you could not even substantiate. And you think people will not come after you? They will come, of course. So if Dr. Yusuf himself is still living in the election era, then what do you expect the follower to do? To just keep quiet, to allow the propaganda to keep flowing without anybody or unchallenged?
The only thing is occur to the two parties, because most of the two parties have not rested, and I know it's because of this court case.
The thing is this: you see, the parties, they are more conservative. They don't talk. If you don't actually attack them, they keep quiet because you are the one that
I never saw them keep quiet. Even this detention. Is it Festus Kayamo was the first person that I saw his post. So, but I don't take these things serious. Those spokesperson and what they are saying. I'm talking about what I took serious is my fellow citizens, because that is where we are talking about governments. Those people are there to protect their interests, talk whatever that favors them, maybe seeking for position and all that. And if we come here to start to defend them, it doesn't look sensible to me. Come and defend those exposed person and most of them.
Sorry, give me 1 second, Ola. Sorry, Ola, I want to do a sound check to see who is still with us. Thomas wants to come in. Simba, are you there? Simba the sailor. You know, you remind me of those cartoons we used to watch back in the day. Simba, if you're
yes, I'm around.
Oh, all right, Braden.
Lion the King.
Yes.
Oh, all right. What about Kulata? Kulata, are you there?
Baba Tisun.
Yes, good question. A bottle of wine, jogo cause they wine. Could they do bimbili by no? If you didn't know what it looks like, it's the size of Solly from Amsterdam. Kulata. All right. Thank you for your company, Kulata. So carry on. So let me ease Kulata. Let me talk him into bed and then carry on the conversation and bring Thomas on.
Ekene, the thing is this: if people are spreading propaganda, there is a way propaganda work on people's mind. If you do not dispel it, it becomes the truth, and the stronger it becomes, the stronger they believe. You know, like for example, now we have some people now, even including a highly educated people, professors, PhD, you know, they still believe tomorrow that it's Jubri that is living in Asherok. Look at that. So when you spread propaganda, sometimes you have to counter to make sure that people do not believe, because you are going to lose the mind, the consciousness of your people, because once you don't have a counterbalance, people start believing. And once they start believing, when they start to believe, it's at the detriment of your own marketability. So to me, you will see Just wake up tomorrow morning and you will see Daddy Baba will be one of those people that will just throw another propaganda. So people will not keep quiet. Showore will not keep quiet. Baptists will not keep quiet. But look at it this way. Like I was talking about Baptists the other time. If you do not, because one thing about the Baptists is that they are more reactive. So like, okay, when he was nominated, all of a sudden, and they shake, Baba nowhere. You brought this in, and you think Baptists will sit down and be looking. Meanwhile, they didn't start by telling you that, oh, Obi didn't do anything. You were the one, sorry, don't let me say you, obedient, because it may not be some obedience, it may not be everybody. Now, were the first to accuse, and those guys now, they came in countermeasure.
Sorry, Ola, what fact do you have on the people that first accused? I don't understand where you're getting this from. When you say that they are the people that
were
first
all
No,
here.
the only thing is that
No, hold on. Sorry, before you counter back, let me just do a little bit of administrative stuff and then ease myself out. Just to acknowledge, Afro Plight, he joins this super chat space. So he opened up that space, quickly joined by Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, thank you. And Prince Daddy doubles up with a super sticker. Augustine Kigwe, he joins that space as well. Super stickered to say that he's the number one fan of the platform, and then comes back to say, well, at least I'm one of the top 5 or whatever. So thank you, Augustine Kigwe, for that. And of course, you know where we're going next. The official sponsor of the. Sorry, hold on, Ola. So the official sponsor of the one-man platform, he does as he regularly does with the buy the coffee thing. So thank you to the coffee buyers and the super chatters and the happy clappers. So thank you to all of that. So that still carries on as the conversation still carries on, but that carries on under the able guidance of Thomas. So Thomas, Des has the floor. We've tried to get to Ajale Koko a couple of times. I think he's away from his system. So try and go to Ajale Koko after. Sorry, let me mute you for a moment, Des. Try and get to Ajale Koko next after Des. And then I think Fatai is here to wax lyrical about who is that coming from? It's coming from you. Okay. I think Fatai is here to wax lyrical about Tinubu being in the top 100. So give him the floor to blow the grammar. But go to Rational Mind. Maybe after, if you go to Ajale Koko and it's still not available, go to Rational Mind, who I think wants to expand on the preacher woman telling us that you should not date online. So that's just the sequence. Thomas, over to you. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, one man. Have a good night. Have a good morning. If it's Monday, I think it's already morning in UK. But before we go on, I would like to push back on Des and who is if you are mute.
Sorry,
please,
Thomas, just a minute. I want to ask one more question if you can still listen. One man, did you call me recently? Because I just saw your missed call now.
One man is not on the platform. He left.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So I want to push back on I don't know why politicians are using our money. It's just like I gave you money to buy me something, I'm still thanking you. I don't know why politicians are using our own money to do projects for us and we are praising them. Why are we praising them for? Why are they elected? Why are we praising Tinubu? Why are we praising Peter Obi? Why are we praising anybody? It's our money. We employ them to do work for us. And secondly, Des is saying we should stop talking about Peter Obi. Did Obi then stop talking about Tinubu's drug deal in America?
Let
me finish, please. No, let me finish,
ask
please.
Me a question now.
I don't call you now. I'm still speaking, please. Please, thank you.
Sir.
Did Obi then stop talking about Tinubu's drug case? So I don't care about people talking about politics. Why are we? I don't know. Is Peter Obi paying your salary? Is Tinubu paying me paying my bills? If people want to talk about it, let them talk about them, because they are the one that came to the limelight that we should talk about it. I'm not a politician. Nobody can talk about me. So I think we should have a rethink in our mind. I've just been hearing election has gone. When election has gone, has obedience stopped talking about Tinubu? Have they? They haven't. So the batifiers too, they will be talking about Peter Obi. If we like it or leave it. Des, you can respond now, please. Thank you.
Okay. First off, when I said that, I am saying in the context of, if you are trying to make any statements, you have to make a statement on the context of what is on ground and what is on the news. That is where I'm driving it from. But when you start making a statement of what is not even on the main news, trying to, if you want to make statement of yes, daddy, I understand all that. Or if you want to make a statement of the detention, something that is going on now, it's okay, why, all right. That's where I'm driving it at. The Tinubu's case is on the news, is something that is in the court. So it's likely to talk about. Nobody is talking about hand they shake, leg they shake. I don't if you hear me saying that, that means I don't know what I'm saying. Or if you hear me talking about what he did in Lagos or whatever. I don't care about all those things, because we're not over we're over all those electional, period. What we are talking about is what is on ground and what is happening. That's just what I'm trying to say. But anyway,
But hold on, please, if you don't mind. You can't
yeah.
tell people how they will talk or what they will talk about.
No, I'm not telling them what to talk
Let me
about.
finish.
Oh,
I listened to many obedient space. They never talked. Stop talking about Tinubu's drug case. Drug case of how many years? Almost 20 or 30 or 25 years ago. That even the courts in Nigeria has dealt with this thing. The House of Assembly in Lagos have dealt with it. They bury it, but they exhume the corpse, the corpse from the ground, and it's still, if so, if people want to exhume Peter Obi's failure about spending almost 7 billion, and within 3 years or 2 years, the road is gone. Is Peter Obi not campaigning on the same on the same road that he constructed
campaigning.
888?
We're no longer talking about campaign. That's the
No,
that's
no,
the
no,
thing
no,
I'm saying.
no, no,
Thomas,
no.
Thomas cannot add to what you said. In addition to what Thomas has said, the BAS group, they did not respond to obedience. It's after the election they kept quiet. But because you guys continue to sell that narrative that it was a rigged election, it's a flawed election, you continue to drag him continuously. What do you expect for them to keep
Okay,
quiet for
okay. Let
you?
me let me make this
Okay,
statement.
let me finish. Also, let me finish.
Let him finish.
Let,
Let him finish,
let me finish.
please.
Let me finish. And then you are here. You are talking about your B. He did this. He built this road. He built that stuff. If he knows that he built all of those things, why can't he campaign of that achievement when he was doing his campaign? What you
Yeah,
sow, you will reap it. What they have
he
done
actually
is not
did.
good. You know the truth.
But
What do you
but
mean?
then
What you saw, you repeat? What are you talking
I
about?
don't even understand.
Hey,
But
rational
anyway,
man,
let
rational
me say
man, I don't
something.
want to talk to you today
No, no,
because
no,
you're always
no,
biased.
don't give me
So
that.
I
Don't
don't want
send
to
me,
talk to
don't
you.
send me that big
Can
book.
I can
As
I
long as you're
finish?
So
here,
let
we
me
appreciate
finish.
that.
In addition to what Thomas has said, they have kept quiet. It's the one that continue to drag that narrative. And to help, why? Then you continue, you go to America, you continue to protest. Although everybody has a free right, what does you have to gain? If it's Obi that have won this election, and then bad people continue to drag Obi for a long time like this, will you keep quiet? Will you guys keep quiet? I
Okay.
hate people who are not
I don't know
objective.
who is talking. Can we all
My name is
agree?
Remy.
It's Remy,
Remy,
Remy, Remy,
Remy,
Remy. Yeah.
can we agree that during election, people that brought this drug case out for in the space was PDP, not obedient. That's number one. And obedient talked about it then because it was in the space. After election, nobody was talking about drug cases until the P2B lawyers put it in their prayers.
That is a
That is
lie.
when
That
That is a
no, yes,
lie. You
no.
guys
Don't
drag
say
him a
no, no,
lot.
no, no, no. Remy, hold on, please. I am not for anybody, but that's a blatant lie. Don't
okay.
tell me that is when they put it in the prayer. That is when people start talking about it. Des,
Did you hear me
are you talking?
properly?
Are we?
Did you hear
No,
me
come on,
properly?
come on.
Thomas,
No,
calm down,
no,
calm down.
hold on,
Did
please.
you hear what he
Did you
said?
hear
Oh,
me
no, 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 no,
properly?
no, 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 no. Rational mind, please
Did you
hold
hear
on.
me before you talk?
You didn't
Did
hear
you
him.
even
That's what I'm saying.
understand
You didn't
me?
hear
That's
him.
what I'm
Why
saying.
didn't I hear you? Gina, I'm not deaf.
Okay.
No, no,
I'm not
Thomas,
deaf.
Thomas, air him out. No, air him out. So I was even
There is
No,
about to
no,
nothing to
counter
Ola,
him.
hear him about.
Ola,
That's
Ola,
a
hold
fact.
Wait,
on. What
Nothing
angers
to
me
hear.
is hold on, please. The level of hypocrites. I don't care about all these people. Obi, Peter Obi, Tinubu, I don't care about them. But let's call a spade a spade. Please.
no, Thomas. I just play with you.
Um,
Listening to
on
Temple
the
of Truth.
Tinubu side, they are equally
I think
guilty of the
you
same
might have
thing.
heard him wrongly. Let him clarify himself because I thought he was saying something differently. Which I was even thinking I would counter him to. Please let Des clarify himself.
I
Yeah.
don't think we should give him more time to clarify anything. He has been
No,
biased from day
Remy
one.
Coca. It won't be. It
I'm
will be
just tired of
unfair.
this kind of
No, because
people.
I
You
think
The
know,
only thing, yeah, I'm
it's been hard wrongly. So that's why.
the only
Hold on, can I please? Des, clarify yourself so we can be on the same page.
Okay. Um, Thomas, I never said the obedience. Never talked about Tinubu, drug, whatever. Before now, I said before the election, people that brought this drug thing out, even went to the court, was PDP. Everybody started talking about it before the election, even the obedience. But it's PDP that brought it out before everybody started like latching onto it and talking about it. Now, after the election, what people talked about was the rigging and everything that was happening. That was all in the space. That was what we talked about. Before this drug thing came out again, people lashed on it again. That's why I'm saying is a period, is some sort of a space. It's not like they, they've been talking about it, and it's just something that is happening now. People have to talk about it. I'm not saying that you don't have to talk about Peter Obi. You can talk about, say whatever you want. I'm not gagging your mouth or whatever. I'm not saying that. But let me
I'm
move to a
sorry.
space.
I'm sorry. Temple of Truth. This is all lies. They have been
Okay.
dragging before the election. Obedient drag him. PDP drag him. Labour Party drag him. They talk about drugs. If you go to any Nigerian newspaper, even on media like TV station, they continue to talk about drugs. They continue to talk about why we no do a lot of things. They drag him a lot, and he gets to some
Remy,
point. The guy
what
said,
is
"I
what
cannot
is
even go online."
uh,
He said that. He said, "I
I
cannot
don't
even
I
go online."
don't
They will
understand. I feel
Remy,
like
So,
people are hearing with
Des,
something
can I say
another
Des.
ear.
something? Can I
Yes,
say something?
hold on.
You've been
Yes,
talking about
you come after
you've been
rational
talking.
mind, please. You come after me. Hold on, please. Please. What baffles me and get me angry is that will be talking sometime as if all of us we are in the Pluto. We don't know what is going on. It's staring on our face. It's there. Just say the truth.
So what
I
did I
don't
say?
care
What
about
did I say
anybody.
that is
All
is
right.
lying?
No. Let's
Thomas,
go on. Let's go.
let
Rational
him.
mind.
Sorry, Thomas. Let Des run his thoughts. You may disagree with this, but he holds those thoughts, and it's important that he has expression. So let him run it through, and then
But
let you.
one man, it's not a true. It's a lie. No, we can't be propaganda here. No. Everybody has
Okay.
been talking about this thing.
Who does not
No,
do propaganda
Thomas,
here?
Thomas,
No,
please.
Thomas.
Everybody,
Who does not do
Like what
propaganda
one
here?
man
that's
said. Let
But if I don't do,
Des have his.
Jagger or no,
Let's just explain himself.
Olajo Nisru now. Let me
Let's hear
rephrase
for
it.
rational mind. Yeah.
Thomas, who does not do
Yes,
propaganda
please.
here? Does the Badify not come here and do propaganda? So what are we talking about? The same hypocrisy you are trying to accuse other people of. A lot of people here are even equally guilty of it. I'm not saying I won't single myself out as not being an hypocrite when it comes to that. You know where I
no rational mind on that BAT.
So let's not paint one people as being hypocrite.
No, rational mind. We didn't do propaganda. I don't think this is doing propaganda as well.
It's not doing propaganda. I'm just saying.
That's why I say we need to listen to him carefully. I don't think this is doing propaganda.
We are just trying to talk about being truthful. He has been saying a lot of lies. We are not talking about being truthful.
It's the truthfulness. That's what I'm keen about.
Extremely biased. Most of the time, your thought and your idea is.
I'm not even lying.
I won't deny you that fact that I'm not biased. I will tell you I'm biased.
To be frank, what I see you as a learned person, and sometimes what spewed from your mouth is unfounded. It's totally. Sometimes I don't want to use that language
because I didn't see your Abado praise.
When you talk and when you speak and when you look at the event or when you look at what they are discussing, sometimes I doubt. I doubt that who is this guy, sir?
Well, maybe I don't have it all together.
People must understand.
Please, a minute. See, Remy Koka, please don't let us be personal. Don't let us take this thing personally. You say
no, I'm not taking it personally.
Wait. No, it's saying you are taking it personally, because to me, like we value rational mind, and opinions here are to be very divergent. See, rational mind, yeah, we may disagree with him, but he has every right to put his opinion in place. As is for us to debunk if we don't like. I said things here too, they debunk me. Even I debunk a lot of people. Even Ajale Koko has been, as an elderly person and one of the oldest there, I got a situation where I debunked him once. See, it doesn't mean someone that you are presenting your opinion sometimes, it doesn't mean you are lying. It's just your own perception. You are coming from your own perspective. It is for us to give a counter perspective. We can't be the same. Okay, some see something as a 6 and another person call it as a dozen. It depends on the way you see things. So I won't just want to say to that rational mind is like, no. Even the obedient that I even say where they are coming with their propaganda.
The best we can do is to counter. Can the perspective be wrong? Can the perspective be wrong?
Perspective may not be wrong from the perspective, from the side of the person presenting it. It is that is why that we can't use offensive language that someone is lying. You understand? If you say, "Oh, you're a liar," that's offensive because the person may be saying that without intention of telling you lies. It's just because the way he sees it.
And everybody must not have the same opinion. Everybody must not have the same opinion. If everybody has the same opinion, this conversation will not be making any sense. So the only thing is just to respect each other thoughts, each other belief. Just as anything that ratifies it. Yes, you respect their decision. If Obi people talk, you respect their decision. Everybody cannot have the same. This place cannot be batified. Then what other people are coming here, and the conversation will be just like a child's talk. Somebody must counter. Somebody must. That's the thing.
And that's why I like this platform. Because
when you listen to something that everybody knows this is going totally offhand, as an individual, some people can take.
Who is everybody? Who is everybody? You.
Let me finish, please.
Who determines everybody now?
Let him land. Let him land. Let him land, please.
When you speak out something, and everybody knows this is not right, some people can accept it. Some people can just globe over it. Why some might not? I'm just calling you out that when you said, "Oh, it was not drag," and I'm trying to tell you before even the election, when they were campaigning, they drag him on drug, on everything.
Did you even hear me? Come on, let me go to. I don't think I'm talking to some people.
You are trying to say it is when PDP brought out the PDP case, drug case. That is when it was exemplified, or maybe it's more pronounced. But
yes.
I'm trying to correct that is not the case. That is not the case.
Every candidate was dragged. Every candidate was dragged. Peter Obi was dragged. Tinubu was dragged. Obi was dragged. Obi was dragged based on Pandola. He invested money in this and that. All those things. So everybody was dragged.
That means
Hold on. Don't let us talk on each other. Hold on, please. Let's remain land, Ekene. They will call
So
you,
if
but yes,
Ekene now
Remiland.
said that every candidate was dragged, that means what the other guy was telling that is when they
Do you
brought out
even
by PDP, that is not right. That's what I'm trying to say.
okay?
Just
Thank
leave
you,
matter,
thank
leave
you.
matter, leave matter.
Let me
Just leave
leave this
matter,
matter.
move on. This thing is gonna
Let me
go on.
move on, please.
Yeah.
Let me go to a space about the whatever is in court. Because I think Labour Party one of their prayer is 25%, which I once I think 3 weeks ago I said something about I think the whoever wrote the constitution made a mistake, and this was 3 weeks ago. It seems like everybody is more like Chimamanda is almost saying the same thing, because if you're hearing a plain English, people say it's only in Nigeria I had this interpretation of a thing, and it gets me. What do you mean interpretation of law? When a policeman arrests you and read you your whatever you say can be used against you in court of law, you understand that it doesn't need an interpretation. And when you read some constitution that gives you your fundamental human rights, it doesn't need it doesn't need an interpretation. So many other things. And for some reason, when it comes to politics, and something that is very clear and plain, people say is subject to an interpretation, which I said, although that particular 25%, I think is going to be thrown off. But what I said is, I think that constitution is not written correctly, because I said this 3 weeks ago. I monitored. I'm like, no, if this is to be read like it was, in a normal person understanding, then there have to be a 25%. You get? Or is either that or they just made a mistake, That's just it.
In that case,
And the and the
they should have
and the
said
to me as an obedient, that
Let's
aspect of it.
hold. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
To me as an obedient, I don't think that aspect of constitution, I don't really like it, because you cannot expect somebody to score maybe 25% in 28 state or 30 state. Then you disqualify that person on basis of he did not score 25% in the FCT. So to me as a person, that part of constitution is not normal. There need to
Yeah, that
be
is
an
that is
amendment.
yeah,
exactly
It's
what
very,
I'm
but
trying
very,
to say.
it's a
they've
very wrong
amended it.
narrative. So it's a very wrong
Yeah. Just have
narrative.
a big daddy. Yeah.
So I don't know. This country needs many things, and that is the issue we are supposed to be talking about. Many things needs to be amended for this country to move forward. So how can you tell me somebody scored 25% in 28 states, then it's
But
because of 25% in FCT?
they've
That
already amended the constitution. If you go to section 229 of the same constitution, it states explicitly that Abuja will be treated as a state. Section
No,
229.
listen. The
no,
Constitution, the Electoral Act, is kind of on its own. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Electoral Act is on its own. Let me.
Hold on. Hold on. Are you telling me now that the electoral act is bigger than the constitution of the country?
All of them
no.
are.
The con-
Listen.
the constitution
How
is bigger.
The
how will
constitution
The
is
I
big.
constitution.
What is the
how will
electoral
I
act
explain
to the
this thing to
constitution?
you now? Electoral Act is part of the Constitution.
The issue, the
Thomas.
issue is the
It's
issue. There's
under is
the issue.
hold on, please. Electoral act is under the constitution.
It's
It's not
part of
part
the
of
Constitution.
constitution.
It is
It's
part of
under
it.
the constitution.
The issue. The
Constitution
issue.
is
The reason.
most paramount.
See,
What are you saying?
the constitution is the most supreme. Is the supreme, not even
Eh,
the most supreme. Is the supreme law of the land. See,
Constitution is.
any other law must be in accordance with what the constitution
the
wants. So
constitution.
anything, if any law contradict the constitution, the law is not and void ab initio. So the National Assembly that enacted that particular Electoral Act derived the power from the constitution.
From the constitution. Thank you, Ola.
The thing is this. There being some Supreme
I'm
Court.
a bit confused.
No. See,
I'm a bit confused.
See, the supreme law of the country is the constitution. So nothing is above the constitution. Nothing is even work even parallel, or maybe
What is the Electoral Act? Electoral Act is what?
It's just an act of parliament. It's just an act of parliament. So
Ola, it's as if I'm not in this world. What I'm hearing.
Can I ask a question?
Come on. Yes, go rational mind. Let's have a rational mind.
Now,
rational mind. Before you ask the question, even Baba SCN, I forgot his name. This popular Baba, he said is treated as a state like 37th state. That's what he said on channels.
No,
rational mind, coming.
Thomas, that was the judgment of Supreme Court. So there be some judgment from the Supreme Court that interpreted Abuja to be a state, and they clearly, in that judgment, clearly stated that while taking Abuja as a state, it must not enjoy any special privilege above other states. So the thing is, if we are talking, like Ekene was saying, it doesn't make sense for you now. For example, let's even say you have 30 Tinubu won in the entire 36 states of the federation, and you are now saying because he didn't win in Abuja, you are now saying Abuja should nullify others. So the Supreme Court has already said that in treating Abuja as a state, it doesn't have the power of the veto on all the other states. So you just have to add Abuja to 36 states to make 37 states of the federation. That's just the way it is. It's not only one judgment. There'll be many judgments that cited that. So that's why it doesn't have to be dead on arrival. So the lawyers that are pushing for that knows that they just want to pay the salary of their workers for now. So it's nothing.
Rational mind coming. Let's hear from rational mind. Hold on, Des, please hold on. Yeah, rational mind, please.
Even though the constitution is the ground norm, as they say in the legal parlance, for me, one would also ask the question: so, what's the point of the electoral law that was signed into law? So, because the electoral law, hold on, is to complement the constitution. Though the constitution is the Baba, all of them. But then the aspect you just quoted, which is that Abuja is to be viewed as a state, right? Well, there's this electoral law that guides the election and what the outcome of a nation will be. If it says certain things that conflicts with the which I don't think is conflicting in a sense, because the drafter or those people who wrote that part of the electoral law, where it says or whatever it says, 25% in Abuja, then it's subject to interpretation then, because so what was these people, the framers of this constitution, what were they thinking? What did they have in mind? So let us allow the court now explain that to us. But that Obi did not have a point there. He has a point. But then that I'm not disputing the fact that Abuja is not a state.
In the past. That's what we're saying. Supreme Court explained this in the past. And the conjunction we are talking about there is
you only said it's a state in relation to what?
FCT in a verbal, and in as it's written in black and white, it's not called state. They call it FCT. So when you say 36 states, when you say 36 states, because FCT is called FCT, then you say 36 states and FCT. You guys, okay?
It's as simple as ABC.
So it is. 36 states are FCT, because FCT is not written categorically as state. It was Supreme Court that said, okay, FCT should be treated as a state. So it's FCT. We have 36 states and FCT. So 36 states of the federation and FCT, making 37 component now. But people are now doing some kind of computer. You know, there's a computer logic and there's a normal philosophy logic. So people are now trying to do some kind of discrete mathematics logic now that, oh, it is and hard, as if we are doing electrical circuit switching. No, this is not what this is saying now.
Ola, hold on. Do you think the INEC will declare Tinubu as the president of Nigeria and they don't consider this Abuja? Do you think that?
Even before that, Buhari did not win 25% in FEC.
No, that's not correct, Okoka. That's not correct.
I don't know.
That's not correct.
No, Buhari win 25%. All elected presidents, they win 25%. All elected. It's only this thing.
The question we must ask ourselves is this: if a candidate won 36 states in Nigeria and he did not win FCT, does that mean he did not win the election? So
no, of course, that's not correct.
Human logic is so simple case. I think that one is dead on arrival.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Do you see the interpretation people are saying now? Okay, let's assume that Des is Ola 1 and myself I'm Ola 2, and let's say Rational Mind is Ola 3 and Remi Koka is just Remi Koka. Now you want to mention 4 components. Now you don't say Ola, you just say all Ola and Remi. That's what you are referring to 4 components. But people are now saying it as if, oh, and there now will now be like normal logic of electrical circuit or computer science cycle. That's the way they are saying. But they are saying that, okay, Ola 1 to 3 are Olas. They are in the same category. But the last person, because it's Remi, they don't want to change him to Ola immediately. Okay, and they say and Remi. Meanwhile, they could have said, okay, let's Remi Koka equal to Ola 4. And just say, okay, must have this percentage in all Olas. That is exactly what is causing problem here. People are using logic of discrete mathematics to interpret the logic of normal English. It doesn't work that way because we are not doing electrical circuit switching here. So see, this and the conjunction there is not the type of conjunction that any mathematician or computer scientist want to interpret. No, this thing is because state is what we call other federating units, and FCT is a capital. So you now say the 36 states and FCT. But
I want to say something. What I'm saying is that that part of constitution that say and doesn't make sense. But in terms of that and, you know, it's a reality. Just like when you write WAEC, you didn't make your English, whether you get all the credit. But as far as you didn't make English or maths, you know you are not going anywhere. So it's quite as simple as that. But what I'm saying is that doesn't make sense for somebody to win 28 states, and you now say that because he didn't get 25% in FCT, that he cannot become president. It didn't sound normal.
Let me put this to you. Hold on, Remy. Yeah. This is to Ekene. Let's just for the sake of argument, let's say the courts declare Tinubu not the winner because of Abuja. They conduct another election. Peter Obi didn't win. Peter Obi won the election, the next election. He didn't win Abuja. So are they going to cancel the election again? Are we going to be doing that? Does that really make sense?
That's what they mean now. That's what they mean. And that is why I say it doesn't make any sense to me. That is what they mean. But it doesn't make sense to me.
I think you do not understand the law. What they put there is very simple. It is people that is just manipulating it. It's very simple. The Constitution says 25% in 24 states and Abuja. That is it. It's in a simple language. But when lawyers come, everybody just trying to say whatever they want. Everybody knows the truth. There's nowhere, we are not practicing electoral college like America. If it's electoral college, so we can say, okay, If you don't win Abuja, then you could not be. So you can think about Hillary Clinton, have 2 million votes, majority vote, more than Trump. But because he doesn't have that electoral college map, she was not declared the winner. So don't let us beat around. It's so simple. That one is a non-starter. Just like this guy said, the son, the lawyer, Clark. It's a non-starter, and they knew it. Both of them, they don't have a case. So don't put your. If I were,
that's not the only case. That's not the only prayer they have. There are other prayers.
They have other prayers, yeah.
So
but I'm just.
They have there.
So what other prayer do they have? The question you ask yourself is this: when they have filed their petition, have they come out with any figure that is totally different from what declared at the polling stations? I'm not even talking about IRF now. At least we have agents in all over the federation. I don't know whether I have all of the 176,000 units.
At least they have 134,000.
So from the 134,000, so what about the remaining of the 176,000? What happened to that? So you have no case to prove in those 43,000 or whatever that remain.
No, we cannot say that you don't have any case. The courts are there now.
You don't have a case.
No, it's not for us to say now. It's not for us to say now. It's for the courts to decide. It's for the courts to decide. So it's not for us to say that he doesn't have any case.
Okay, now let him say. Everybody can say. Everybody's free to say whatever they want to say. But the thing is,
you cannot say that he doesn't have any. You cannot say. It's the court.
Question.
Yeah.
Every political party, according to the Constitution, Electoral, they are supposed to provide polling agent in all over the federation. If you don't have a polling agent there, that means you don't have the Form EC8.
It doesn't mean that you must have all the polling agent. Now, the one you can use the one you have. Okay, let me give you an instance. Just give me.
No. It can wait. Let's deal with that. Don't run away. Let us deal with that one. Yeah. Go on, Remy.
When you go to the court of law, you have your own form, the collated result. That is what they call the manual one. Forget the RF now. It is the manual collation. That form EC8 or wherever. Your agent in 43,000 units, you don't have agent there. So that means you don't have a copy of the result from that polling unit, which might have helped your case.
And Remy, before you go, the police will sign, the agents will get one, everybody will sign on that form, just to tell people to know. Police even have the copy. The police, they have the copy.
So if we do not provide the polling agents in that unit, it's not INEC fault, it's not APC fault, it's not PDP fault. So when you go to court of law and you are trying to now dispute the election in those units, they will ask the partner question. Where is your agent? Does your agent sign? Then you say, we did not provide agent there. Just a simple case. You just see it as a case between your two.
But you don't have all the facts as to what they have, as to all the things they have.
You know that is what they say.
You see, my sister, you see the aspect I'm dragging with you. It's just that you say that he doesn't have a case, and that aspect is where I'm dragging with you. You cannot say that he doesn't have a case. They might have a case. You understand? I'm not a lawyer. I don't think any of us here is a lawyer. If they don't have a case, I don't think they will be going there. You understand? So do
we have to be a lawyer? Do we have to be a lawyer? Or it's normal reason?
Let me give you an instance. Let me give you an instance. Just like when Andrew Obi won against this Peter Obi years back. It's just like the same thing. Obi just did his a year and then they did another election. Andrew Obi won. Then Peter Obi said no, he didn't agree that he must finish his tenure before another election. People were telling him this is not a case. This is not a case. You don't have a case in this. Election has gone. And everybody know that Andrew Obi won. So why are you going to the court to do? He said he needs to go to the court. He went to the court and he won. He finished the first term and they did another election before he won the second term and finished the second term. So let us not say he don't have a case.
Different from what we are discussing now. It's totally different.
No, it's the same thing. The reason is this, because many people never thought that case will ever go anywhere. Even people like me. That is it. So the why I brought it up is that is saying that he doesn't have a case. He doesn't have a case. He might have a case.
We are talking about.
Yes, that is it.
We are talking about the Formisia 8, which you do not provide polling agents in 43,000 units. That's a lot of units. If you are a serious candidate, you will have find people to at least be your agent. But whatever the case might be, it's in the court of law now. What I'm just trying to tell you is that as a layman, because I would consider me myself as a layman.
But do you remember that during the election, before the election, they had an alliance with ADC, that where they could not cover, ADC will cover for them. So do you know if the lawyers they reach out to ADC to get what the ADC had to use as evidence? Because that could be used as evidence too.
I don't know whether you have voted in Nigeria. I've been a presiding officer during the
and so
if you have not, you should know the truth.
Now what? What is it? What's laughable about it?
The result, all the polling agents of each of the polling of the political party will be there.
Oh, so now.
No, I understand what she's saying. It happened in this election. Yes, I understand what she's saying. Yes.
So now you believe that. Hold on now. Now you believe that polling agent matters, because I've heard in some badified space that they don't need to sign, because we've seen some result sheet that were submitted on the IREV. It has nobody signing on it. I mean, not all the parties signing on it. And
the result that have been not being signed is questionable now.
Yeah, so I mean what I mean is, hold on.
Did not sign, does the police officer sign?
Does there you go. Yeah, so now you know that agent is more important now, right?
So no, what
is convenient for you is okay. What is not convenient for you is okay.
43,000 polling units. That is a lot of units.
APC himself does not have all the they don't have all the polling. They don't have all
Are
the.
You kidding me? Are you playing?
No, they don't. We saw it.
Who told you you don't have? Who
told
you that?
Not. They did not.
No, I don't think they don't.
They don't. No, they didn't. They didn't cover it.
No, it's possible because this NMPP that they say they have 176,000 polling. We never see any one of them in any polling unit. NMPP. They say they have 170, but we never saw anybody that represent them.
Your preferred candidate will be proving the millions of votes he won in Northwest and Northeast, and also the almost not giving me.
Come on now.
You are just you guys you never say the truth, and you are just.
That's your own truth. Don't give us this your truth like as if you have the monopoly.
I don't have any beef with you. I don't have any.
This is not beef. I'm not countering you.
I am very objective person. I'm a realist.
No, so the rest of us are not objective. The rest of us are not objective, right?
The way you like it.
The rest of us are not objective, right?
Candidate lost, accept it and move on.
So you force it down our throat. So who is the fascist now?
You know, there is one thing they asked me. There is one thing one man asked me after this election. After this election, there is one thing one man asked me.
And you live in a developed country, and you're here trying to force us down.
That's enough. That's enough, please.
No.
It's not personal, please.
No.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, please. If I say hold on, please. We are not going in that route, please.
What route now? What route?
No. I don't like that. Your comment, please.
What did I say?
No, you know what I'm saying. Please, I said please.
What you're saying, so I don't repeat it.
I said please.
God.
Thank you.
I mean, you're very funny, Thomas. You're very funny.
I said please. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. And I heard what you say. Please.
You don't know me.
Please. No, now we are mature people now. Please.
Thomas,
come on now.
Thomas, you're making me guess. I don't know what.
No, you understand. Rational mind, please.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying, and you know.
I know. When I'm telling you, I don't know.
That's fine. Let's move on. Please. Let's move on. Ekene, say what you want to say.
So I was trying to say that the issue about courts, I don't really put my mouth on it. There is one thing that one man asked me about after the election, whether I think Obi will withdraw or will withdraw the case. I told him that Obi, I know, will not withdraw that case. because I have reasons and I have facts why he will not do that. Because when Ngige came in as the governor, Ngige was doing very well. Ngige was doing very, very well. Then even the Obi of Onitsha, them all they gathered him and asked him, Obi, please, now this man is doing very well. Allow him to continue. Maybe after his tenure, we will try to vote you. The man said no. That somebody cannot steal your car, and you know that person is servicing that car very well, and the car is in a very good condition, and you know that this is your car, and you allow that person to be driving the car, that he will fight for his car and retrieve it. And that is exactly what he did. After some years, he was able to reclaim the mandate, still they impeach him again. So all those stuff. So that maybe that is what is giving him the confidence. So when people are saying that he doesn't have a case, I say just leave it for the court to decide.
Like an Debu man. You are just making people laugh here. That is Anambra. This is Nigeria, okay? This is not one state. If you know
Anambra State, let me finish. Look, I'm not making you. I'm giving you instances. I'm giving you instances like when people say withdraw. Like I have somebody saying that he should withdraw the case. I'm telling you that the person I know.
I don't want him to even withdraw the case. I want him to go to court, which he has done, which I like. Because if
that's the thing. That is why I'm saying.
So why are you complaining, Remy? If we are in court,
the reason why I'm saying this is people saying that he doesn't have a case, this and that. Allow many places that he talked that he never had a case, he won. That is what I'm trying to say.
On the layman, you see it as an ordinary person. You are not a lawyer. I am not a lawyer too.
And the status of Anambra then, the status of the calibers of men then in Anambra State that he won in that case. I don't think so.
One state with a total of almost
Remy, I don't understand your argument.
Good evening, Thomas.
Good evening, Lucy. How are you?
My sworn enemy don't enter.
Yeah. Hold on, man. Yes.
I'm joking now, Remy. What's your problem?
You said good evening, man. What's your sworn enemy? Am I your mate? What do you mean by that?
I don't understand.
That's all right. That's what I do see.
You said good evening, man. Next time. You said good evening.
Jesus Christ.
What is
I have to remove somebody. I have to remove somebody from.
Let me say something.
Dupsy, let Des land. Then you come in, Dupsy. Des land. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
No, forget Dupsy. My sister, my brother, forget Dupsy. Make your comment, please.
Her. Anyway.
Yeah. Forget Dupsy.
Yeah. I was saying that although the 25% will not fly, but like I said, the people that wrote the Constitution, I mean, they basically.
But Des, you've said it before. You've said this before now. Why can't we move on? You said it before, so don't let us be going back to circle. So you've said it before. They make mistake, but I think they did maybe amendments of the constitution, and they didn't change it. Maybe the next government, maybe they will sweep it to action and change it. But I'm happy you as an obedient, you know that it will not fly. Forget.
I've already said it.
Yeah, but some of your people in your space, they are still thinking that one is going to fly. Forget it's not going to fly. Forget it.
Thomas,
so you can talk about something else.
Thomas, please.
Dupsy, come. Yeah, let's hear from Dupsy.
Thank you, Thomas. You see, these people, they are so, because they are king. Rational mind is here tonight now. They are also deluded in their brains. Because this guy
Dupsy, no, Dupsy, hold on. Wait. No. Delusion is not an insult. Hold on now, rational mind. Please, let me moderate this session, please. Delusion is not an insult, but some people count this as insult.
So don't let us use that word. So at least
Okay, I won't
we
use
won't
the word
offend
again
you.
then.
You won't offend anybody. Yeah. If you call
Okay.
me deluded, if I'm deluded, I'm deluded. If I'm saying rubbish, I'm deluded. Somebody saying rubbish is deluded, but people don't like that word. So let's just not to
Okay.
annoy people. Yeah. Yeah.
So some people that
Go on.
like deceit. Some people like deceit. Let me use the word
I
deceit.
love that. Yes, you can use that. Yeah.
So some people like deceit in their mind because I listen to Ekene anytime he comes here. He's a cool guy and he talks very nicely. But he likes deceit a lot. He will come here sometimes. He will say that let's just talk about the way to move the country forward. I don't care if it's Tinubu. He's a liar. He's just lying. He's just deceiving himself. And you will come here today now. Ekene, my brother, let me tell you something. Stubbornness or anything that your principal must have had in the past, it does not help anybody. He can't bully his way to the presidency, and he can't use the stubbornness to get there. He's not.
Madam.
Let me talk, brother, before you interject.
Let her land.
Just give me a minute, Ekene. It's just because of you that I came. Because you like to talk gently. You know, people like you, I always attack people like you. People that love to talk gently as if they don't, I don't care if it's Bola Tinubu, if it's anybody, I don't care, let the country work, it's a lie. I know you are for Obi. But let me tell you something tonight, my brother. Obi can.
I never deny the fact. I never deny the fact that I'm Obi now. I never deny it.
I know that you don't deny the fact, but you always come after the election. That I don't care if it's Tinubu or whoever, let the country work for each and every one of us.
But he has won now. Who like you myself?
My brother, let me tell you something. The way you're saying you're being stubborn, he's stubborn in his own house and in Nambra. He cannot be stubborn for us in Nigeria. We are Nigerians. We're going to choose him, and he's not going to be the president.
I did not choose Tinubu now. Shoo. What do you mean by shoo? What is wrong with you, Dupe?
Can you just keep quiet?
Don't tell me. I don't care. I don't care how the fuck old you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Oh, come on now. Come on, help me now. Come on now. Hold on, please. Oh, everybody, hold on, please. Can we? Come on now. You can't be doing this. We are not adults. No, now you can't. We are online. Children are listening to us. You can't be swearing online. Come on now. Rational mind, please rescue me here now. What is going on here?
No, you have allowed her to speak. I would have responded to her now. You would have allowed her.
Yes, now what's wrong with this? Sometimes they will say that I don't want him to talk. I kick him out. You know, let people talk. Anytime it comes to Obi, all of you obedience, emotion will carry your head. Obi is not paying your bills. Look at now, you are swearing online. I'm just rational mind. Please, I don't know. It's just.
So everybody.
I think Tupa needs to moderate how he put something. I think he gaslighted him.
But you don't need to rational mind. You don't need to go to that length.
Yeah, I know. But sometimes when you gaslight people, when people can't hold it together.
No, rational mind. We are mature now. No,
of course, I get it.
That's what I just hear now. He always gets me crazy. He gets me crazy. Moderate your emotions.
If you can bring her back, just bring her back. If you can bring her back, just bring her back. I don't see anything
I purposely put both of them out so that I can say what I want to say. I'll bring both of them back. No, we are mature people. No, please. Thank you.
Okay, I think everybody should just calm down. The election has come and has gone. President-elect has been declared. Whatever kind of narrative you want to say, be careful, because we only have one country. Even if you don't like Nigeria anymore, it does not mean that you should set the country ablaze because of your utterances.
Hello, Thomas. Hello, Thomas.
Hello, hold on, Remy. Remy, hold on. Doopsy.
Rude to me, Thomas.
Doopsy, hold on, please, hold on, please. I said, please. Can you just, please, just give me this, please. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. Please, I'm very sorry. Please, I'm very sorry. Please.
Okay, as I was saying,
I think
she's talking to me. Can I reply her?
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Hold on. Please, Des, I brought you back. Please. No, don't go that route. Please, I beg you, please. It gets me frustrated if I hear that word.
Well,
Please, thank
Thomas,
you.
Okay, as I was saying, everybody should moderate. Let me.
Remy, hold on. Remy, please hold on. Let's just respond, please.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate how I reacted. Yeah. What the way she did show as if I'm a small kid, that it was so annoying. I mean, you don't tell me to shoot.
But yes, you can tell her to choose too.
No,
that is one.
It's not like that. The way like
no. Des, do you know, Obi, you guys are too emotion. This is your emotion that is making you talk like this. Forget about Obi. Obi is not paying your bills. I said it all this time. No, it's about Obi. Please. It's about Obi.
Because it's also not
It's about Obi.
Please. Respect is a reciprocal, right?
I understand.
Disrespect, I can also reciprocate disrespect. So if someone disrespect me, any way that the person sees me disrespect the person, I mean, I don't know. That's just it.
But hold on. That word you uttered. No. Please.
Well, it's really how I speak, Thomas. If you hear me often,
no.
I use the F word. I use the F word really
hold on, please. This is forget. I know you guys in US. You are too bastardized with this your F word. Please, when you come here, please erase this. I hate it. It gets me angry. I can't even shut down this session now. It gets me angry.
Thomas, let me take the floor. Let me say something so that let me just take the floor. Like since one said that I should speak, Ajaliko is gone, so that we can just ease off that aspect. Yeah, I mean,
but I need to reply her now.
No. We don't want to revisit that thing again because the more you speak now,
no, it's not revisiting it. I just need to put some things to her. I'm not angry about what she said. I just need to reply her what she said. That we can move on. I'm not going to waste time.
Thomas, this boy has to apologize to me. He used the F word. Thomas, I'm still waiting.
I cannot and ever apologize to you, Dupe. Never in a million years. So don't wait for it.
Okay, if that's the case, both of them should just stop it. Thomas, please undo it. No need to apologize. Dupe, don't apologize. You also don't apologize to Dupe. Let's just move on. Just squash it like that.
That's it. Doopsy, Thomas, I apologize. If it's not apology, I don't care about this apology. I apologize. I'm very sorry.
Okay. I as an obedient, I apologize.
I as Remy also apologize.
Yeah, as an obedient, I apologize.
No, come on now. No. I'll just Des, you have to go today, please. I'm sorry. Doopsy, you have to go today. I have, yes, that's enough. I keep both of them out. Yeah, let's go. But I'm very sorry. Ekene, Doopsy is not here. You don't need to reply her. That's done. That's done. Remy, please rescue me. Just give me just like 5 minutes to cool off. You guys have conversation. Let me just cool off, please.
I was trying to say, everybody, let's calm down. It has been an emotional election because you all know that this election is between three major tribes in Nigeria. So the result has come out, and the major gladiators are now in court challenging the court cases. As laymen, everybody will have opinion about how the result will come out. And this can be biased because if you are an obedient supporter, you want him to win. And I, as a Tinubu supporter, I also want Tinubu support. I also want Tinubu to at least no problem to be the president. The same thing goes to Atiku. But there are some things that will alter that everybody knows that it will go to the extent that other people will not accept. So, and when you talk, you must also remember wherever you are. For me, I don't care about age too much, but it doesn't mean whether you are in America or you are in Europe or you are in something. You don't know the person you are also talking about. You don't know what condition he has. You don't know what he has been or what he has went through in his life. So you can't talk down anybody at any time, because as the saying goes, you don't even know who is going to be the leader of a country in the next 40 years. At least in some European countries, we have some people like under 40 or 42 becoming the president of that country. Even the so-called America that you are now, the president as of today is more than 77 years old. So what are we talking about? Because people say, hey, he's old, he's young. Before, we used to have a professor as the president of Nigeria. I'm talking about Jonathan Goodluck. When he became the president for the first time, I think he should be in his early 50s. And we expect a lot from him. But the system, the constitution is not good enough, and they continue to amend it. You can't expect everything to be corrected in one day. The framer of at least like this, the last election that took place, if not because of the beavers, we would have a lot of bogus figures coming out from everywhere in Nigeria. Before, all the KKC states, they only churn out about 2 or 3 million in each of the electoral cycle. Look at what the beavers have reduced them to. So when you look at it from that angle, that we should be happy that at least our vote counts. And you obedient that always think, okay, the election was a lot of flaw. Look at how many senators you are able to produce. Look at some people that they don't have money to campaign. Even in Lagos, it became the House of Representative member, whether by default or by whatever. So you look at so many things. So when you look at it from that angle, you have to also give a little kudos to INEC. They have done a wonderful job. And look at the gubernatorial election. Just look at some of our governors when they contest election for the senatorial seat. Who is going to say they are not going to win? Most of them did not win, and they didn't fight over it. And here we have sometimes we fought among ourselves. And I doubt whether any of us get 1 kobo or 1 penny from Obi, Tinubu, or Atiku. It's just about interest. So when you talk, you also have to moderate it a little bit. Because sometimes when you talk, people will feel everybody is human being. Because the way I see things is that take it easy in life, but don't spew out something that everybody will listen to. Don't spew it. Every one of them use propaganda. If you are talking about rigged election, if that is what you physically on board, I will categorically tell you that all of them rigged. Everybody rigged. If you are because you'll be surprised when you get to the court of law, you are saying, you will bring out a lot of. Do you know what APC also have or what PDP also have? You don't know. Because when you continue to talk, you say, okay. So many things that people just have to calm down. You want your Nigerian to be good. You want Nigeria to be great. Rome was not built in a year. It took America more than 200 years. I used to live in China. That is the only country that I've seen use 25 years to develop. And what did they do? They closed their country down. Can you allow your country to be closed down in Nigeria? You Nigeria will be shouting to hell. The people were closed down, or all of you guys that are learning all over the world in America, they move you from the city and take you to the countryside to be farmers, to be agricultural experts. That's what they did. They don't care about your professorship or whatever. They move them around and they cage them. You cannot talk. You cannot abuse the government. Can you let it allow it in your country? You have that freedom and you're abusing it. A little thing, you quickly go to America, you go and report. What can American do? Or what can England do? They have their interest to protect. But you guys think, okay, everything, I'm going to United Nations, I'm going to America, I'm going to Biden, what can they do? They are not stupid and they are not foolish. They have their interest to protect. And that is what really baffles me. The election took place. If any election take place in all the developed country and they have problem, Did they take it to any African country? Or did they take it to China to be protesting and demonstrating there? So sometimes it just baffles me. It just surprised me. Why you go?
My sister, can I say something? Can I say something to
Yes, yeah.
to
Hold on before you say something, Remy. I yes. If you see on the screen, I kicked out Dupe and Des.
Yes.
It's because Dupe too said the same thing. That is why I decided to kick both of them out. I don't condone it. And please, Des, if you are listening to me, Dupsy, if you are listening to me, please let it be the first and the last time. Des, let it be the first and the last time. Please. We are mature than that.
Yeah,
Please.
in conclusion, what I'm just trying to say is that you don't wash your dirty lining in public. America, there are so many irregularities in American election. There are so many irregularities in other elections all over the world. None of their citizens ever go to Africa or go to any country and be protesting over there. Are they going to come to when even Nigeria was military government? Did America come down and remove your Abacha for you, or remove Babangida that even turned himself to a president? Did they remove him? We should be appreciative and we should be very happy that our democracy is growing. And we have been at least selecting new set of leaders. Like this time around, we selected new set of leaders again. And Nigerians are more aware politically. And people will know that in the next 4 years, if you do not perform, they will kick you out. And it's happening all over Nigeria. Look at what happened in Kano State. A new party, when did they form it? It's under 6 or 7 months. They kick out the ruling party. So what happened? Nobody died. They accept their fate and everybody move on. Why is every problem in Nigeria, the people that talk too much, they shout too much, they're all from the south. The northern people.
Let me bring my own view, my sister.
I'm not a sister, I'm a guy. Okay? You can go ahead.
Yeah. So what I want to bring
Ekene, Remy is a guy, not a sister. He's a guy.
Okay, guy.
Thank you.
Oh, she sounds like a woman, or I'm
not a woman. I'm not a woman. My voice can be like that on the phone, but when you meet me,
Are you serious? Are you serious?
I am more manly than you. It's happened. That is God. That is how God created me. Nothing I can do about that.
Me, it's okay. It's just only basic.
No, I'm not. It's just the way. Don't be angry about that. I don't know. Just but it's a nice voice, yeah. Now it's a very nice voice. Now it's just that maybe let me say it's romantic voice. So.
You are free to say whatever you want. I get used to that one.
Just speak to the issue. Okay, you must move on.
So what I'm trying to say is me as a Nigerian, like that my sister they came in and begin to castigate me and something like that. I'm not angry with her what she's saying, but I'm trying to say something that will be meaningful to all of us. Me, for this election, I know that my candidate did not win, and I said it before. So the one that win, definitely he will rule. And I'm not going to kill myself. What I will do is just to adjust myself and see what he can offer. So if I say that I didn't see anything positive in the election, then I must be a liar. You understand? I saw something positive in the election. At least many numbers that used to come out from the north, this and that, millions. I didn't see it. I didn't see those numbers coming. And to me, it's a plus. And that made me begin to wonder about our population. Yes, they say we are 200 million, this and that. So for this election, there are a lot of turnout in this election, but the number is not there. After the election, I saw a lot of enthusiasm. I saw a lot of youth turnout and everything, but the number was not there as it used to be. Sometimes they tell you that Kano voted 2.6 million. These people voted 3 million. I didn't see it. And it's a plus to me. That is the positive things that I saw in the election. There is no two ways about it, and nobody can argue that. Even the obedient, if you argue, then you are not truthful to yourself. So, and that is what I wanted to bring to the last speaker, that is Remy, to tell her that everybody is not just that blind. So It's not that I did not. The only thing I know is that I did not campaign for Tinubu. I'm about to witness his first reign as a Tinubu. That is what I'm expecting. There is nothing more. So
Sorry,
that's
can
my
I interject?
contribution. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good
Yeah,
morning, Solomon.
yeah. One of my favorite obedience is this Mr. Kennedy. The man he's a very matured man that let me just use the word, he don't add his emotions to this or he did not add his emotions to this election or to Nigerian politics, and it shows how matured and
Solomon, you see that
yeah,
emotion is the
yeah,
problem.
yeah.
That emotion, that if you have emotion, it will cloud your brain, your thinking. You will not think.
Yeah.
Look at when Ekene come. He talk objectively. He talk. Even though it's an obedience.
Yeah, very
He talk
exactly.
when it's time to pray Tinubu, he will pray Tinubu. When it's time to bash Tinubu, when it's time to bash Obi, he will bash Obi. It's just I don't know. Forget about your emotion. Emotion don't win election.
Yeah, I've always
I
listened
don't
to him
know.
on this platform, and he's like one of the my southeastern elders that I can always listen to, like when they are contributing here, and for the about the past events that has occurred during elections and all that. I listen to him and I grab things from him a lot because he always says the truth to power. Yeah, he will not just come here to sugarcoat anything.
So if somebody comes here now, like Thomas, you come here and you bash Obi every time, and then can anybody say to you that way, that same thing, that you're speaking from emotion? If
sorry, can you recap?
What I'm saying is this: I'm directing that to Thomas and by extension to everybody. If anybody comes in here and you bash Obi, all you do is bash Obi like I bashed Tinubu. Because you said by now, you're telling me now that if I bash Tinubu every time I come here, I bash Tinubu, it means I'm speaking from emotion. So can that equally be said of you, who come here and every time you talk about Obi like as if it's crap?
Do I come here to talk? I don't come here to talk Obi.
He's talking to me.
Okay.
Thomas.
Okay.
Yeah.
For you, Mr.
Solomon,
yeah.
let me respond, please.
Okay.
I am not Batify. I am not obedient. I am not articulated. My candidate, I even told you my candidate cannot even win. So I don't care about Obi. You can batch Obi, batch Tinubu, batch anybody. I don't care. I always say this. I don't care. I am not. I don't care about them.
But you just said now that everybody that comes here, because somebody was praising Ekene, and then you said because Ekene is balanced. That's what Izzy said. That because it's balanced, because he doesn't speak ill of Tinubu, he doesn't speak ill of Obi. He's not.
No, he did. I said you don't listen to me. I said when it's time to, no, you didn't. I said when it's time. Hold on, please. I said when it's time to bash Tinubu, he will bash Tinubu. When it's time to correct Obi, he always corrects Obi. It's not. It's the only rational obedience that I see. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. He said just now. He said this 25% of Abuja, it will not fly. That is a rational thinking somebody. But as obedient in their space. Let me finish now. In obedient space, they hold that 25% in Abuja like that is what's going to give them presidency.
So
it doesn't make sense.
So if somebody says he believes in 25%, because of that, it means it's emotional, right?
It's his emotional talk. It doesn't make sense.
Thomas, because
the constitution has said they are treating Abuja as 37th state.
Well, that's
so. What's the cribble?
Hold on. You can't tell me that your own opinion is right. I can't tell you my own opinion is right. We're all here to talk about it the way we see it. That was what somebody was saying, that people speak, and I think it was Ola, say people speak from their own perception. So it is how you see it. You could be right, and I could be wrong. I could be right, you could be wrong. But trying to characterize somebody's opinion or whatever they said as being that, oh, categorically they are wrong. That would be wrong of that person to be telling that person that is wrong. That's what I'm saying. Because you were saying here that because somebody will speak ill of, like me, I come here every time I bash, I use Tinubu as rag here every time, and then it means that I speak from emotion. that's
I didn't mention your name now. Rational
I
mind.
didn't say hold on. I didn't say you mentioned my name, but
You are not obedient now. I said obedient.
By inference, because I bash Tinubu every time, it means I speak from emotion.
No. Come on, rational mind. I said obedient. Are you obedient? You told us on this platform that you are not obedient.
I said it. I'm not obedient, but maybe they said because I lean towards him more. Maybe for that
No,
reason.
you are not obedient. Anytime you characterize yourself as obedient, now you are in that category. But you are not obedient. You are not. No, rational mind.
It's okay. It's okay.
One man. Rational mind. Do you know what is to be obedient? Do you know? Are you on Twitter? Are you on Twitter at all?
I don't
Do
go.
you see how obedient behave?
Well, I don't need to go there. Thomas, let me just say what I want to say in passing, just about the. I know I really wanted to debate Dukwe before you pull out, because I know when we were talking about it earlier about this, I think I've said much on that. It was because when I saw her come on, that was why I really had to wait. It's past midnight here already, so anyway, so yeah, I mean, I have to go do some other stuff before I go crash. Anyway, so I wanted to debate Jukwa because she was in the comment section, and she was in the chat, and she was like, I was saying something about the lady pastor who said about people doing online dating and all of that, which was
online dating, yeah.
That woman asked you to allow me to say, but because she left, I won't want to say much on that. Rather, all I've said, because I really wanted to debate her because she was like saying in the chat that I mean, I know she's that kind of person who loves to talk about things like this. So, but anyway, for me, whatever much I've said about that, I don't want to do Tinubu today. I don't want to do Obi today, even though I know I've said. I don't do that. I mean, if you notice, I've stayed away from all this controversy around this politics because I'm just sick and tired of it. It's getting me sick, really sick. I must say to you, mentally, it's getting me sick. So and I've had a little bit of sanity of my own for the past few days now that I've been off this whole discussion about Tinubu. So my point is that you see, online dating, everybody has to just make their own decision on that. Dukwa, if you're hearing me, I one day someday when woman revisit this topic, we'll be able to talk about it. But what I just want to say is that there are dangers that are associated with this online dating. You know, some people it work for them, but majority of people I know as a person, and I've seen the statistics out there.
But rational mind. The wedding that people saw themselves physical and they got married, they got divorced.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, so it's I can say maybe 50-50 or 60-40. It doesn't matter you saw your wife that you are going to last.
Yeah, well, of course, but most if it happens to people who met their wives or their husband in the right normal traditional way, or I go to church, I meet her, or I go to somewhere, or somebody introduce us to each other. If it doesn't work, how much more with this online dating? You know, I don't know if you people have watched that that Netflix series about that Tinder, something they call it, the Tinder thief or whatever. This guy who was swindling women, catfishing women and all of that, pretending to be what he is not. So you see, the thing is just that you can't really know somebody very well through online dating. That's just what I want to say. I know it's sounding boring to many people already, so well maybe we just have to leave it.
No. You are right. You cannot really know people online, but you know when you meet it's just I believe it's just God that brought anybody. Yeah.
Send Oga link. He said he wants to come. I've never heard him speak before. Thomas.
No. He want me to bring Dupsy back. I will not do that because I kick both of them out. So if I bring Dupsy back, I'll be partial. No. Yeah. Today both of them they are gone today. If Dupsy doesn't swear back, I will leave her. It's because he swept back. That's why I keep both of them out. So
Well, I mean,
that is one.
Fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fair.
It's fair. Yeah, it's fair. Yes. So
So
yes, because
Thomas, let me
since I said I apologize, on behalf of Des, and even Remy even apologized, and even a couple of people apologized. I think Luby should have let it go. I understand it hurt her, and I told Des, let it be the first. And I know rational mind. I'm very sorry. Maybe because I'm a Christian boy, Christian guy. That word, it triggers me. I even at my place of work, if they are swearing, they will be telling me, Thomas, sorry, because they know I hate. If you are talking to me, you are even, here is a casual talk here.
Of course.
It's part of their life here. It gets me annoyed. It threw me off guard if I had heard that word. I can't manage it. I don't know why. I
think the audience, the people in the chat were asking you to bring Jupe back, or even Adewale is asking.
If Jess is here, I'll bring both of them back. Jupe is in the room.
No, it's okay.
Jupe is in the room. He's in the background. I can see her. But if Jess is here, I can bring both of them back. But if I bring only Dupsy back, I'll be partial. I don't want to do it. Dupe is here. Dupsy is here. Is in the background here. I can see her here.
Thomas fight.
Yes.
The people they fight.
You don't miss now.
You are Ola. Ola. You don't. If Jess came back, I will bring both of them back, and Jess is here. I just want both of them to apologize. If you guys are not going to apologize to each other, I will not bring you back. Rational mind, bear me witness. You guys, both of them are here. Let them just apologize and let's just move on. But if they are going to be doing back and forth, I will kick them out again. Rational mind, bear me witness. I will bring them back. Do you agree with bringing them back, or let's just go for the day? Just take a decision.
I want to go to bed now too. I want to quickly just do something here and go to bed because it's my people are already sleeping here. I don't want to be too loud. So it's past midnight here already.
My people are sleeping too. That's 1 a.m. here.
1 a.m. Oh, you people are 1 hour ahead of us. So
Dupsy and please let's just let it go. Let's just.
Can I talk about this? But let me just
hold on, please. Let me bring them back. Then let's just let it go, please. I'm sorry for kicking you out.
I just want to talk with rational mind. It's not about that. I've forgotten about that already.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, rational mind. We can talk about it tomorrow. That's fine. Right, I thought you wanted to discuss about it.
Actually, because of this back and forth fighting and quarreling has really.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I've forgotten about that.
That is done. Yes, duty is done. That's done.
Yeah.
So I can discuss about that some other time.
I think one man just did that as a test. I think people are very interested in that. We are just preparing at the aftermath of election. After Tinubu have been swearing, because there will not be news, there will not be so much news on the pages, but so we will just be deliberating on that.
But there's some things I want to say to rational mind, so you should come some other time so that I can teach you some stuff. You need to be. I need to teach you some stuff. We can like Saturday night. You can choose a date like Saturday night because I have to teach you some stuff.
You want to teach a grandfather a new trick. You want to teach a dog.
I'm a grandmother too. You know that.
You can't teach a dog.
He's a grandmother too.
I'm a grandmother too. It doesn't matter.
You can't teach a whole dog a new tricks.
Rational, let me say this for 1 minute. You said something the last time, and I have to correct you. As long as you're on your position, you will always have a problem with women.
How do you have a problem with women? How do you know?
You said from 3 S: sex, sandwich, and silence. That's for slavery. It's not for a woman that lives with you. So if you stand on that position, bro, you always have a problem.
Listen, woman. I stand on that. So any relationship I have to form, my wife has to. That's it, because a man has to take the lead. The man has to take the lead, which is
that 3 S equals to slavery.
No, that's not what it is. No.
It equals to slavery.
You are spinning it to be that.
I know, I am not.
Listen.
That's it.
I don't really want to have this conversation right now because.
Okay, let's forget about.
But then you opened it already. Let me just speak a little bit on it. You see, the thing is this: men are very simple creatures. They are very, very simple creatures. The complication that comes into a man and a woman's relationship. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying some men do not come with their own shenanigans and their own complications into relationships, but usually it is when a woman do not understand her role in the relationship vis-a-vis a man. If he or she, if the woman tries to usurp the role of a man, the role of that man in that relationship, or emasculate the man in that relationship, a man that realizes or that is aware of his masculinity, if he sees that as a threat, then he will react. You trigger him. So a woman needs to understand that. But not all men. There are some men who are just how do I put it? They are beta. They call them beta men, which is they take the submissive role while the woman takes the leading role. There's some men like that who like it that way, but most men are not like that. And men are not designed like that. Men are designed. That is, nature designs men. If you believe nature or you believe God, design men to take the lead in a relationship. But when a woman does that, well, some men likes it. Maybe that's their kind of I won't say perverted ways of thinking. It's just maybe that's how they are. But men are like that. You can't emasculate a man who wants to take the lead. When you do that, then you're looking for trouble. That relationship will not last. So when I use that concept,
let me interject you. Okay. You see, a relationship between a woman and a man is very simple. It's so simple, especially this marriage that people are complicating. I find it so simple, so enjoyable. I love my marriage because you see, relationship. When both
but Dupsy, sometimes I'll be with your assertion. I'll be thinking you are not married.
I don't know.
Yes. I will not lie to you. I will not lie to you.
I'm very much married.
I know you are married, but your utterances. Yes, you with your utterances, you sound like the feminist single ones that are you know what I mean? Yeah.
You know why I sound like that? Because I want to correct a lot of men that it's not the way they're taking it to be. And let me tell you something tonight, guys. You don't have to be married if you're not matured enough to be. Because it takes a lot of maturity for a man to put a woman under his roof. If you are not that mature, please do not go near it. I've got 3 boys. To God be the glory. And I'm always training them. They have to be selfless first before they can get married. I've been training them. I've been training my first child since he was 12 to be selfless. Because if a man is not selfless, please do not go near marriage. It is going to be a disaster. So that is why I said this thing called marriage is simple when man knows their role. You're the head. So you are going to be the head. Nobody is dragging that with you. But when people pull their stuff together, both of you pull the weight, then the relationship will be as sweet as like chocolate. So when people say, oh, marriage is not easy. I've listened to guys on this platform. Marriage is so hard. Please, I've been married for 23 years and I'm a hard girl myself. And I find it simple because my man is a man, is in charge, and he loves endlessly. So, if you love your woman endlessly, you pull your weight, the woman will reciprocate, will respect you. But when a man is saying what he needs in a marriage is sex, sandwich, and silence, the man is looking for a slave.
No.
He's not looking for a partner at all.
Hold on. I don't want to sound because I think about we have other people here who may want to speak. You see, I don't understand that. I just give you that concept, which I learned as well, not as if I came up with it. I learned it also from one of these sites where I heard it, and the guys made it so simple. And it kind of encapsulates, let me start using this grammar, it kind of like summarizes what the masculine nature. If a woman wants peace of mind, she wants to enjoy a man. I mean, that don't look at it as being slavery. It's not slavery. It's just what you need to do to make a man happy and to make yourself as a woman happy. Those 3 S's. Sandwich, which is just give him his food. I mean, his normal food. Make his food. Prepare him for it. I mean, he's going to work. Make his lunch for him. Make him okay with his food.
Then silence.
Hold on. Hold on. You are this your silence.
Hold
on now.
And is equals to selfish. Sandwich and silence.
Hold on now.
Selfish.
I'm trying to explain.
It's not all about you.
Hold on now. Hold on. I get you. Hold on. I get your point. Because people are here on your misu. So the point I'm trying to make is that when I say sandwich, it just simply means food. It's food. Make his food for him. As long as he provides for the home, he does his own role as a father and maybe as a husband. He brings home the bacon, and then the woman cooks the bacon, as they will say here. So he brings home the money for the food, and you go buy the food. You make the food for the house, for the home, for him. Don't make him go and make the money or go bring the bacon home and expect him to also cook the bacon, and you, the wife, you sit down there and you eat you're looking for trouble from there. So as long as he does his role, fulfill that role of bringing home the money for the food and everything, the materials that you people need to be okay in their home. Now it's for you, the woman, to use it, make it in a way whereby he enjoys from it, both of you enjoys from it. That's what I mean by sandwich, which is his food. Then when I
understand you perfectly, your rational mind. I don't have a problem with all what you mean about that. So, I understand you perfectly.
Let me
but that is not complete. That is what I'm saying. Hold on. It is selfish.
Hold on. You see, that was why I said to you, you don't understand him. Let me say you don't understand the male nature. Men are very simple creatures. That's what I said to you. I'm speaking from the perspective of a man. That as a man, if you get your food made by your woman, your wife, you get your regular thing between a man and a woman, which is sex, and you get that silence, meaning you don't yap him every time, you don't nag him, everything you are on his head. If you don't do that, you enjoy the man. He will satisfy you. He will give you everything you need. If you ask him, darling, I want this, he will give it to you. Because already you're pleasing him, you're making him happy. But when you start denying any one of this, you don't.
So you're looking for a robot, right?
Here you go. You see, this is the point. You see, you need to come off this. You need to come off this feminist.
No. It's not about feminist. It's about human being. The person is a human being.
Hold on.
So you're just talking as if you're talking to a robot. That's giving me food. It's not all about you, brother. It's not all about you now. No. It's two people in a relationship.
Did I not just say something now that
you're just talking about you? For you,
okay,
silence for you.
Also, tell me, make me understand.
It was too selfish. Okay, you said sex to satisfy you when you need it. Sandwich to satisfy your hunger. Not satisfy you. Then silence. The woman can't complain, can't say anything.
No. Hold on.
The person is human.
When I mean silence, hold on.
Maturity matter. Maturity matter. It's very important to be mature.
Hold on now. When I say silence, I'm not saying that the woman becomes a slave at home. But do you know the meaning of when a woman nag? Do you know what it means? As a woman, you know what I mean. Or maybe you might not know because I know. Like
if you take care of her needs and you know how to show her love and respect, she doesn't need to nag you. Even if she wants to nag, you just paper it over.
Okay, she got
to Why are you frowning, Agbeke? Why are you frowning, Adunimi? You know things like that. Women are not mad. It's a matured man that has to get married to a woman. Sincerely. It's not that hard to be a married man. But you guys, you are not matured enough. You don't know how to treat a woman. That's the problem here.
You see, let me say this to you, Dupe. The worst kind of people, I mean, between a man and a woman, that will give you dating advice. Guys, everybody listen to us. You never ever take a dating advice from a woman. Never do that. It's the worst kind of advice you can take. Because women will think that, well, some of women, let me not say women, I'm not speaking for all the men, but some of women, we believe that women are very emotional. They're not rational with the way they see things when it comes to, they speak from emotion. As you agree with me, Dupe. Maybe you don't, but that's the fact that women, they speak with emotion. So in that process,
because women speak with emotions, women should not listen to women when they give them advice.
You see, a man should never go to a woman for dating advice. That's my.
So the way I'm teaching you now, right now, here,
you're teaching me. Look at what you say.
Yes.
Oh, I'm
telling you the fact. It's only a matured mind that can listen to me and understand exactly what I'm saying. But if you're still with your ego, there is no way that you will have problems with women. You continually have a problem with anybody you date. It's about maturity, for crying out loud.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Let me ask
a question. In your relationship, in your marriage, are you guys equal partners? Are you equal? I'm not hearing anything again though.
Sorry, what did you say? You said, are we equal? What did you say?
Are you equal partners in a marriage?
In a marriage? No, we are not. I'm not saying that.
So what's feminism all about? What's feminism all about?
My own feminism is different from what most people think.
So you're not talking about
because you see, my own feminism is different because
that's not feminism then. You're not a feminist then. You just.
I am still a feminist. I am still a feminist because I believe in so many things.
Can I ask a question, Madam Dupsy? What is your own?
Is that so? It's Solly here.
Yes. So.
Solly in the house. Solly in the house.
I don't know.
Yes. So.
Dupsy. Check the private chat.
I've seen it, Thomas. I respond.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
go on, Solly.
To ask you, what is your own form of feminism or version? Yeah.
Do they have versions?
Yeah, they do have versions. Because if I start explaining, it's going to take us a long time, and I can see Rational Mind is tired. I want him to go. Mine is different in some ways because I believe in some things that the real feminists don't believe in. So, and if I say it now, a lot of guys there will be agitated. I'll see them next time they come here. They say, "What Dupsy said? What Dupsy said the other time? Hey, please don't have hypertension because of me. Me, I'm just flexing. I hear me here to mind. I hear me go. I'm just flexing. You see, I'm the kind of a woman the husband takes care of. You see, I'm on a soft life cruise. Let me just tell you guys now because a lot of guys beef me here. What Dupsy said the other time? Yes. I said what I said, and I own it. I'm on a soft life cruise.
Well, that's not feminism. I know that's what I'm
saying. That's why I said I'm different. But when I come and
when you say you're different, you're not different because that's not feminism. No,
I am different. Why? But I support it in some way.
Agreed. You're different, but you are different in the sense that you're not practice. That's not feminism.
I agree. You know why I said I'm a feminist? Because I support them. I don't want them to be cheated. So when I see that, I support them. Yeah.
You support them does not mean that.
The reason.
That's why you remember I said to you one day. I said, "You want to advise when you come and marry? What are you
I'm not saying. I'm not advising them not to be married, but don't get married to a chicken. Somebody that is not matured.
Madam Dupsy, there are different.
My dear.
There are different versions of feminism.
Are you married, Solly?
No, I'm not.
Are you married, Soli?
I'm not married though.
So you want to know?
No,
Okay.
now
I'm
some
listening.
women it's not feminists are not all married women. The reason why I'm asking is that there's hyperfeminism and there's the feminism of the olden days. Right?
Exactly. You
The new
getting it right.
feminism is all about superiority over men.
Yes, yes. And I'm not
misandry.
competing with my husband. My husband is the head. So that's why I differ
Sorry,
from
we
them.
never had feminism in the olden days, to be honest.
No,
They do actually. They're feminism. My grandmother,
what we
was
had
a
is
feminist.
submission. Women.
No. My grandmother was a
They were
feminist. Yeah. We had them in the olden days.
Dupsy, can you please what is feminism in your own term, your own world? What is feminism?
In my own world is that for me, my husband is my head, but in the relationship, I'm being respected, I'm being cared for, and I'm not being cheated. You understand? I can't imagine me married to an immature guy. I'm gonna be a very brutal girl. You understand? But because I'm married to somebody that is matured, I just keep my head low underneath him.
But
you understand? But I'm a hard girl. I know if I'm married to
okay, can I tell you about feminism?
Let's hear from Solly. Let's hear from Solly land. Then we hear from Ola. Solly land it here.
My Madam Dupsy, sorry to say, that is not feminism. That is just being a traditional wife. Feminism doesn't have.
But the hold on, Solly. What Dupsy just said now is not bad.
No,
that is good.
But it's not feminism.
I want my wife to be in that category.
Yes.
She should be respected.
Thomas, the thing is that if she says this to all these feminists that are out there, they will think that she's against women.
I'm not against them.
Most modern day feminists do not support what you support. They believe that men and women are equal, or women are actually better than men. And all the things you listed, they are against everything that you listed. They don't believe that, the man should be taking care of them, or the man should. All those
Can I tell you a secret? That is a traditional
housewife.
Can I tell you a secret tonight? Because I communicate, most of them are my friends. Do you know these girls? If they see a guy that respects and loves them genuinely, do you know they're going to bow their heads? Do you know that fact?
No, madam.
Do you know? Because what they have experienced, their past experience, that is why they are like that.
No,
I'm just telling you the facts tonight.
Madam,
are you listening? That's the problem I have with you.
It's not a problem. I just want to tell you what this new generation, my own generation, these numbskulls are doing. All the things that you listed, yes, it's good for women, right? Women will accept it. But this
you have to apologize. You have to apologize for that one. What do you mean?
But you're not a feminist, though.
No. You're not a feminist. No. Sorry, don't say that to them. They are not numbskulls. I am not. Okay, I agree with you.
Let me give you my reason why.
But don't say that to them. Please.
Can I give you my reason why? In universities, especially in universities, the feminists there are teaching women all the things you listed. It's good for women, but they are teaching women to go against it. They say if a man opens the door for you, that means he's trying to oppress you. That means he's trying to show you that he is better than you. If a man pays for your dinner, that means he's trying to show you that all these things that you listed, taking care of the women, they are saying is bad. All the things that women want, they are telling women not to go for it. So even if a woman finds a man that will take care of her, treat her right, open the door for her, pay for her meals, pay for her, the feminists in universities are teaching the women that no, they shouldn't accept it because the man is trying to control them. The man is trying to show the women that they are better than them. It has become very toxic.
Solly, let me tell you, these women are wounded women. Are you listening?
Yes,
they are wounded women. Let me tell you something. They are teaching this because of their past experiences with men.
This is what we have in society.
But most of these women, they crave for what I'm talking about right now.
When
they see with a man that respects them.
Yes,
That is what I'm saying to you, Solly.
I agree with you. But the problem is
Okay.
now, once they get that, they don't accept it because what has been taught to them is that
No,
what you want,
they
what
will.
you
Go and try it. Go and
oppression.
try it out with the feminists. Just try this experiment.
Can I say something about this?
Experiment
You are
this
not
and
a
let's see.
feminist, though.
Solely.
Yeah, let's hear from Ola. Yes, Ola, come in.
See, we know that in every principle, some people are there to take advantage and bastardize it. So feminism is so simple. It's all about equality of both genders. Don't be biased, don't be partial towards, because you see, it used to be men world. Now, when you can send a male child to school and you say a female child should go and marry at the age of 12 just because they are their poverty stage. So you want to balance it that the same right that men should have within the society, the men should have it.
Okay.
There's no reason that a man
Mr. Ola, can I ask you a question?
Let me learn now before you start asking questions. I didn't even learn before you start asking me.
I just want you to add this. What right do women have, or what right do women have that what right do men have today in today's world that women don't have?
You need to go and ask those people, especially in the north and some kind of a Middle East country, whereby they marry out their daughter. You know, they marry out their daughter to out at the age of 12 just because they are women.
But the feminists are not going to those areas. They are going to
wait.
areas
No. I said in every process, you see people that try to bastardize it. The feminism we are talking about
already now. It's too late.
No. We can't say because some people bastardize it, and we say now because it has lost its value. Fela Kuti, Mama, the mama that gave birth to Papa 70 was a feminist. So feminism existed before we were even born. It's not as if, so it's just like equal right for both genders, no discrimination against women. Now, there's a difference between the vindictive people that are using the law now to hold their husband. Forget about those people. They are not feminists. They are just people that are just trying to find a way to manipulate the system. Don't relate those people to feminists. They are not. They are doing something already. Some people that will chase their husband out will say, those guys are not feminists. They are just even on their own, hiding under the process.
All those women that does that is just about defense mechanism. They are just trying to defend themselves. It's not safe. They are feminists to the core. No.
Do you know one thing about African women is that whenever they come to the system, their own type of feminism is something that favors them, not the real principle. Not the real principle of that, because maybe their men actually offended them before and they need to get back at the men. You understand? You now use the instrument within the system. So it doesn't mean that the word feminism, that's how feminism behave. So that's just
Ola to you, Ola to you and Dupsy. Can a man and a woman be equal?
Why not?
No, I don't think so. I don't even think so, Ola. In the scale of things, I don't think so.
I say, Madam Dupsy, you are not a feminist.
The thing is that if you're
let's hear
feminist,
from Des.
They don't like
Let's hear from Des. Yeah.
The thing is that feminists now, if women are trying to be a feminist, I don't think necessarily it works in a marriage, because I don't really see a man that wants a woman that, not a lot of men though, that wants a woman that feels like it's equal to her.
Sorry for cutting you. That's all I said. When I heard Dupsy speaking, I don't think he's a married woman.
Yeah.
Because feminist doesn't go to a marriage. You can't be feminist being in marriage. How come?
Madam Dupsy is not a feminist.
Madam Dupsy is more like I would say she's more like practicing feminism or something. That's what she's practicing, not feminist.
And I support feminists too. I support feminists.
You don't know what feminists are like.
No, I do.
Feminists are against.
If you listen to them, you'll be able to
feminists
know
are
their
against
past
everything you just listed.
No. I said go and experiment. Go and date them and show them love and come and tell me the result. Let us talk. Let us talk.
Okay,
No,
Madam
the
Dutsi,
thing is,
how can you identify this thing as feminism? They say that if the man opens the door for you, that means he's trying to oppress you and show you that he's better than you, and he's trying to use it as a form of control. That is
It
what
is a
modern.
lie.
But that's why I'm saying you are not a feminist.
let me make an
You're not
example. Yeah.
listening. You're not listening. They are defending themselves.
Let me
From
make an
what?
example.
You see why?
Let's hear from Des.
In university. This is what they're
Let's
teaching
hear from Des. Yeah.
No, Thomas, I have not answered the question you're asking now. You said, can
Oh
man
yes,
and woman
let's
be
hear from
equal?
Ola, then we'll come back to Des. Yeah.
Now,
Ola, yeah.
man and woman can be equal. See, look at it this
Come
way.
on, Ola.
Man and woman can be
It's your
equal.
question. You can answer it.
So man and woman can be equal. It depends. You see, one thing, say there are some times that the man will be totally nothing. You understand? That is the wife that will carry the family. Sometimes too, the woman may have nothing to do, he may be struggling, and the man will still be the one to carry. If you see the contribution now, you will see that the both have equal contribution. So we have situation where women are the one even carrying their family, doing the responsibility of that woman. So will you now say because you're a man, you now do agidi when you cannot even afford to do anything? You understand? So if a man can be a professor, a woman can be a professor. So why can't they be equal? Because they both have capability. But like I said, forget about those people that are bastardizing the process.
No, I think Thomas is specific in a marriage. I don't
In a
think
marriage, we're talking about marriage.
In a marriage, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, in a marriage.
What is equal? I understand. What is
Equality?
Do you want to be bossing your wife in a marriage?
Let me give you an example, Ola.
Okay, let me give you an example too. When it comes to things like decision making, who makes the final decision?
It depends.
Okay, let me give you an example, Ola. Because I've dated a
depends.
few feminists, right? My
Okay, Ola,
ex.
majority of the time, who makes the final decision? Majority
in
of
Africa. You said
no,
majority
in
of
the
the time
world,
in Africa. That's what you want to say.
in a proper lasting relationship.
Look, Solly, you are in a man and a woman is in a relationship. Let's say in America and in Europe. Now,
all over the world.
If a woman is more economically empowered than the man, and they need to buy house, they need to do something, and you,
but that's the minority, though. I'm
wait,
talking about
don't
in
say it's the
general.
minority.
In
Don't say it's the
general,
minority.
in general.
We don't know. I'm
In
just giving an example.
Ola, I'm sorry.
Now,
let me give this example, please.
Ola, you are
This is
shifting
my
the goalpost.
this is a personal thing to me. Don't worry. People will say that Thomas is plotting. But let me just say this.
See.
Let me say this. We got something before, then we wanted to buy another thing. I want us to sell the old one so that we can buy another one. But my wife said, but the old one that we bought it cheap, and he has appreciated more now. So why do you want to sell the old ones? We can as well get the new ones. But I didn't think like that. If I said, let's sell it, I'm the father of the house, I am the one making the opinion. But later on, I discovered what she said makes sense. Because the old one that we got, we bought it cheap.
But
so
Thomas,
the new one that we want to get,
but no,
so
Thomas, that is for your understanding.
See what happened. Thomas, see what happened. You wanted you made a decision. She also made a decision. But who made the final decision? You
not decision. He gave an advice.
Solely,
no,
both of you are
not
not
a decision, advice.
See, that's
yes,
you,
but
you
you
both
made the final
agree.
decision.
You see, let me tell you something. You both negotiate, you both discuss merit and the merit of a team,
but
and you
who
agree.
makes
It
the
doesn't mean
final
that
decision?
see,
The
you
question
can
is
make
who
final
makes the
decision
final
and your wife can
decision?
disagree with you. Then you've created some kind of friction.
No, this is more like an understanding marriage. Yeah? Let me say something.
Bible say, how can two work together except they agree? You reach agreement with your wife doesn't mean that you should be the boss. See, it's an agreement.
Ola, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question,
Ola, who makes
hold on,
the final decision?
Let's hear from rational mind. Yeah.
I don't pray anything like that happen, but in the event of a situation whereby you're confronted with danger, somebody is trying to invade you or coming to you, a burglar, armed burglar, trying to come into your house, who will go and challenge them between you and your wife?
That's
Now
another,
who get gone now?
that's another thing entirely,
Yeah,
right?
no, it's not. This is we're talking about the same thing here. Because you are saying that they are equal.
Spinner. Let me tell you, see, that's not a good example.
Oh,
Look at
really?
this. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. What if your wife is a soldier and a well-trained person that can handle this, and you don't have that skill? So the burglar is coming.
So Ola, you
will go and face that.
meet the attacker because your wife is a soldier.
No, see, slowly. If your wife is more trained than you to handle that situation,
no, let me say something because this is
you just
it's a bad example.
This topic.
This is more like what feminists
Ola,
falls onto,
she will
right?
lose respect for you, even if it's just a tiny bit. She will lose small.
That's how women are. Women want you to protect
that's
them.
not totally true.
Hold on.
That's not totally true.
Women want you
Ola,
to protect them.
let me tell you
Women
about
want
feminists.
a leader. These are the qualities women
let me
search
say
for.
something. National mind. You have a feminist wife or girlfriend, and you guys are living together, and let's say she's a core feminist, like what feminist should be all about, and you finish eating, and she's expecting you to wash your own plate, and she washes her own plate. That is a core feminist. That's what a core feminist is gonna tell you. Wash your own plate. That's what they're gonna do. Does that make the marriage last? I mean, because it happened to me. My ex did this to me. It's like, we go, why not go and wash your plate now? If you finish eating, go and wash your plate. From that day, I started washing my plate too. I mean, I didn't complain, but I started doing it. But it changed my mind. Like, what's going on with this? Can I marry this person? Because it doesn't work. Because she's too feminist. That's what I'm saying.
So because
Feminism.
you washed your plate,
No. It's not just that. I'm just giving
matter.
one instances. That's one instance.
She might be tired.
No. Did you hear what I said?
Hold on. Temple of Truth. Did you hear what he said? You
That
said
the girl asked him to wash.
I know. Apart from that, you said, Des, you said she doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You are the one bringing.
No. It's not about she works, yeah. But the thing is, she asked me I should be washing my plate from now on. Do you understand it? It's not like. Do you understand? It's not like that day I should wash it. It's like I should be washing my plate from now on when I'm done eating. Do you understand?
But Des, I'm sorry. Des, I'm married. I wash my plate when I finish eating. I don't leave it for my wife.
Yeah, that is
Yes.
true. You can do it on your own prerogative. Did your wife tell you to do it all the time?
No, she didn't say that. But I know why would I leave my plate?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If as me as a man,
let me say something. You see, marriage is not compulsory. I will continue to say this to everybody. It is not. I always tell my boys too. It's not the matured mind. It is not compulsory. Please, boys, you guys that are still younger, don't go inside this thing called marriage without maturity.
So you essentially
I'm telling you.
You know what we are missing here is this.
It is about selflessness and maturity.
That man and woman should be equal does not mean that the way you are looking. See, man can take leadership, right? It doesn't mean he should be the boss. That's what we are missing there. That men are taking leadership doesn't mean you are taking boss. You can't dictate everything 100% to your wife. It depends on your circumstance. For example, your wife cannot be making 500,000 a month now, and you start commanding her how she's going to spend her money.
That relationship.
But Madam Dulce, do you understand?
That relationship will end.
Let me say something.
Because we have examples around that.
The reason for most divorces is finances. If the woman is making more money than him, she will most likely want some. See, women are.
It's like
Madam, can I ask you a few questions? Do you want a man who is stronger than you.
Sorry, hold on, please. Before you ask a few questions, I am very sorry, guys. I have a meeting to catch up with in 10 minutes. So, sorry for this. I think one man we have to give us one day, maybe a whole day to discuss this topic. I am very sorry. I have to go in 10 minutes. So, I will give everybody 2 minutes, 2 minutes counting from now. So, sorry, 2 minutes.
Let me
So,
start from
please,
because I
I'm
have to
very
bounce.
sorry.
Let me
Yeah,
bounce.
let's rational mind start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Dupe, my sister, the thing is this: the three S's I
I'm not your sister. Not baby Moya. I'm not your sister.
Gbẹdun bọ́ tí bá sọ̀rọ̀ kó gbọ́rọ̀ ọmọ ìgbọ́n ló sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ máa farabalẹ̀ máa gbọ́rọ̀ ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ sí anything. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So anyway, you see, the TRSs I talked about, don't get me wrong, real headship is not tyranny. Being a man who takes the lead does not mean you should be tyrannical. You have to lord it over the woman, but simply it means that you want peace of mind, and you should reciprocate the same thing for the woman. By what I said, the three S's, I'm not a misogynist. I'm not trying to demean women that they're just slaves to take it all from the man. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I mean by the three S's. I'm simply talking about that if you want to enjoy a man and you want to be happy as a woman, just give him that three things I mentioned. Men are very simple people, simple creatures. If you allow me to use the word creatures, yeah. So please, my point is just that all we want is people to be happy in a marriage or in a relationship. And so if each person understands their role, that as a woman, you don't have to usurp or take over the role of the man. Let the man be his man. Let it be the man. Let him lead that relationship. As long as you try to emasculate him by bringing this feminist propaganda or crap, which is, to me, is an hypocrisy of some sort. Because if you say you're a feminist and you want equality, at the end of the day, the whole thing is tilting towards you being the head over the man, because that's what feminism is all about. It's not about equality. It's about the woman being superior to the man at the end of the day. So it won't work. That's why a lot of relationship with that kind of people, they just end in the disaster. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rational Man. I think this. I will speak to. Yes, I will speak to one man. We have to break. We just have to bring this topic back. It's very interesting. Adewale is in the background. I'm very sorry. Yeah, thank you, Rational Man. Thank you. Let's go to Ola. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. We've talked very well this evening, but like on this feminist thing is this. See, for men to avoid trouble, let me tell you, you may not like it. With woman, no matter how brave you are and how strong you think you are, you can never win. You can never win. There's no way. You can't. That's why you be anything. So the thing is this: allow women to do their things. Respect their opinion. You that you are mine, just be firm in whatever you want to do. Don't allow anybody to control you too if you are doing the thing. So you set the boundary, but don't just rubbish your wife, and don't say you want to impose on your wife, except maybe the wife is now crossing the boundary of the relationship. It's another thing entirely. But respect your woman, because the woman can be there for you when you are down, and you as a man too, you can always be there for your family. So make your wife feel important, because that's the most important. But once you start rubbishing your wife, or you start imposing, you start bossing, then you are creating a serious problem. That you respect your wife doesn't make you Bewudani. It doesn't make you woman rapper. It's only that you don't have to fight, because with woman, whether your wife or woman outside, you can never win. Because before you know, it is even men like you that will be telling you, you don't know, say na woman. Why are you be? So it's a nation. It's a nation. So, but at the end of the day, feminism is about equal right for male child and female child. That's what it's all about. Not the nonsense there are people are trying, especially in the UK, that once you are there, you want to override your husband. No, that's not what feminism is. So some people are just hiding other bitterness to create problem for anything they hear man like this, because of their own trauma they've been through. They use that one to visit all women. So that's just the way I say it. There's nothing wrong with feminism, as long as some people and not using it as criminality. Thank you, everyone, and hope to see you later.
Thank you, Ola. God bless. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes. Yeah. Let's go to yes.
all right. Um, if anybody wants to really understand feminists, I think you should probably go and read Chimamanda's book. I think it's Awele or something like that. But just to
Is she a
respond to,
feminist?
yeah, she's a
Oh,
very,
Abajo. That is why.
yeah,
That is why.
yeah. Chimamanda is one of the, I mean, I think she got recognized as a feminist actually,
Is she married?
worldwide. Why not? She have a baby and all that.
She
Um,
had a baby, or is she married?
she's married. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm. So it's, I think that marriage is not very successful when it comes to, having a very feminist, because their mindset is always like, why can't you do this? I believe women and men were built up in different ways. Just like a woman grow up and she start thinking about wedding gown, what kind of wedding gown she's gonna wear. I mean, that basically takes off the feminist out of it. I don't think you can ever see a man thinking about what kind of tuxedo he's going to wear you know.
Is
So
it normal? Is the guy? Is that guy normal?
is that guy? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think women should come out if they want this feminist to be successful. They should come out and define feminists, what kind of feminist they want to, you know, portray. And if they say, okay, we are feminists outside, but we're not feminist, we shouldn't be feminist in a relationship with our husband or with our boyfriend, that should work. If you want to be feminist, if you're feminist, for the rest of the world, but your husband or your, you know, that should be the definition. But, apart from that, I don't see it working in a relationship or a marriage. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end with that.
Yeah. Thank you, Des. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Solly,
Yeah.
2 minutes, please.
My own opinion about feminism and relationship is men and women, when it comes to fundamental human rights, we are all equal. But when it comes to things like relationship, what men are attracted to and what women are attracted to is something different. If you start to behave like a man, the men will not be attracted to you, especially if it's an heterosexual relationship. So men need to be in the leadership role for the relationship to last. I'm not saying women cannot have a voice or opinion, but as long as most of the time the man is making the final decision, that relationship will work. As long as the woman is not behaving like a man, being assertive, trying to be strong, trying to be dominant, the relationship will last. And as long as the woman is being feminine, the man will always be attracted to the woman. Feminism is becoming toxic and is about being superior than men. It's about oppressing men at this point. It's about taking the values that benefit women and trying to tell women not to accept it because, some people are pained and they're just trying to brainwash the youth, which they've successfully done because now it's in university. But I wish we could talk more about it, but hopefully we'll come back to it. Thank you.
We actually know we can't like this. Sorry, there are so many people in the background I can't even bring on because of the topic. It's very interesting, but we just have to go. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Egun Latin kẹ́yìn gbàlẹ̀. Mama gbogbo wọn, yàrá ìyá gbogbo wọn. Ijaya, Dupsy. 2 minutes, please.
This thing.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's
I'm so
done.
sorry
That's
about
done. Yeah.
that. I am so sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all
So,
right. That's all right. I love you, sister. Yeah.
Yeah, I love you too, brother. So, yeah, Ola really said my mind a lot because it takes a lot of maturity and selflessness. Just, I don't know, a lot of Christianity don't even read their holy book. Just the way it is written in the holy book called the Bible, that a man has to lay down his life for his wife, just like Jesus Christ laid down his life for the church. So that takes selflessness, right? For you to be able to lay down your life for somebody. So it is not for jokers. It's not for small boys. That is why I always tell people it is not compulsory. It is for people that really understand the depth of what is called marriage.
You are right.
Yeah.
So it's not compulsory.
Yeah. It is
it's
not,
for mature
actually.
brains.
It is.
Mature brains.
It is actually. Yeah. Just the way you said it effortlessly. That what's wrong with washing plates? I wash plates in my house. You see, just the way you said the terms. A lot of people cannot do it. As simple as that thing is. A lot of people can do it.
Doopsie.
You see.
Doopsie. I cook for the house, and when we watching television, I cook for the house.
Imagine that. A lot of people can do it, Thomas. It takes their ego away when
my wife is not a slave. No, she's not a slave.
So that is what that is what we always say to people, that this thing is not compulsory. Don't let them bamboozle you from your religious homes that it is compulsory for you to be married. It is not. It takes a matured man and a selfless man to be married. A woman needs to be loved and respected. And it is very simple to live with a woman that you love and respect. If she's going to give you peace of mind. Thomas, I have a mother who said, stop with the madake. You understand? It is about respect, because this man has showed me love. What do I want again, Thomas? That is why when you see me, you say, this girl is too hot tempered. She won't be able to be married to a man. I am married, Thomas. I've been married since 2000. 23 years going. Yes.
Wow.
So it takes a matured man, a very matured man, and selfless to the core.
Not only matured in age, matured in brains.
In brain, mind, and everything. So it doesn't really take, it's not too hard to be married to a woman. All those feminists that you're saying, Thomas, they have been hurt, they have been bastardized in their marriage, in their relationship, they've been abused. I talk to them a lot. They've gone through a lot in their marriages, in their relationship. That is why they're like that. Even Thomas, I'm saying that we're legitimacy. If you want to take a worry from the streets, you just show that we're love. Give that worry clothing, give him food. That
person will follow you.
It will follow you, Thomas. It is about love and selflessness, brother. It's no big deal. This thing called marriage, but a lot of people can do it because of their ego. People like my brother, Rational Mind, take it easy. It's not that hard. Take it easy, brother. Thomas, I will talk to you again very soon.
Yes. Yeah. I saw you saw my message.
Yes, I will definitely send a message to you on your email.
No worries. I love you. Love you, sister. Thank you so much.
Say hello to your family. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, see you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of the section. Maybe there's some hiccups. Sometimes it happens like that. We can't help it. That is it. We can't help it. But we finally come to a conclusion. The both of them came back and everything was settled. So that is what I want. God bless you all. See you guys at the other side. I love you all. Love you too. Love you, everyone. Thank you all. Thank you. See you at the next section. I will leave you with this. You know how I go out.
Sílẹ̀, ọkùnrin ẹ̀rù ní, ọjọ́ tí aláàbà wà, wọ́n bí When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, it they never say something. As it sweet us, we go defend them.